Yes. So
Hey,
today we are talking about the mind. Hang on.
yes, the power of the mind. Me and Alex thought this would be a good topic to talk about. It's been on my mind recently because, believe it or not, I watched this Australian. It was 60 minutes. Okay, 60-minute Australian episode. Oh wait, wait, talk. I just want to make sure your audio's
Can you
still
hear
on.
me?
Yes. Okay, I thought you're.
Okay. All right. No, it's fine.
So I was watching this Australian 60 Minutes episode, and this girl, she literally was talking about how she purposely and consciously chose to split her mind into like 2,500 or something different personalities. And so,
Oh,
so most of the,
psychological.
yeah, so most of the time when I hear about the multiple personality disorders, you hear about it in the context of, okay, maybe someone gets traumatized and then their mind splits. I've never heard it talked about where it was consciously chosen as like some kind of survival strategy of the person to survive a very traumatic episode because something horrible to happened to her. Like she was sexually abused as a kid. And she chose to split her mind. And it made me think of multiple personality disorder as something completely different. Like we're taught to think, okay, this is a disorder. This is something like, but I'm starting to think, okay, maybe it's like a survival skill that she had. And like we hear all kinds of people like they're killing themselves left and right, suicide and everything. If these people had a survival skill of multiple personality disorder, maybe they wouldn't kill themselves. So it's like it's this power
Wow.
of the mind. It's almost like a
Yeah.
skill to survive crazy traumatic events. Like maybe not everyone has that skill. It's like actually a skill you'd want to be able to enact in the event that you ever had faced with some traumatic, horrible event. You might need to split your personality just to survive it. And she talked about all these personalities as being like an army. She talked about all these different personalities was she would invoke certain personalities just to survive different strategies and to deal with certain things. So it's like it made me think of multiple personality disorders in a completely new way.
Holy shit.
It's like a
Um,
survival strategy. Yeah, crazy.
that actually mirrors something I've been reading or trying to attempt to read. Have you ever heard of Deleuze and Guattari? So there are two French postmodernists, and they wanted to like sort of rebel against psychology because they thought psychology was like a very like mental illness in general. Therapists, all this shit was generally like a very abusive institution. And what they wanted to do is they wrote this book called Anti-Oedipus, and it was to critique Freud. So basically, what Freud said was like we have we have three parts to our minds, right? Do you know about them? We could pull this up. You
The
could pull
ego,
up
is it the ego, the superego, and the I don't know.
the id.
The
Yeah.
id, yeah, okay.
Pull this up on Google Images so
All
our
right.
audience can see. So it should be like I think my favorite one is the picture of the iceberg. I think that explains it really well.
What would
So
I type in to get this?
Freud, id, ego, superego.
Okay, Freud, id, ego, super ego.
Yeah.
All right. Am I supposed to be looking for an image here? Yeah.
Yeah, you see the iceberg? I think that's like the best,
yeah, I see it.
the most straightforward diagram there.
Yeah.
So basically, what we see here is what's above below the water is supposed to be your subconscious. So this is the part where determinism, like the ways in which the universe unfolds, causes you to do things, and you can't really do anything about it. And then the parts above the water, this is your conscious mind. This is what we call free will or free choice. It's where like quantum mechanics, agency, all this like new agey explanations for free will are involved. And what we see here is that you've got the id is completely below the water. So let's start with the id. What is the id? The id is your unconscious like reptilian brain. It wants to eat, shit, fuck, sleep. It wants to do all these things that you can't really make it not want to do. You can mediate it, like you can if you like, and the way you can mediate it with like the ego. So the ego, you see it, it's like above water, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the ego, this is a more like your human brain. This is your neocortex. So like the top of your brain. So when the id wants to like say like I want to fuck, go rape that person, the ego can say no. Other people exist and they're just like us. Don't do it. Or if you want to like if you that guy has food, I
So
want to kill him.
the ego sounds like
ration,
your conscience,
yeah,
right?
your
Their sense
conscious.
of right and wrong and
And
everything.
then you got your unconscious, your subconscious, which is the id. And then there's an interesting thing that mediates the two, and that's the superego. So the superego, if I would compare this physiologically, is your midbrain. This is your monkey brain. This is the brain of social hierarchies. If we look at monkeys, monkeys are very different from all the other animals. Other animals don't do what monkeys do. Other animals don't like form little alliances. They don't gossip. They don't form pacts. They don't. What's weird is they don't prostitute themselves. Monkeys have prostitution, but a lot of these other animals don't. It's like the closer you get to like sort of us, and mammals in general, the more you get this kind of midbrain. And for us humans, it's not as important, but it's very critical in like sort of connecting the rational part of the brain and the id. And this is, I think, this is the most interesting part of Freud's theory. I think, is because this is where other people can step in and influence our minds, and we in turn can influence other people's minds. So there's this idea of like one of Freud's like, I don't want to say like students, like acolytes. His name was Jacques Lacan. So if you want to search him up, it's Lacan. So Lacan, he developed this theory of the big other.
LAC what? LAC what?
Lacan. So Lacan basically advocated this, like what we call a return to Freud. He wanted to sort of like, even though like his theories were like allegedly discredited, he's like, wait, there's still like philosophical value. We can still create something new, even though like all these crazy theories about like penis envy and whatnot, all this Freud shit was discredited. But he's like, well, no, it's not really. Let's not throw it in the trash because we can still use this. And basically, he uses it to critique society. So this big other, this brain of social hierarchies, it's not entirely like up to us. Like you can see the superego is somewhat above the iceberg, somewhat below the iceberg. And a lot of this is formed by like society. Society dictates a lot of our superego. The way we're socialized dictates a lot of our superego. So Lacan, he sort of built like this kind of he sort of started this revolution in psychoanalysis, where it's not just like the individual who is the problem with mental illness. It's also the individual and society. They kind of collaborate to give you mental illness. So it's strange because like you know how we used to treat mental patients in the past, right? We'd lock them up in like asylums and shit.
Ah, I saw One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Have you ever seen that?
Oh yeah, it was horrible. And the reason basically what these French post-structuralists figured out was that like we're blaming everything on the person. Like Foucault, he was another post-structuralist. He wrote this book called Madness and Civilization, and he says like in ancient Greece, the mentally ill, so to speak, were treated much better. Like they were just seen as like being kind of like, you know, distinct, having a unique personality. But the more and more like this big other kind of orders our society, like gets us to do things that are against our own interest, the more and more we see people who deviate from this norm as like subhuman and like mentally ill. So we like lock them away. And basically, what we're getting at here is that what if it's maybe like society is part of the reason they're like that? Like maybe society like ostracizes them or like alienates them, and that's part of their illness.
Right.
So yeah. So eventually, you ever heard of Zizek? Slavoj Žižek?
No.
He's like you've never heard of him? There's so he's like a Lacanian philosopher who was inspired by like this theory, and like he's the guy who always sniffs. Like you ever seen like you ever seen the debate of like he debates Jordan Peterson. It was like really famous. You ever heard about that?
No.
Yeah,
I didn't follow Jordan Peterson that much.
Okay, I followed him a lot, and like there was this huge like this debate was kind of like a big deal for it's all right. It's beside the point. So like what we can talk about is Zizek
Jordan
later.
Peterson, man, we could have a whole stream about him. Like he pisses me off in so many ways.
So here, yeah, exactly. So here's the problem with Jordan Peterson. So Lacan is not a pop psychologist. So Jordan Peterson is a pop psychologist. He's like basically like, you're the problem. Fuck you. Everything that's the problem in your life is you. It's kind of true. Like some of it's your fault, but not all of it. Sometimes it's society like putting certain limits on you. So Lacan recognized that like yeah, society is part of the problem, and all this pop psychology bullshit, like clean your room, stand up straight with your shoulders back. Sure, it helps, but it's not going to like fix your life. You need to kind of you need a better understanding of society in order to sort of break out of this like stigma of mental illness. And essentially, pop psychologists are like fraud psychologists. They're out to like make money, and that's why they bill you by the hour. Lacan never charged his patients. He said like, we're going to sit down and we're gonna like work through this problem, however long it takes. There wasn't like this like, oh, the hour is up, now fuck off. He was actually interested, like unlike most psychologists, he was actually interested in curing his patients and not just like extracting money from them and whatnot. So they keep coming back. So because like it's not good business for the psychologist to cure you, or you won't come back for the next session. So essentially, what Lacan realized was that for philosophy, like there's a lot of different definitions of philosophy. For Socrates, it's like realizing you know nothing. For Deleuze, it's like the creation of concepts. For some people, for Hegel, it's like the universe knowing everything about itself. For Lacan, the purpose of philosophy was closer to like Buddhism. It was like the purpose of philosophy is to sort of like cure your neuroses by like detaching your ego from your desires. So like you tease out your desires.
What if these neuroses? See, that's my thing. Is like the society's defining all these things as being mental disorders and a neurosis. But what if your neurosis is actually like your superpower in a sense? What if it's like true sanity? They're calling it an insanity. They're calling it a mental illness. But it is a
superpower.
You want to have these neuroses.
It's a superpower that works both ways. Like the big other is you can use it to influence other people. You can use it to control other people. But other people can also use the big other to control you.
Right.
So the way
people might like, I'm sure a lot of people will probably call the extreme fear of death. They'll label that. They'll call that some neurosis, some mental illness. So I'm like, the fear of death is my superpower, right? It doesn't have to be a mental illness. It could be like a power if you tap into it and harness it the right way.
Yeah. Well, what he's getting at is he's not really equating like existence as a desire. He defines desire as something very, very specific. So, essentially, what do you hear from pop psychologists? Pop psychologists tell you to chase your desires. You want that new promotion? Go get it. You want that new car? Go get it. You want like this really hot girlfriend, like trophy wife, not necessarily like a person to like relate to, but just a trophy wife to show off to your friends. Go get it. That's what pop psychology does. What Lacan does is the exact opposite of that. He says like your desires are problematic because your desires are limitless. And if you do not recognize that they're limitless, it's going to fuck with your head. Seriously. It's going to take you down this endless loop. And that's what leads to the neuroses. That's what leads to like this mental illness.
Sounds similar to like Buddhism, right? What Buddhism was trying to tell people. Detach from all your desires. You desire too much. That's your problem.
Where does the desire come from? Here's where Lacan splits from the Buddha. The Buddha says like, like desire is just like the problem of like your existence. Like he recognizes like the ego is a problem too, but he asks, where does the desire come from? Does it come from within, or does it come from the exterior? Does it come from the big other? Does it come from like the social hierarchies imposing that desire onto you? That's exactly like what this idea of like the superego and the big other is. It's other people telling you what you're supposed to want. Mm-hmm. Do you really want this like really fancy car? Do you really want a trophy wife, or did somebody tell you to want that?
Right. Are you just wanting that because you're trying to like increase your social status and all
exactly.
this?
Lacan's saying like, well, you exist. Isn't that enough? Like, why aren't you satisfied with that? Why are we not satisfied with just our existence? Why do we desire things? And he says, figuring out like why we desire things is eventually going to lead us to like curing our neuroses. So like the worst advice you can give to someone is be yourself, because yourself, like your ego, is constructed by society, not by you. This is different. Separate this from your existence. Your existence is like I am here and I exist. That's different from like this identity I've constructed for myself. So Lacan says you don't get like fulfillment by chasing things. You get fulfillment by realizing there's nothing to fulfill. And the way you realize there's nothing to fulfill is by diagnosing where the desires came from in society, by analyzing the big other and the super.
Unless yourself, the way your desires are constructed doesn't have to do like maybe with some people being themselves is the bad advice, because they're what they define as themselves is all these desires given to them by society. But maybe some people, their idea of being themselves is something else. It's something unique. It's something they actually define themselves, and they thought about why they want what they want, and who they actually
Yeah.
are, and it wasn't just pushed on them by society.
Exactly.
Right?
So returning to your example, you gave this example of this woman. Was it a woman or yeah? She creates 20 different. How many personalities?
Like 2,500, and
2,000.
I've never heard that many before. You usually hear about like, okay, maybe they'll create 3 or 4 or 6 or 12, but you don't hear like 2,500. That was crazy.
So yeah, Lacan had a student, and his name was Felix Guattari. And Felix Guattari, he was friends with Deleuze, and they wrote this book called Anti-Oedipus. And what they propose is what they call schizoanalysis. So instead of psychoanalysis, schizoanalysis. What's schizoanalysis? It doesn't mean schizophrenia. It doesn't mean like seeing shit that isn't there. What it means is like you recognize that like your identity is something to be constructed. It's not something like you're born with. And I think this woman, what she was doing with these many personalities, she was creating what like D&G call a line of flight. So like sort of overthrowing this like whether it's a class norm, a gender norm, a racial stereotype or whatever, you create other personalities to escape that. And that's what a line of flight is. It's you sort of undermine the identity that the big other has created for you. And that's one of the ways in which you can sort of fight your neuroses. So like Guattari eventually split from Lacan because they had like some disagreements. There was you ever heard of the 1968 riots?
No.
You can type this in on YouTube, 1968 revolution.
Okay.
So it's basically you could just put it on silent and let it play. So the 1968 revolution was when like Charles de Gaulle, he was like the war hero of World War II France. He was like the French general who defeated the Nazis, so they made him president, and he was president for a really long fucking time. It's like 20, 30 years, something like that. And people were getting like really fed up with like his rule because he was very kind of like, he fought fascists, but he was kind of a fascist himself. He wanted like very, very, very fucking rigid gender roles that you could not like question, very rigid class roles you couldn't question, very rigid like racial stereotypes you couldn't question. And this 1968 revolution was kind of a reaction of the French people against that.
Is this the documentary that you wanted me to find here?
Yeah, you could just let it play. Yeah, you could just let it play. It's like black and white. It's just basically, it's very similar to what we have going on today in like the BLM riots.
This is not
except
black
this time,
and white. This is not black.
Here's the difference. BLM is basically the riots against like, hey, we got to get the police to stop killing us. It's just like one little demand. But this was different. They fundamentally wanted to transform society where no identities were imposed upon people. And this is where kind of like Lacan and Guattari like sort of split, because Lacan, like, he was very dismissive of the riots. He was like, what you want, let me quote him. He says, "What you seek is a new master and you will get one." So basically he was telling like these anarchists who were revolting that as soon as they overthrow society, they'll just get another dictator, another asshole like Charles de Gaulle, who's telling them what to do. But
I'm seeing
Guattari,
a bunch of hippies in this.
Yeah.
Is this the?
Oh, is that the?
It's called Revolution 1968 SF documentary. This is a bunch of hippies.
Yeah. Some of this was in America, so like the Vietnam protests. That was kind of our version of this. But I'm talking specifically about like the French revolts of 1968. And essentially, Guattari was more optimistic. He wasn't as like a how do I say, like a humbug like Lacan was. And also, like, they had a split politically. Like, Lacan was with the Communist Party. And obviously you heard about, like, Stalin and shit, right? People were hearing about, like, Stalin doing fucked up shit, Mao doing fucked up shit. So they wanted to kind of distance themselves from that. And that was, like, kind of another reason they split. Mm-hmm. Some people went down, like, the anarchist route, and some people stayed communists. Like, no, we can do it again. We can do it better, and whatnot. But anyway... So let's return to like Lacan's theory. So here's how Lacan says you can cure yourself. So he has actually, here's a good idea. Let me screenshot this. I can actually give you diagrams, and then you don't have to go looking for them.
Uh-huh.
There's a video on YouTube by Corey Anton, and he explains like Lacan's 3 worlds like really well. He has like a little drawing. I think this is like very helpful for people to understand. Oh fuck, this is a shitty quality. How do I make it good quality? Okay, here's the good quality. I hate how my computer automatically goes to like the shittiest quality. Whatever. Okay, screenshot. Okay, go to your Facebook.
Alrighty, you sent it to me on Facebook.
I'm about to.
Okay.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, just put this on screen.
Okay.
This little diagram. So Lacan, he talks about if we're going to start like curing you of your psychological disorders and giving you like real mental superpowers, here's the first thing we need to address. We need to ask, what is reality?
Let me. Okay.
You got it?
Not yet. Let me put this in.
Okay.
Here.
So he says we need to ask, what is reality? So he gives us.
Okay.
She sums up like all of Western philosophy, and like he says there's 3 worlds, right? So there's the real, and by real he doesn't mean like the real world. By the real he means like the unknowable world, like the oneness. Like think of like the Buddhism and shit, right? Like the oneness of the universe where there's no dualities, and like presence and absence are one, light and dark are one, male and female are one, like duality and unity, or sorry, plurality and like multiplicity and unity are one, everythingness and nothingness are one. How do I say it?
Something I've never understood, by the way. This stuff how you can say everything is one. Like I've never got that.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's talk about that. So let's talk about the real. So that's what he's talking about. So you see the biggest one, the outside diagram where it says real equals both and.
Real equals both.
Do you have
yes.
Do you have
yes, I see
the
it.
diagram?
Yeah,
so
I see it.
So we got this. So here's the 3 worlds. This big orange world is where is this like world of oneness, and I'll explain what that means. So it goes back to like Immanuel Kant. So Immanuel Kant was this like very eccentric German philosopher, and he was like you ever like watch The Big Bang Theory? You know Sheldon? Like he's the
I hate that character.
Leonard, you're in my spot. Leonard, get out of my spot.
Yeah, he's such an annoying character.
So Kant was very much like that guy. He was like this very like gifted but like autistic like genius, and he essentially figured out like how a different kind of logic. So what do you know about logic so far? So
I know that it's logical to want to live forever and put that as your top priority in life. That's what I know.
Exactly. But what are contradictions allowed in logic? Let's ask that.
No.
Okay, so here's what Kant was looking to overthrow. He says, actually, sometimes contradictions are allowed. And sometimes, and you can't know that, like inherent.
Like for instance, if you said I want to live forever, and you also said I don't want to live forever, one of those has to be true and one has to be false. They can't both.
We'll get
be
to
true.
that. We'll get to that. So that's the land of the symbolic. So that's the yellow square. Okay. We're talking about the orange. We're talking about the real. So the real, what Kant says is like here's what Kant means by a contradiction. He uses this concept of like Christ, right? He was a Christian, and he wanted to resurrect Christianity and give it like a legit theory. So he starts with like Jesus. So Jesus is supposed to be this perfect being, right? And we are all imperfect beings. So you have a contradiction between the perfect one and the imperfect many, and it resolves itself by the one coalescing into the many and sacrificing itself for the many. So in that sense, humanity is redeemed. And Kant is like, what if this kind of like interplay, this kind of like dialectics applies to fucking everything? What if so he starts with the question, why is there something rather than nothing? Why is there something rather than everything? Do you know?
Why is there something rather than nothing?
So why is there a universe? So we have this concept of nothing, right? Like what's in my hand? Nothing.
I would say we don't know. We don't know, right?
Exactly. That's what Kant says too. He says you can never know.
Exactly.
He says the real, what Lacan is talking about, he calls it the noumenon. The noumenon is the oneness of the universe that you can never grasp. Like there's that contradictions resolve themselves toward it, but you can never truly know it. You only know the phenomenal realm. You don't know the noumenal realm. And what he says is like these like the resolution of these contradictions is what moves society forward. For instance, like the conflict between like feudalism and capitalism like sort of clash and create this like current political system we have. So like for instance, these things contradicted each other, but when these opposing forces clashed, a new synthesis was created. And essentially, he uses this concept of like social forces, not just social forces, but like physical forces clashing. This process is what gives us knowledge of the real, or the noumenon, whatever you want to call it, this oneness of the universe. It gives us knowledge of that. For instance, let me think of an example. So Kant, let's return to this something or nothing. We can conceive of infinity, right? Like everythingness. But where is the everythingness? How come like the everythingness of the universe isn't right here, right now? How do I even know that there's an everythingness of the universe? Same with nothingness.
Because
like, I can say
the everythingness is in the future. Wait, what do you mean like everythingness? You mean like time? Like infinite time?
Yeah. In order to understand everything, you must grasp all concepts in a single thought, and we can't know that. And then here's another interesting thing: nothingness. The act of even thinking about nothingness is still something. So there's no such thing as nothing. Yet we have the concept of nothing. Like this cup is empty, right? Like there's this famous like story about like Plato, like the philosopher. He's giving like this lecture, and Diogenes, like a rival philosopher, walks in, and he's like, "Hey Plato, I think your theory of the universe is bullshit." And then Plato explains this theory of the universe. He's like, "Okay, well look, you have this this cup, right? Somewhere out there in the eternity of time, there's like the perfect form of a cup. And then likewise, this cup is a cylinder. There's a perfect form of a cylinder. And then likewise, there's this blueness of the cup. There's somewhere in the eternal universe, there's the perfect form of blue, the perfect shade of blue that gives every other blue thing the concept of blueness, like this razor. It's also blue. There's this eternal universal of blue that gives everything its form." And then Diogenes, like he's a clever guy. He walks up, he picks up the cup, and he's like, "Where is the form for the nothingness in this cup?" And then Plato's like, "Oh shit." And then Diogenes taps the side of Plato's head, and he's like, "Perhaps the nothingness isn't here." So this is what I'm getting at, is he's saying that like this concept of nothingness, we can never point to it. We can never point to nothingness. And Kant says it doesn't exist because it's dialectical. There's no such thing as everythingness, and there's no such thing as nothingness. But the contradiction of these things not existing is what gives us something. So everythingness plus nothingness equals somethingness. That's what this is. If you ask me, how did the universe begin? How did we get nothing from something? We didn't. We just had a contradiction between everything and nothingness.
Let's get to what is the practical application of this, understanding this? What does this translate this to something practical? Like,
exactly.
What does this matter?
So Kant says you've got this like kind of dialectical. He calls these the categories, right? There's 4 categories, and you use them to reason. It's a way of reconciling dualities with each other. So let's say you believe 2 contradictory things. Like let's say you what are 2 contradictory beliefs you hold? Because we all have them. We all have contradictory beliefs, and they fuck with our head. Like they fuck with our identity. Or let's use the example of like transgender people. Like they want to be female, but like society says they're male, and this like clashing between them, between the male and female, is what gives us knowledge of the real, and it sort of helps us like deconstruct our identity. So this whole concept of the real, what Lacan says is like it's basically the way you cure the neuroses is reconciling dualisms. Sometimes people politically might believe contradictory things that are both like left wing and right wing, and the way you like cure this like political anxiety is like resolving those differences. So do you see what I'm getting at? It's kind of like
okay, let's take my political beliefs. Okay, so what would be some contradictory things? So I believe in the wall. Yeah. I want Trump's wall, and then I believe some liberal things too. What would be a liberal thing that I believe? Like
about do you want eternal life for everybody?
No.
What about for innocent people? What about for
innocent people? If they want to live forever, yeah, sure. Innocent people. Yeah.
So for instance, I think I have this same contradiction you do. For instance, I think that like this like capitalist production of technology is good because it gets us the technology needed for like eternal life. But the problem is we also produce for exchange rather than for use. And we produce capitalism produces lots of useless bullshit, and then nobody ever donates to eternal life. So you have a contradiction and you need to resolve it. It's another example is, for instance, like you said, you believe in the wall, but you also believe I recognize everybody's humanity. The wall inherently keeps people out.
Right.
And prohibits like access to the technology. But at the same time, if you let them in, perhaps the economic productive mechanism that creates the life extension technologies won't be allowed to flourish. And this gives you anxiety. It gives you neuroses. It makes you mentally sick. And Lacan says, like, okay, you need to figure out where these beliefs came from. Where in society did you get these beliefs? Where in your childhood, your upbringing, did you get these beliefs that led you to have this like kind of crazy anxiety? We can look at what this is like a left-wing thing, but we can look at a right-wing thing too. For example, like the alt-right. Let's start with like the alt-right. They believe in like welfare for like the white race and shit, but at the same time, like they believe that like the white race is they believe it like fuck. I don't want this video to get demonetized, so maybe I should use another example. Okay, I'll use like the social justice liberal then. Let's talk about them. So they want this is probably one you could relate to. They want like open borders and the welfare state. But if you have open borders, you can't have the welfare state. And if you have the welfare state, you can't have open borders. Mm-hmm. So how do you how you need to figure out a way to sort of reconcile this so that because you want to help the refugees, but you also don't want to destroy like the mechanism that the social safety net that keeps people from falling into poverty. And this is like this is when like you have to sort of bring some socialist ideas and some capitalist ideas together to kind of resolve the crisis.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about like so that's just political, but there's other kinds of anxiety too. For instance,
let's talk about the power of the mind, because that is the title of this. What's the title of this video? Let's get to the unlocking the potential of the human mind. What was it? The title?
Yeah. So basically, back to this like schizophrenia thing, is you can create the true power of the mind is that you can create identities for yourself. That's what I'm getting at here. So that's what Lacan wants you to do. Is he wants you to sort of deconstruct the identity you've been given by clashing the ideas together until they don't make sense, and then you are free. You are free to create new ideas. Again, the example of like transgender people. What our technology does is we're developing these crazy kind of like gene silencing technologies, right? So if you have like an X chromosome and a Y chromosome, you now have the technology to silence the genes on the Y chromosome, and you're left with an X that's just female, because you have women with like one X chromosome and like they're still genetically women. I'm not talking about gender. I'm talking about sex.
Right.
But technology deconstructed a dualism. Let's look at another dualism that technology deconstructs: capitalism and communism. What if we get to the point where capitalism, the machines that in our society that start producing like commodities, eventually start producing themselves, the means of production producing themselves. AI produces other AIs, which produce other AIs, and we don't have to do anything. This is a whole new system. You have some capitalist ideas and some socialist ideas, and they clash, and we'll get like some unnamed political system in the future. Perhaps, for instance, you have contradictory ethical beliefs. Do you think you like Christianity, but you also don't want people like wielding absolute power over others? And the way you do that is the power of your mind to deconstruct the dichotomy between absolutism and relativism.
With Christianity, there's a lot of things I don't like about it.
Oh, sure. Let's go through it.
There's a few things I like about it. There's a lot of things I don't like about it. Well, for one, I don't like people being so sure that there's this afterlife, and then they're so sure that there's the afterlife, and then they don't care about living forever physically. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Exactly. So you have something you don't like. What about something you do like? What about this, like, do you like that Christianity gives people a unified goal of working towards, perhaps?
I like that it pushes people into, well, see, I also don't like in Christianity there's this idea that Jesus forgives all your sins, and then people think they can get away with anything, right? People think, oh, Jesus forgave all my sins, therefore I can just live however I want, and I'm going to heaven, and I'm saved. And I also don't like that they say they're saved as if it's in the past tense, and they think that they got their eternal life, and it's some guarantee, so it's like it removes all fear of death. That's what I don't like. You know what I mean?
You like the possibility of Christianity. You don't like the necessity of salvation. And when you clash these things together, you get contingency. You want a contingent religion where your eternal life is contingent upon any given action, whatever given action.
I like that the idea that your eternal life would be contingent upon good behaviors and good actions, right? That people, I think Christianity is helping some people be more moral and ethical because they're thinking they need to do all these good things to earn favor with the God. But
Yeah.
on some sense, a lot of Christians, they don't care about that because they think their actions, like I said, they think, so there's different forms of Christianity, right? There's some Christians who think they can get away with anything. Then there's other Christians who are more like works-based, and they would say, oh, I'm only going to be saved if I'm a good person and I have to obey all these rules, right? That's the better type of Christianity, in my opinion. The ones that are like...
So, perfect. So what you just did, what you just told me, this is the power of the mind in action. The divine power of the mind is synthesis. What you just did was a synthesis. You said, I like how Christianity recognizes the innate value of all human beings and that it promises a continuation of that value into eternity. But I don't like how people take this eternity for granted and think they can just be like nihilists and relativists and not do anything. And then you seek a solution. This is what the brain does. The ego. It creates synthesis.
Right. And I also don't like that in Christianity, they think, okay, we need to believe this, and we need to believe that, and you need to believe Jesus died on the cross for your sins, and you need to have all these correct beliefs. And they think unless you have those beliefs, then you're not going to get eternal life. So they basically say your eternal life is contingent upon having certain beliefs, like having a correct belief system. And to me, that doesn't make any sense at all because I recognize that belief is involuntary. Like, we don't choose what we believe. Like, Alex, you don't choose your belief system. Like, you don't choose it. It's your brain is convinced of certain things, just like my brain is convinced of certain things, and it's not something we choose. So to say, like Christians say, that there's this God that's going to judge us and damn us or save us based upon what we believe makes no sense, because what type of God would judge people based upon a belief which is involuntary and we had no choice over? We had no choice over what we believe, so it makes no sense.
Perfect. So we have neuroses. Some people are stressed out about like hell. They're stressed out about like God throwing them into hell. They have all these like mental anxieties. And what you just did was what Lacan was talking about. You deconstructed the Christian mindset. You deconstructed the identity. And then you also deconstructed atheism. Christianity's not that great. Atheism's not that great either. But what if we took some ideas from atheism and some ideas from Christianity and we put them together? You're getting closer to the real. You're getting closer to Lacan's real, to Kant's noumena, this unity of the universe. This we can never know it, but it's like this underlying reality of the universe where contradictions are possible. Right. And contradictions leads you to a higher knowledge. You now have higher knowledge of the universe because you deconstructed the dualism.
Here's another thing I don't like about Christianity. They say they know all these things. So they're basically pretending to know things that are impossible to know. For instance, Christians will say, I know that these are the rules of God. They'll say, I know that the Bible is God's rule book. They say, I know that they're going to heaven when they die. So there's all these knowing. There's this certainty. There's this false sense of certainty that rather than just saying, I don't know. So they're too Gnostic in their ideology instead of agnostic, when an honest, humble person would just say, actually, we don't know any of this stuff, and if you're going to consider the idea of a God in your philosophy, then you should say, well, that God is like hypothetical. The rules of the God would be hypothetical. You can't know all this stuff, so you're just having to kind of guess. You're kind of having to hope that maybe you're living according to the right rule set. If there was a God, you're hoping you're hoping that you're ticking all the boxes. Like, if God has all these rules, you're just guessing and hoping that you're measuring up to the unknown standards of whatever God, right?
So it sounds like what you hate. It sounds like what you hate is this problem we call absolutism. It is a mental disorder. Absolutism. Right. I know everything. I know God. I know this. I know that.
It sounds like a coping mechanism because people don't like to live with the uncertainty, so they'll pretend to know things just to ease their own discomfort because they don't.
Exactly. So we hate absolutism, but we also hate its opposite, right? Relativism. Don't you hate nihilists? How they go, oh man, the universe has no inherent meaning. Nobody can know anything. You don't even know that the sky is blue. Yeah, I don't even know. It's like this radical skepticism, this relativism.
Because
Uh,
they're not.
um,
Because the nihilists aren't open to the possibility of eternal life. Because usually every nihilist I've ever heard of, they're a nihilist because they think death is inevitable and that they're inevitably going to cease to exist and there's no chance for eternal life, and therefore they say, well, then life is meaningless. Yeah,
exactly.
because they're assuming all these things. They're assuming that death is inevitable. They're assuming you can't live forever. And of course, if that was true, if you couldn't live forever and if death was actually inevitable and you had to cease to exist, then yeah, life would be meaningless. But they're basing their whole life philosophy on assumptions. Very pessimistic, right?
Yeah. For instance, the statement like all things are relative is an absolutist statement. It's like a self-contradiction. So, do you know who the first psychologist was? It wasn't Freud. Freud had a prior inspiration. Nietzsche was the first psychologist was a philosopher, Friedrich Nietzsche, and he hated Christianity. He also hated nihilism. He hated absolutism and he hated relativism. So what did he do? He figured out the power of the mind to synthesize things and create something new. And that new thing he created was transhumanism, existentialism, perspectivism.
I don't like Nietzsche either because he said God is dead. And that is a very absolutist type of statement.
No. Okay, let me explain what he meant by that. So, there was some translation issues from German into English. What he was trying to say is that he has a character called Zoroaster. Like he wrote a book called Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and it's about Zoroaster telling people that, oh my God, look what science has done. You guys have undermined the idea of like you new atheists. You've undermined the idea of God. Nietzsche wasn't celebrating God's death. He's like, isn't it tragic how society is so atheist that now God is dead? He didn't say like, oh, I know that God is dead. That's not what he was saying.
Oh, so
what
he's
meant by God is dead.
Okay.
Yes. What Nietzsche is saying is that he didn't like Christianity because of the way it's like absolutist, but he also hated the idea of like how nihilists say like science created nihilism by destroying God, and that's what God is dead means. There's a movie called like God's Not Dead, and it's entirely based around that one phrase, and they misinterpret it. They think Nietzsche is saying like God is dead, hooray. He's not saying God is dead, hooray. He's saying, isn't it sad that God is dead?
Okay.
And we have killed him.
Okay, see, he should have been more careful with his language. He should have said,
He is. If you look up the whole quote, he says, God is dead, and we have killed him. Who will wash this sin away? Who will cleanse us of this act? It's like a very, if you read the whole thing, like, there's a whole paragraph. He's talking about how horrible scientists are for killing God. Like, so Nietzsche, yeah.
Did Nietzsche,
that's what he said.
Was Nietzsche an atheist, or what was his beliefs? Did he believe in anything?
Nietzsche was a moral atheist, meaning like religions claim to have absolute knowledge of morality when that's not true. So let's return to this absolutism versus relativism. Nietzsche was not an absolutist nor a relativist. He was actually more of an agnostic than an atheist. A lot of atheists like Nietzsche, but he was more of an agnostic because he was saying you construct belief systems. So he hates absolutism because it's people claiming to have absolute knowledge, and he hates nihilists because it's people who claim there's no such thing as knowledge, which is itself like a statement of knowledge. And he synthesizes them. He uses the power of the mind. He discovered the power of the mind to synthesize and create new beliefs. And he called this the will to power. Self-overcoming is when you take these belief systems and you construct your own belief systems with it. That's the divine power of the mind that I was talking earlier about, like Lacan and Kant and Deleuze and Guattari, is you use this, the power of the human mind is to, you create new belief systems for yourself. And this is where transhumanism came from. So originally there was just humanism. Humanism says, here's what humanism means. Humanism means that God is dead and there is only humans. And Nietzsche didn't like humanism. He said, instead of like having these arbitrary, like this human being a category, let's deny human nature. Nietzsche said there is no human nature. You construct your own human nature. And people who claim there is a human nature are usually trying to control you. For instance, Christians claim the human nature is sin. It's sin. It's sin. And Nietzsche wrote a book called Beyond Good and Evil, and he goes back in time to ancient Rome, and he's like, oh, here's why the Christians think like this. They think like forgiveness is a virtue only because they were slaves. The Romans enslaved the Christians, like they fed them to the lions and shit. So the Christians developed a morality based around like being beat up. So this is why they glorified the poor. This is why they glorified like not getting a girlfriend. This is why they glorified virginity. This is why they glorified like rejection of pride, because they didn't have these things. They didn't have sex. They didn't have pride. They didn't have money. That's why the Christians developed this morality. And Nietzsche says, like, look at the Romans, the way they developed their morality. The Romans said it's good to dominate your enemy. It's good to be rich.
I don't know that you're portraying Christianity fair there with their.
No. He's not
Wait, you're saying
this
Christianity? Wait, say what you said about Christianity and
so
their stance on virginity again. You said that so quickly. Say that again.
okay, so this is called slave morality. Slave morality is when you can't have something, so you're like, okay, I don't want it anyway. It's actually good that I don't have this thing. You use it as a coping mechanism. For instance, if I don't have money, like if I'm poor and I'm at the bottom of society,
what if
create a morality
I see what you're
for
saying.
myself.
You're kind of saying it's like sour grapes. Like they're
he called it resentment, ressentiment.
What if Christianity is glorifying virginity not as sour grapes? What if they're glorifying virginity because they just want people to wait until they get married? And they want people to be virgin. They want people to be virgins when they get married. It's not a sour grapes thing, but you know what I'm saying?
It's interesting because that didn't come from that came from Judaism.
Because that's actually something I like about Christianity.
Yeah, no, hold on.
I like that Christianity glorifies virginity. I think that should be glorified.
I don't say he actually didn't say virginity. He said chastity. Like if you can't get laid, you're like, oh well, I'm saving myself for marriage anyway. He's not saying the idea of saving yourself for marriage is bad. He's saying the way that you rationalize it in order to not chase what you want, like to not create new values for yourself. You're denying yourself the pursuit of new values because like if you want to be a virgin because you're saving yourself for marriage, Nietzsche says that's good because that's you creating your own identity. You're rejecting the identity society imposed upon you. Now, here's a bad reason to pursue virginity. Let's say you're an incel and you really hate women and you're like horrible to people, and then like they don't want to fuck you and they're like, oh well, not getting laid is good anyway. Ha, fuck you. That's called resentment. That's called slave morality, and that's what he was criticizing. He's not saying like Christianity is inherently evil or inherently stupid because they're virgins. He's not saying that at all. He's like Nietzsche is he's a perspectivist, so he's not an absolutist. He's not a relative.
Some Christians, for instance, might be glorifying poverty or whatever because they're trying to take the Bible literally when Jesus said, "Blessed are the poor." And it's not that they couldn't get wealth if they tried. But they literally say, okay, Jesus is saying, blessed are the poor. I better not get too wealthy or else I might lose some blessings, right? So it's like...
This is where Nietzsche talks about communism. So he says communism comes from the bad part of Christianity. For instance, here's a good reason to say blessed are the poor. It's good to be like a minimalist, right? You have no stress, you have no bills. That's why it's good to be poor. You have a very simple life where you only have the things you want. It's not fun to have like a McMansion with a bunch of like cleaning this giant house. You have 3 different cars and you got bills coming in and you have so much stress. It's good to be poor sometimes. Nietzsche says if you want to be poor, that's good.
Right.
But if you want to be rich and pretend that being poor is good, even though you like being rich, that's slave morality. That's resentment.
I see.
And he says this is what communism is.
So
when
slave morality sounds very much like sour grapes effect. You know, the fox and the sour grapes. That's
he calls it ressentiment or slave morality, but that's basically what it is. It's sour grapes. It's like I want this thing, I'm going to pretend I don't want it and just call you an asshole for having it until you give me that thing. See what I'm getting at? Let's take racism for instance. There are some black people who genuinely do not want who genuinely don't want the racial categories to exist. They want us to have like genetic engineering technology where you can just become whatever you want, like biologically. They want like social institutions where people are judged by the content of their character, not by the color of their skin. And then there's some racists who are themselves racist, but just wish black people were on top by fucking over white people, right? These are the people like the black supremacists, the Hoteps, the We Was Kangs and shit, the Nation of Islam, like these black people who only hate racism because it puts the white people in power. They want to be in power and then they can be racist. So that's the difference. Nietzsche says, if you actually genuinely don't like racism, it's good to deconstruct racism. It's bad to, what he's saying is bad is like, I wish I was on top of society and beating up the lower races, but I am the lower race and I wish we could switch places. That's slave morality. So you see the pattern? He's kind of saying like, you've got, it whenever you're genuinely creating a new identity for yourself, like there are good. He doesn't hate Christianity completely. He likes that Christianity. He likes Christianity when it rebels against institutions and creates its own way. He doesn't like when it's used to rationalize losing. Right. He says it's not good to lose. Right. Deathism. Let's talk about deathism.
Well, how about you? What do you, on the topic of Christianity, what do you like and dislike about Christianity?
I like that Christianity inherently rebels against Darwinism And at the same time, it doesn't do it necessarily because it doesn't understand it. Some Christians do understand Darwinism. They just say we must move beyond it. We must, instead of like letting the cold hard like nature, the cold hard wrath of nature sort of select for people, like kill the people who are weak, select the people who are strong. I love how Christianity creates a new kind of evolution, a cultural evolution, mimetic evolution rather than genetic evolution. It says the evolution of ideas is more powerful than the evolution of genes. That's why I like Christianity. That's the idea of mimetic evolution came from Christianity. Richard Dawkins in The God Delusion says Christianity was the most powerful meme ever to exist in like the human species. Like just that one meme, the amount of change it could make, completely subverted evolution. Like the Pope was not a ripped young buff guy. The Pope was like a crippling old man in like a primal society. He would have gotten the shit kicked out of him, and some alpha chimp would have replaced him. But because of the power of memes, it allows the power of like the intellect to rise over the power of physical force. So a lot of people confuse Nietzsche, like saying Nietzsche is like, oh, he's like a Nazi who wants like strong people to beat up weak people. That's what his sister like re-edited his works to say that. Nietzsche didn't say that. He said it's good that the intellect is able to rebel against nature. And a lot of people also say Nietzsche is a Darwinist. Nietzsche liked Darwin. He liked the idea of evolution, but he didn't like the idea of like scientific biological evolution. And that's why Nietzsche is like credited as the creator of transhumanism. He says we're going to create a new kind of evolution to rebel against the biological evolution, where we deny human nature and create our own human nature. If it's human nature to die, then we will change human nature so that human nature is not to die. Let's go to another example of slave morality. For instance, slave morality. You said sour grapes, right? Mm-hmm. A better way to say it is cope. Slave morality is cope.
Coping. You mean like coping? It's a coping.
Oh mechanism. Yeah, cope. Like for instance, the guy who can't get laid because he's an asshole says, "I'm saving myself for marriage anyway." Not because he thinks it's good to save yourself for marriage, but because he's coping with not getting laid. There's a difference between you and him. You actually see social value in doing this. They do not. They resent women for this, and that is why they act like that. Another example is the poor. For example, maybe you like not having so much stuff. It's freedom. Not having stuff is freedom. Being poor is freedom. Maybe not being like crushed by poverty such that you can't eat, but like having enough to live by your means. That's good poverty. Bad poverty is when like you're like some hustler and you're like, man, I wish I could be like that rich guy, but I guess like not having money is good anyway. Fuck the rich.
Mm-hmm.
That's cope. That's slave morality. And Now we get to the deathists. I think deathism is the largest kind of fucking cope possibly imaginable, because it's essentially saying that like, man, a lot of these people, like we return to the Christians again. They're like, you know what? I don't want to live forever. God's just going to send me to another dimension anyway. Maybe they don't actually believe that. They're just saying that as cope. Other people who are like, oh, it's the heat death of the universe. It's the nature of the universe to die. I was like, well, don't you want to live forever? They secretly do want to live forever, but they say, no, it's actually good to die. See, death gives life meaning.
Yeah, it's the ultimate coping mechanism. It's the ultimate sour grape. That's the main thing I dislike about Christianity. I like that Jesus said, you know, he tried to put eternal life at the top of the priority pyramid, just like I do. I like to say, put eternal life at the top. Like it should be your top priority and your top desire. And he said, seek first the kingdom of heaven. What I don't like is that people translate that and they'd say, well, seek first this afterlife, and it's all about this afterlife instead of living forever physically. So if right?
So let's talk about slave morality again. So master morality, Nietzsche says the opposite of slave morality is master morality, and that's when you reject the identity. You use the power of the mind to deconstruct the duality of the identity imposed on you, and you assert a new identity. And that's called master morality. And when you do this, you become what's called the overman, the Übermensch, the Superman. Have you ever heard that term used in like Nietzsche's context? That's what he means. He doesn't mean like a blonde hair, blue eyes, buff guy. He says a person who is like so big-brained that they recognize there's no such thing as human nature, and human nature is whatever I make of it. And this is where we got transhumanism. Transhumanism is the overman. The Nazis failed to create the overman, but transhumanists, because they actually understand Nietzsche, will be better at creating the overman because they understand human nature is malleable. The chromosomes, we can edit them with nanobots. They're malleable. Okay, you can say like sex, like men and women actually like exist symbolically, but you can also deconstruct that by master morality, by creating a new kind of technology, perhaps, where you're able to, if you don't like being a man, you can just become a woman or something like that. Same with like race. an Asian person, maybe you could become a white person. If you don't like being a white person, maybe you could become an Asian person. It's all about like deconstructing human nature, and transhumanist technology does that a lot. And it's basically, it's not just technology too. It's like social. There's social technology as well. Like the language we use is social technology. By using language, we can deconstruct dualisms, and we can create our own identity. I hate that this like Christian identity was imposed on me from birth. I liked some ideas from Christianity, but I didn't want to like follow this robed guy who believes in like absolute knowledge, and my existence hinges upon his every word and shit like that. I didn't like that this like Bible, this thing was like the ultimate authority, and you couldn't like trace back its values and be like, hey, maybe the person who wrote this was kind of like flawed and they didn't know everything, and it's good to read more books.
Right.
It's all about deconstructing identities. You can keep some parts of it if you like, deconstructing them and then creating your own from the fragments. That is the power of the mind. And Freud, Sigmund Freud, the first psychologist, well, actually Nietzsche was the first psychologist. He was inspired by Nietzsche to create psychoanalysis. And then Lacan was inspired by Freud to basically create, like, get rid of this pop psychology bullshit that says like you have to be rich, you have to fuck tons of women, you have to get rid of that and create your own identity. That's what psychoanalysis should be about. And that's why I like Freud and Lacan better than like Jordan Peterson and Dr. Phil and like pop psychologists, because like this is the true psychology. This true psychology is the overman. It's we
could method act our own personality, just like a method actor. Well, you know, like Heath Ledger played the Joker, and he like took on the Joker. Right? We can do that with anything. We can make our own identity.
Even the woman you talked about with her 2,000 different personalities, she's practicing master morality. She did it on purpose, by the way. It's not cope. It's on purpose. Master morality is on purpose. Slave morality is cope. So like when a deathist says, "Oh man, I wish I could let it go on longer," and they would have to do a lot of work to make it go on longer, and they prefer not to do the work. They just pretend that dying is good.
Yep.
But dying. Let me be controversial here. Deathism could also be master morality. For instance, let's say you're on your deathbed. You're dying from cancer or whatever. There's no life extension technology that can save you. You have like 5 weeks left to live, maybe 5 hours left to live, and you're like, oh my God, just make the pain stop. I am all for that. All for that. You actually, there's nothing else for you, and you value death because you actually want it. You want the pain to stop.
Why are you for that, though? I mean, that to me seems like weak-minded. Right?
I'm not. I'd be
it's like they're giving up too early, right? Yeah, they're giving up way too early.
It depends on the person. I don't want to judge other people. For instance, there's I've known people in my family who had terminal illnesses and they just wanted to be put down. That's okay. It's they know there's no technology coming to save them. For me, it's different though. If I got cancer today,
they should.
If I got cancer today and the doctor said, you have like I don't know, 50% chance of living. Would you like me to put you out of your misery? I'd be like, fuck you, bring on the cancer. So some people are like me. Some people are not like me. Some people cope. Some people genuinely see value in death. Master morality is when you see value in something and you reject the social identity to create your new identity. Slave morality is when you are too lazy to create that new identity and you cope. I hope I'm being... I know my words can be very confusing, but I hope I'm being clear to the audience watching.
I think you're being pretty clear. I think that people who confronted with like a terminal illness, and ties perfectly into the subject of this video, is like I think that we need to use the power of our minds to like survive it. I think that if we want something bad enough, if we don't accept death as an option, and I think we can tell our bodies, we can communicate to our bodies, and I think there's like an intelligence in our bodies that if we communicate with it and say, we're not going to accept death as an option, I think magical, crazy things can happen. Like we can have X-Men powers that will help us survive, I think.
So getting back on topic, this idea of deconstructing pre-conscribed identities, deconstructing slave morality, deconstructing cope, and then creating your own master morality, making yourself an overman, an übermensch. This is what Nietzsche calls the will to power. And if he describes it not just as the power of the mind, but as like the power of the universe. The universe seeks towards this. It seeks towards organisms that do this. So it's kind of a different kind of evolution than Darwin's evolution. It's like evolution of not necessarily like self-replication, but self-expansion. So like life extension could be a form of this as well. For instance, and for instance, like here's where Nietzsche actually talks about deathism as being some kind of cowardice and cope. You ever heard of the eternal recurrence or eternal return?
That's where like they think your whole life will just repeat over and over and over and over and over again forever, right?
Yes. Do you know why Nietzsche proposed that?
No. Because
okay.
I guess he believes in what? I have no idea. That's weird. To me, I don't know how people can be. I mean, they might propose that as a hypothesis, but I definitely wouldn't act sure about that hypothesis. I don't.
So here's a Nietzsche says there's a difference between like pleasure and enjoyment. Do you know what the difference between pleasure and enjoyment is? This goes back to like what part of what we call the you wants enjoyment and what part wants pleasure. Let's return to that iceberg. You remember the iceberg? The id wants pleasure. The ego wants like fulfillment, existential fulfillment, enjoyment. Okay. So they want different things. And when you accept death, like you use death as to escape suffering. For Nietzsche, that's like cowardice. You're obeying the id rather than asserting your dominance as like an agent. And that's what the eternal return was for. And there was a movie made about it. It's called Groundhog Day. You ever seen Groundhog Day?
Yes, I love that movie.
So Groundhog Day is about Bill Murray. He plays this like miserable, pathetic example of a man who just he goes through life sleepwalking. He just does whatever is normal, does whatever is imposed on him, and then one day he wakes up and he just wants to be put out of his misery. But one day he wakes up and he sees that, oh shit, the same day is repeating over and over, and then he learns. At first he's annoyed by it, but then he's like, hey, I can do whatever I want. This is interesting. And then he tries to kill himself. So this is what Nietzsche says you don't try to do, because this is retreating from you're trading meaning for pleasure. Like have you ever heard Nietzsche's quote, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger"?
Yes.
What he's saying is that it's better to suffer and live than to like die and avoid suffering. It's better to like it's meaning is better than pleasure. You want to abandon hedonism for existentialism. He was an existentialist. He essentially created this like existentialist line of thought where he says there's like struggling forces within you, and you have to assert your pursuit of meaning.
It also sounds
like past this like cowardice of hedonism.
It also sounds like the idea of like hormesis, in a sense. Like if like things are attacking you and like you're being stressed out and all these like things are happening to your body that are like potentially bad, if you don't let them kill you, you actually grow from them. You can become a stronger person, right? You actually increase your chances.
What Nietzsche was developing, what he developed here was an anti-Buddhism. So the philosopher who inspired him, Schopenhauer, he was a Buddhist. He says he was a nihilist and a Buddhist. He said the universe has no inherent meaning. The only purpose to life is to avoid suffering. So it's the Buddhist camp. It says fuck meaning. We need to end suffering and create like peace. Nietzsche was the opposite. Yeah. He did the opposite of what Schopenhauer said. He said, actually, you should pursue meaning, fuck pleasure. And if you're suffering, still pursue meaning. Suffering is good for Nietzsche. It makes you stronger. So,
right. I like that.
Have you ever read Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl?
No.
Viktor Frankl was a Holocaust survivor, and he tells this in this book. He tells the story of how he was in a camp with other Jews, and they all had different ideas, like different philosophies of life. And he found that those who survived the concentration camps were those who cared about meaning more than pleasure, whereas those who died were people who wanted to die. They wanted to avoid suffering, and so I don't want to use like the phrase from Star Wars, they lost the will to live, but it's actually more that they didn't give a shit about surviving. They're just like, oh, what's the point? I'd rather like die than not be not be pleasured or like live in this horrible world.
Right.
So Viktor Frankl said like he says he who has a why can bear any how, and what that means is that if you have like a goal, an identity you want to construct for yourself, meaning you want to pursue, a goal you want to achieve, that is yours and not imposed by society, like pursue cars, pleasure, food, go to the club and drink and whatnot. If you just live for this, you're not going to make it through the concentration camps. He noticed that his comrades, the Jews who were dying, were those who were like, oh, if I can't have my luxuries, what's the point? I'll just let the Nazis kill me. And maybe sometimes they were forced on marches, and they would just give up and die. Right. It's like, I don't want to suffer. I just want to give up and die. But he noticed those who had like a purpose, like, no, I got to get home and I got to write that book, or I got to get home and I got to protect my family. I got to get home and I got to do X. Or for you, in your case, no, I got to make it through this concentration camp and live forever.
Yes.
These guys were like supermen, like literally Ubermensch. They no matter like how badly the Nazis mistreated them, no matter how much like work they had to do, they found a way to like get through it, and they mentally became stronger as a result. This is why, as a kid, like as a teenager, I sort of like began to doubt the existence of hell, because I was like, if I was in hell every single day, the punishment would just get so monotonous and so boring that it would make me stronger, and I would eventually learn to take pleasure in the punishment. Because if there's no, this returns to the real, like the reconciling of dualisms. You can't have pure happiness forever, because there's nothing to compare it to. It would just be monotonous boredom. You can't have pure suffering either, because there's no happiness to compare it to. So it would just be monotonous boredom. Like Kant said, when you sort of use the categories to clash them together, you allow the contradiction to happen. You get meaning. You get happiness and suffering. And for every high, there is a low, and that's how it should be. It's okay to suffer. If you're in one of the valleys, the peak is coming soon. It's never an endless valley. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel anything at all. So that's essentially what we're getting at, is the power of the mind to do extraordinary things. These people in the concentration camps did extraordinary feats of physical strength. They were able to withstand all kinds of torture, all kinds of like workload. And after years and years, they finally made it through by just not giving up. The people who wanted just pleasure realized they weren't getting it, and they gave up.
Right.
So now we get to the eternal return. So what does Nietzsche say in the eternal return? He says, imagine that you had to live this life over and over and over. And he's assuming, of course, that your life sucks. He's acting as if your life sucks. He's saying, like, your life sucks, but if the universe collapsed back in on itself and unfolded the way it would over and over and over, would you still be okay with living forever? Or would you kill yourself? He says if you take the coward's way out and just kill yourself, or just like let yourself die, then you're prioritizing like pleasure over meaning.
Wait, if the universe repeated itself and you died, then you would eventually come back to life again and then die again.
No, but he's not asking if you would actually die. He's asking if you would prefer to die. Another Nietzschean. Let me use a better example. So Albert Camus. Have you ever heard of Albert Camus?
So are you saying like Nietzsche basically was the ultimate eternal life fan? Because that's what it sounds like. Like, did he want to live forever? Like, was he an eternal life fan?
So Nietzsche, during his time, this was like the 1800s, people were dying of disease left and right. So he didn't believe in any kind of life extension technology. But some are saying, like some scholars are saying, Nietzsche actually believed in this Eastern philosophy that the universe would repeat over and over and eternally. Like it'll collapse back in on itself. This is what in physics we call this the big crunch. It'll collapse back in on itself and then unfold over and over. So you'd have the pain of living forever.
Why wasn't Nietzsche searching for the Fountain of Youth? Why wasn't he like those pirates going around searching for the Fountain of Youth?
So the reason he didn't was because he went insane. He had like he caught a disease. Like he was at when he was a young man, he went to a brothel to like fuck hookers. This was back when, by the way, he started out as a nihilist. He started out as a nihilist who loved Schopenhauer. And then eventually he rebelled against Schopenhauer and created the opposite philosophy. But he went to a brothel and he caught a disease. And this disease,
it was like a parasite. He's a loser. Why do we care so much about this loser? Let's drop him and let's develop our own philosophy that's so much better than his, because he's a loser.
Basically, this parasite went into his brain and made him mad. So I feel kind of bad for him, because it wasn't his fault that like he. But yeah, he started out as a nihilist, and then he sort of, while he was recovering from the nihilism, eventually the parasite like fucked up his brain, and then he went insane.
He went to a brothel, slept with a bunch of hookers, got STDs, and died. Basically.
Yeah. So this was back when he was a nihilist. So he started out as a nihilist. He said like the universe has no meaning, so just do whatever you want. So basically, he was just he lived for hedonism. He really liked Wagner. Like Wagner's music, like the Flight of the Valkyries. He was really into like music and just like fucking and shit. And then he got a disease, and then he changed his ways though, and he became sort of this life-affirming person that rather than a death-affirming person. But unfortunately, the parasite he contracted, or the disease he contracted, drove him insane. So people don't like if you ask if you study Nietzsche, the consensus isn't that he was just weird and he went insane. The consensus was that he had some kind of disease that drove him insane.
A disease that maybe had gotten by his own making, by getting some STD that went to his brain and made him go mad.
Yeah, it fucked him up. Yeah. He was also in his early life, he was also kind of an incel. So yeah, but eventually, I think there's things we can learn from him. Was he grew as a person. His philosophy is demonstrated by his life. He starts out as this kind of just a person drifting through life, and then he develops this. He calls it the camel, the lion, and the baby. So the 3 stages of life. He says you start out as the camel. The camel has the burdens of society on its back, being forced to do whatever society wants. You're society's bitch. This is what slave morality is you are made to be society's bitch. Then he says the lion. The lion is when the camel then becomes the lion and casts off the baggage and becomes a free being. So this is the nihilism. The lion is the nihilist. And then you grow out of nihilism and you become a baby. And what the baby symbolizes is rebirth. You create your new way of life, your new identity, and you overcome nihilism. You overcome the death of God. You overcome atheism, and you create something for yourself. That's basically what we're doing.
But
we're rejecting human nature and asserting our own.
It sounds like where he went wrong is in the final stage. There, he didn't create the right principles. He didn't create the idea of living forever in his own mind. Why didn't he try to pursue eternal life, even in his later years? Why didn't?
Because he basically what happened when Nietzsche became in his later years, this parasite he got at the brothel back when he was younger, it finally got to his brain and it just made him like a retard. He was basically like a drooling. There's this
maybe
near the end of his life.
He got Alzheimer's, which literally he probably got herpes, which now scientifically herpes leads to Alzheimer's. It's proven fact now.
I think so. So Nietzsche spent the last 20 years of his life. He never said a word. He didn't go mute. His brain was so rotten, he never said a word. He was just silent. He laid in bed, and his sister, who gathered all his books and published them, would have people come over to visit Nietzsche, and they'd be like, gaze upon this magnificent thinker. And there he is. He doesn't even know where the fuck he is. He's just sitting in bed drooling, and he doesn't say a word. And his last words were, "I understand you." So this is when he was going insane. He was running down the street, and he saw a guy beating a horse with a whip. And the horse was suffering, but the horse didn't give in to death. It was just enduring the suffering. So Nietzsche ran up, pushed the guy out of the way, and he hugged the horse and he said, "I understand you." And those were his last words.
Wow.
And then he passed out, woke up in a hospital, fucking lobotomized.
Holy moly, that's a freaking crazy ending to
his life. He's a very, very, very sad character. I feel really bad for him. Oh. He was kind of a dick as a younger person, but he wrote 11 books, and through the books you can see his progression as a person, his creativity as a person blooming. Uh-huh. But yeah, that's enough about Nietzsche. Basically, the reason I brought him up was because he was the first one to really say that there's no such thing as human nature. Human nature is what you make of it. And anyone who claims they have human nature is just trying to make you they know what human nature is just trying to make you their bitch.
So let's try to think of
if the Marxists say they know what human nature is, it's just because they want you to do class consciousness or whatever, join their revolution and elect them as dictator. If the Nazis say they know what human nature is, they're just trying to use you as their bitch to get what they want. Mm-hmm. For example, Hitler, when Hitler invaded Europe, there's this thing called the Dutch famine, where the Dutch, the people of the Netherlands, he basically took all their food and sent it back to Germany. And this is despite the Dutch people being on average taller, blonder, and more blue-eyed than the Germans, which goes to show Hitler didn't believe his own bullshit. He just did whatever benefits him. He just took whatever he wanted and spouted whatever swindles about human nature that would get people to do his bidding. And Nietzsche's philosophy was all about rejecting this and rejecting human nature and creating your own human nature.
Right.
But I think that's the power of the mind.
What could have saved him? It's he was missing something very important that could have guided him in the right direction.
I think I read that the disease he had.
He didn't.
I think I read that.
In
the
his
disease he had was probably curable.
in his philosophy, it sounds like he was missing, like when in his hedonistic days, he started just chasing hedonism. He was missing incentivization. It's all about the incentives, right? Like what he was missing the incentive to avoid hedonism. He was missing the incentive to just
Yeah.
pursue survival.
So here's why Nietzsche was
And
a
he was
nihilist.
missing the incentive to avoid going to the brothels. So if he had, for instance, was he an atheist in those days?
Oh yeah. So here's how he started
So
out. He read Schopenhauer.
his problem was he had no fear of the hypothetical God. See, when you have the fear of the hypothetical God, it keeps you moral. You're trying to, you're thinking, okay, maybe the hypothetical God's going to judge me.
Hold
Maybe
it wasn't necessarily his atheism that led him to the brothel. It was more his nihilism that led him to the brothel. It was he started out as like this kind of Schopenhauer. You have to know who Schopenhauer was to understand why Nietzsche didn't have like the proper like philosophy that you have. The reason he didn't was because Schopenhauer, he translated the Bhagavad Gita and like the Buddhist scriptures to German. He brought Buddhism he didn't bring Buddhism to Germany. He helped bring it to Germany. And he said like, look, all life is suffering and you should prefer. What's weird is Schopenhauer, he preached killing yourself, but didn't actually kill himself. He preached not having sex, but had sex at like brothels and shit. He preached not having kids, but I think he had a kid. So he preached all this like deathist shit, but he couldn't keep to it. And because essentially he was saying that like the will to the universe itself is suffering, and the way you stop suffering is to just like just sit there and like don't do jack shit, or just it's better to have never been born at all. And that's like the mindset Nietzsche was coming from. Was he was like nothing in the universe matters. It's like he was basically a Rick and Morty teenager as a young person. That's what Nietzsche was at first.
He was missing the God-fearing attitude. I'm telling you, that's why it's so important to push the God-fearing attitude. And what God? The hypothetical God. The harshest God you can imagine. That's another problem about Christianity. They invent a God that is so lenient, so forgiving, so nice, that essentially there's nothing to fear in that, right? They think this God is going to pat you on the back and forgive any sort of sin. Then there's nothing to fear, right? So why not create a philosophy that incentivizes the best moral behavior? So you create a God, you invent a God that is the most unforgiving, the most wrathful, the most scary type of God, because that will incentivize you to be hyper moral, because you think, I better be hyper moral, or else the God might judge you, the God might punish you, the God might prevent you from living forever. The God might kill you, strike you down with the thunderbolt. Any number of ways that God could kill you. So you invent a powerful, wrathful God that is something to truly fear. That's the problem with Christianity. It's this nice, hippie type of God that there's nothing to fear. That's the issue. That's the other problem.
I think he said something along the lines of that when he was criticizing Christianity. But before we move on, I'll add one final thing. I don't think Nietzsche was inherently opposed to the idea of discipline, like you just said, or like the idea of like sticking to what you're trying to do. I think what he was more opposed to about Christianity was when Christians say, this is human nature and this is what you must do. And if you don't do it, you're sinful. I think that's fundamentally what he was opposed to. And it's very weird that he gets called a Nazi because he was opposed to Nazism too. Like he was like a really big fan of Jews. Like he literally wrote that like the Jews, like because they suffered so much in Europe, like they kept getting kicked out of from country to country, and they managed to still like be successful in every country they went to. Nietzsche was like, basically the Jews are like the closest to the overman, and like the German, he criticized the Germans for being like too obedient and like collectivistic, like the herd.
Wow, so he was really pro-Jew.
He was literally the opposite of a Nazi. But you know what happens? His sister was married to a Nazi. So when the parasite like ate his brain and he was like drooling and sitting on that bed, Nietzsche's sister Elizabeth took all his notebooks and like edited them so that like he was saying shit about like the Ubermensch being like a racial thing, but that's not what he was talking about at all. He was saying like no, there's no human nature. You can make your own human nature. You just have to have like the right drive to do it.
Wow, that's fascinating. So he was actually like super pro.
He was an anarchist,
and
he was an anarchist, not a fascist.
And he thought Jews were like the super race.
No, he didn't. He said the Jews. He didn't say the Jews were a super race. He said they were the overman. The overman is that which creates its own morality, like their own way of life, and that's what the Jews did. Like the Judaism of Europe was very, very different from like the the traditional Judaism. Like they weren't the same people. They were just these they were like nomads. They had no roots, but wherever they went, they thrived because no matter how much suffering they went through, they pushed through the suffering. And I think Viktor Frankl was also a Nietzschean, and he explained that, like with the concentration camps. He admired them because no matter how much like the other countries beat them up and shit, and like they burned their villages and they like killed them and whatnot, because there's plenty of anti-Semitism before Hitler, tons of it. And what he admired was their ability to like, okay, yes, yeah, life is full of suffering, but I'm going to keep living anyway.
Yes.
And he liked that in the Jews. What he didn't like in the Germans was that, oh, everything's going to be fine. I'm just going to die and then I'll go to heaven. He really, that's one of the reasons he criticized Christianity, is because it's like it breeds complacency. Whereas the Jews, they went after what they actually wanted. That's why he liked Jews. It wasn't because of a racial thing. He wasn't like the Jews are racially superior and the German is inferior. He's like, no, the Germans have an inferior mindset. They need to change their mindset. Right. The Jews have like what's weird is a lot of transhumanists are Jews. I know. I think this is tied to like their
Did you ever see my video? Country to country. Did you ever see my video about Jews?
Yeah, I think you had like a Jewish question video where like you opposed it, which is good.
What do you mean
opposed
it? Opposed what?
The like Jewish question, like the alt-right saying like the Jews are behind everything, blah blah blah, and they want to kill everybody. And then you were like, well, no, there's tons of these in transhumanism, and they're doing nice things, bringing us like nice medicine and AI, and they're doing really well technologically. And I think that's what your video was about, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I was saying very similar to what it sounds like Nietzsche was saying. I was saying that
so Nietzsche wasn't a Nazi.
Like they're the ultimate survivors. They're the ones who want to live forever physically because they're not into this afterlife idea. It's unique to the Jews. The religion of Judaism is like most other religions are just preaching this afterlife. But
in Judaism, there's only
an afterlife, right?
Yeah. So in Judaism, there's only Sheol. When you die, there's only Sheol. It's like the land of the dead. You just go there like a hollow zombie. So you don't go to eternal bliss in the afterlife. You have to make something of yourself. So it's very, very different mindset from the Christians. And I think what you just said was a lot of what Nietzsche admired in the Jews. So he wasn't a Nazi. His sister was, and that's why his writings were. There were two Italian academics who rescued Nietzsche's work. Like they were able to find the forgeries. Like they were able to go to the documents and find out like where the real documents were stored and where the forgeries that Elizabeth wrote came from, and they were able to fix Nietzsche's work. So I'm glad those two people existed. But basically, he wasn't a fascist. He was an anarchist. He wasn't a Nazi. He wasn't an anti-Semite. If anything, he was a pro-Semite. And what's weird is Hitler is like Nietzsche praised German culture German culture and German Christianity when those were the things he really like fucking hated, because it postulated like a human nature that breeds complacency. So
that's a point where we agree upon. I think that that's like literally the biggest problem with Christianity is the complacency, because when you are so confident of the afterlife and you're so sure you're going to get eternal life in heaven, there's just less incentive. Like Brent says all the time, it's about incentives, right? He's always saying incentives, and that's so true. So when you create a whole religion that basically there's less incentive to cure aging and live forever physically, that's a big problem, because everything is all taken care of and they don't care about living forever. That's the biggest issue. If you could just remove that from Christianity, we'd be much better off, I think, with the Christianity, right?
Yeah. So, for those watching, now you know the true story of Nietzsche and like why literally fucking everybody gets him wrong. Like the edgy teenagers say like he's a nihilist and he just wanted to like life has no meaning, like just eat shit and screw, when like that's what he evolved out of. Like he left that behind and said don't do that. And then meanwhile Nazis misinterpret him as like this like savior of the white race, which he definitely wasn't. He didn't even he would have asked like what the fuck is a white race? There was no such thing back in his time. And then people also call him an anti-Semite, which is weird because like his best friend Wagner was an anti-Semite, and because of his anti-Semitism, he said like "fuck you, we're not friends anymore" because you're an idiot. So everybody gets him wrong. Yeah. But I think the people who get him the most right are transhumanists and postmodernists. They have the best readings of Nietzsche, I'd say. Actually, Max Moore and Natasha Vita-Moore, like when they created like the foundations for transhumanism, they were using Nietzsche as inspiration. Like basically, it's about changing human nature.
Do you think Nietzsche Friedrich Nietzsche would be into cryonics
Um,
if he was alive today?
yeah, it's really hard to tell because he lived like 150 years ago, something like that, a long time ago, and he didn't think there was like any kind of technology that would like rescue people. But he said, if I could live forever, I would, even if it would be eternal suffering. So his like thought experiment of the eternal recurrence was basically him saying, even if you were given eternal life, you should take the eternal life, even if it's just suffering, because at least like you're alive. You should just be okay with existence and meaning. You don't need to be pleasured. I think that's fundamentally a life-affirming philosophy, and he would agree with at least some transhumanist ideas. I don't think he'd agree with all of them.
I would say this. I say the idea of seeking pleasure and hedonism does have an extreme value because it makes if you can put it off, though, it's all about patience. It's like the idea of you can use it as like the carrot to pursue, to make you want to live forever even more. Because if you put that in the future, like, gosh, I can get through this suffering because I just know if I just live long enough, eventually I'll get all this fun crap that I want to have eventually, right? So you can use it as the dangling carrot to just give you that extra motivation to sail through this horrible suffering in your life and horrible things. Because that's what I do. Like, whenever I'm going through suffering and like, no, I just go, no, this is just temporary. Eventually it'll be over, and I'll just have the fun, and I'll have my super awesome future. So it's like, I think it's a positive thing to use as motivation, basically.
Foolish. I think you just summed up what he was trying to say with the eternal recurrence. He's not saying like, okay, again with the cope, the slave morality, right? He's not saying pursuing happiness is inherently a bad thing. He's like, are you doing it to escape, or are you doing it as like you said with the carrot to get you through the suffering? He just wants you to construct a goal that'll get you through the hard times. He doesn't say like use it as a way to be lazy. For example, like the heroin addict. The heroin addict uses pleasure as an escape, whereas what you just described would be rather than a slave morality, that's a master morality, because you're asserting your own will to power.
Right, and it gives you more incentive. Right, so it's like you just think about how good the future can be, how much fun you can have, how much pleasure you can have all your goals fulfilled, and be ultimately fulfilled in the future. It gives you extreme incentive to just survive through anything, because you just want to get that goal, that carrot at the end of the stick. So I think we need to tap into how to incentivize morality through the hypothetical God, constructing that very fearful, wrathful God. That would give you perfect incentive for morality. And then the incentive for eternal life, you have this future possibility, this unlimitless pleasure and fun you could have in the future. That incentivizes eternal life more than anything else. Like, that's why I want to live forever. So it's like, I think it'd just be incredibly fun. Like, if I thought life is just, eternal life would be this bland, boring, pathetic existence, it'd be harder to care so much about it, right? We want to construct a vision of eternal life that makes us want to care about it.
Exactly. This is what I like about, even though I hate the idea of heaven, this is the one part of the idea of heaven I like. So deep down, both you and I know that eternal happiness would be fucking boring. Like to have nothing to compare your happiness to would just be monotonous, like just fucking pure static. If there's no sadness to compare the happiness to, it would suck. But it sounds good to us, so I use it as a way to get through suffering. I use it as like the carrot and the stick. You use it as something you're working towards that'll get you through the suffering, rather than just like you're able to delay gratification. I think that's a very admirable human trait. So essentially, I think we've covered this one aspect of the human mind, which is we were talking about the divine power of the human mind, and I think what Nietzsche was trying to say is that the divine power of the human mind is the will to power. The Willem zur Macht is self-overcoming. It's the power to destroy human nature and create your own human nature. That's the power of the human mind. That's one power. Let's talk about some others. Earlier, you were mentioning how we don't choose our beliefs, but do the beliefs we have create reality? So let's talk about another potential power of the mind. Do you think that reality is in a way constructed by our perceptions?
Yeah, this is a very important thing, do our beliefs. So, like, I think that I tend to think we can't choose our beliefs directly, but we can do things that might change our beliefs. So, for instance, someone who doesn't believe in God, I don't think they can choose all of a sudden, they can just flip the switch to believe in God, right? When I was an atheist, I couldn't just flip the switch and make myself believe. That's why I say we don't choose our beliefs. But people can choose their actions, and then those actions may or may not change their beliefs. So we can do things that, like if someone wanted to change their beliefs, they can go through the motions. Like maybe they can
put themselves in situations where they would be more probabilistic to have another kind of belief.
They could try to read a book about why this person is trying to convince them that there's a God. They can go to a sermon or like hear something and like they go, maybe if I go to the sermon, but there's no guarantee that their belief will change, right? So that's why I say beliefs aren't a choice. Just like I use the example of like the sun, right? We're forced to believe the sun is going to rise tomorrow. Most people believe the sun is going to rise tomorrow, and they can't just choose to believe the sun won't rise tomorrow. We're all convinced of it being true. So that's the way I think beliefs are, really in every situation. I think all beliefs are that way, where we can't just directly just flip the switch about beliefs. Like, is there any belief right now that you have, Alex, that you could just like change instantaneously right now? Any belief at all?
Wow, that's an awesome take. What you just gave. No, I don't think we choose our beliefs, but there are some people who believe we do, and it's very crazy. Like they're kind of they have very good arguments for it, and it's I think we should explore some of those arguments. So this idea of whether or not you choose your beliefs, this is called like the question of doxastic voluntarism. Is like, do you choose what's in your mind? Do you have free will? And there are three views of free will. I think. Do you think you can name them?
Probably not.
So what you just said about probabilism, there's probabilism where we use our free will to increase the probability that our life would turn out some way. That's probabilism. So it's like free will. Then we have determinism. Determinism says, no matter what the fuck I do, my life will turn out the same. I think I'm in control, but I'm not really in control. It's the neurons in my brain, the little chemicals firing that are making me do stuff, including having thoughts that I think I have free will. It's the universe is so predetermined, I'm predetermined to think I have free will. That's determinism.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a third view, and it's a view I really, really like. It's called compatibilism, and it combines probabilism and determinism into one. So like we said earlier, the power of the human mind to synthesize, get us towards the real, towards the noumenon, towards the like the oneness of the universe. This is idea space. This is where we combine ideas together, and we find that there's some good parts of free will and some good parts of determinism. So here's what I like about free will, is free will gives you responsibility. While determinism might be true, it's impossible to have a society where everybody acts as if determinism is true. For instance, oh, dude, I didn't mean to kill that guy. The chemicals in my brain made me kill that guy. Don't take me to prison. I promise I won't do it again. Oops, I was predetermined by the universe to do it again. So you can see how impractical it would be to have a society based on determinism. What about a society based on probabilism?
But
this is
but remember, we have to distinguish between determinism when it comes to belief systems versus determinism when it comes to actions. Because I do think we can choose our actions. Anyone can choose to pick up a book and read it, but reading the book may or may not affect the person's belief. And I don't think we have choice. Like when we do read a book, we don't choose whether or not our beliefs are changed by the book.
So here's where compatibilism comes in. Mm-hmm. So determinism says we don't choose our beliefs and we don't choose our actions. Probabilism says we do choose our beliefs and we do choose our actions. Compatibilism, that third idea I mentioned, says we don't choose our actions. Our actions are predetermined, but we don't choose our beliefs, but our beliefs are predetermined, but our actions we do choose.
Okay, that's what I am. That's what I am. I'm the third.
Yeah. So here's what compatibilism. Let me create holy shit, I just had an interesting idea. Let me create like kind of a theory of consciousness for our audience. I think this would be interesting. So I think which of these three are the comments open? Everybody listening, comment on which of these three ideas you think is the best. Do you think it's probabilism, determinism, or compatibilism? Because I think the way in which we interpret like quantum mechanics and space and time might have something to do with it. So
If we could actually choose our beliefs, though, I think it would be that. I think this is one way you might get closer to being able to change your beliefs, if that was a choice. I'm not saying it is a choice. I don't think we can choose what we believe.
Yes. I see what you're saying. We take actions to put ourselves in situations where our beliefs will change, and it's a question of intentionality.
Right. Here's what I think, though. But like for instance, I think if you wanted to believe something badly enough, you could pretend you believe it, and then you act like you believe it. Essentially, like you method act your way into believing something. So like imagine like literally
fake it till you make it.
Yeah, exactly. You literally like pretend to believe something, and you pretend so hard to believe it. You pretend so hard, like you're acting, like your whole life is an act in order to believe it. That if you did that hard enough, it's possible that method acting, you could literally method act yourself, almost delude yourself into eventually believing it. Like you act it out so much, it's literally fake it till you make it. I think that could be possible. I'm entertaining that as a possibility. I won't go so far as to say that's an actual thing that you can literally choose to believe something, because even if you were to method act your way into potentially believing in something, it could be that for some beliefs, for some people, no matter how much they fake it, that they will never genuinely believe something, even no matter how much they fake it. Right? For instance, I could fake it every day and say, "You guys, I believe that the moon is made out of cheese." And I could say this every day. I could just repeat. I could just this could be my mantra. I could say, "Hey guys, the moon is literally made out of cheese. Like, don't you guys know that? Like, it's obvious." And I can come up with this whole thing and just literally say that every day and pretend. But it could be that no matter how much I fake that belief, it could be that I would never genuinely believe that the moon is made out of cheese, right? For instance, and so for some people, the belief that the moon is made out of cheese, it could be comparable in their mind to even believing in a god. They might think the idea is so preposterous that it's comparable to believing that the moon is made out of cheese. For some reason, in their own psyche, they think God is that absurd and that preposterous. So it could be that even if they were to fake... Right?
Can we create technology to change our beliefs? Can we use our actions to create technologies that would make certain beliefs more likely? For instance, technology that induces enlightenment.
Oh, yeah, or suggestibility. We could put ourselves in with drugs and everything.
Drugs.
We could put ourselves
in... Nootropics is compatibilism. So, yeah, essentially what I'm saying is you have this view of free will, probabilism, where I don't choose or I do choose my actions and I do choose my beliefs. So everything is my fault, which is kind of fucked up, because when you have let's say you have like a poor African child and he steals food from the supermarket, the penalty is death. Let's chop your fucking hand, or let's chop what they do in the Middle East is like, let's chop your fucking hand off. I was like, wait. This kid had circumstances. He was born into like poor circumstances, and they affected what beliefs he was likely to have. That's why I don't like free will and I don't like probabilism. Now, determinism, I don't like that either, because it's this society where, I can do whatever I want, like I don't have control of my beliefs or my actions, so I can rape, kill, murder, steal, and I'll just blame it on biology. And that's a stupid society too. Yeah. But then you have this middle ground, compatibilism, where I can take actions to put myself in situations where I'm more likely to have certain beliefs. I think that's interesting. It has intentionality, but not doxastic voluntarism. You have the intentionality to change, but despite not having compatible beliefs in despite not having the ideal beliefs in your head. So what I think is behind this is Everett's many worlds. Here's what I think. Here's where I want to distinguish between free will and free choice. Free will is there is one world, and my consciousness creates reality. I don't believe that. I think that's a very like New Age kind of thinking. What I do believe,
law of attraction stuff, right?
Yeah. What I do believe is that every universe simultaneously exists, like they are real places, and you can choose which one you want to experience. So you have a choice, and you won't have your beliefs are predetermined by which of these universes you choose. But with the intentionality, you can get the proper beliefs you idealize. So let's distinguish between intentionality and beliefs. Because I think this goes back to like quantum mechanics. So I wrote this little thing here. Go to your Facebook. This is from my notepad. Okay, I'm going to screenshot that. Screenshot my notepad. A lot of scary words here, but I'm going to explain what they mean. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Here we go. All right, so can you make this full screen? Enlarge it? This image that I'm sending you.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of scary words, but I'll explain what they mean. This is how I think reality works. So let's enlarge
Okay.
that. Let's open up my notebook.
All
Again,
right.
this isn't like a perfect theory. I just like came up with this a few minutes ago. So let's see how this works.
Okay.
So essentially, you have ontology. That's what your beliefs, your ontology is like the philosophy of existence. Then we have free will. Your free will is derived from your ontology. And then you have metaphysics, and then your metaphysics inspires which interpretation of quantum mechanics you choose, which physics you choose, and that gives us a different idea of intentionality, which impacts what kind of consciousness we have, which impacts what kind of society we have, what kind of metaethics and ethics we will have in our society. So let's start with the first category, ontology. This is about space and time. You see 3 words there? They're very scary words, but I'll explain what they mean.
Eternalism, presentism, and modalism.
Modalism. It's also called modal realism, but here's what it means. Eternalism means that the future is already predetermined. It's a place that already exists. So is the past. And using the past, we can maybe predict where the future will be. So, for instance, let's say what it's saying is that there's one world, one linear time, and time travel is possible. You can go to the future and experience it. There is a future where Rowan is, like, let's say, what's something where do you see yourself in 10 years? Maybe you're like the CEO of a company. Let's say you're a CEO of the company. Eternalism says it's possible to build a time machine and go visit Rowan as the CEO of that company. It also says you can go to the past and visit the Roman Empire. Like, it's not saying whether it's technologically possible to have a time machine. It's just saying the past and present, the past and future are places that exist. And because these are real places that exist, the universe is predetermined. We can infer the future from the past. That's what eternalism is. Now, presentism says there's no such thing as the past and there's no such thing as the future. So the past, what you think of as 5 minutes ago, does not exist anymore. It's gone, void, oblivion, absolutely vanished. You can't go back to it. There's no such. It denies the existence of time machines. It denies the existence of a 4th dimension. Presentism only has 3 dimensions, and these 3 dimensions exist 1 second at a time. Every Planck second, there is a universe dying. That's what presentism means.
I think that's what I am. What are you? Do you believe you can ever go back in time? That's an interesting thing.
I'll get to that eventually.
Okay.
But presentism, it means gone. There's no future. There's no past. But what this says is that there's no such thing as causality. No causality. There's no. I tapped this and this moved because I did this. It's just a coincidence. And my brain is tricking me into thinking that this pen is influencing this. It's all. There's no prior to the pen hitting this. There's no future where this pen knocks the thing out of my hand. Nothing like that. It's all an illusion. So, and this is where we get probabilism. It's all about probability. What is likely to happen? Is this likely to happen? It's basically the free will. Like the future is something we create by perceiving reality. So we perceive reality and we create the future, and then the past dies. And then we have modalism, modal realism. So modal realism says there are possible worlds. Not only is there one universe, but there are other possible worlds, and that with different kinds of probability. And those worlds are real places that exist independently from our world. And you can choose which world you would like to be in. That's modal realism. There are also impossible worlds, and it's saying those don't exist, but there are possible worlds. For example, it's impossible to have a world where 1 + 1 = 3. That's an impossible world. But there are possible worlds where, for example, unicorns exist. There are possible worlds where the Nazis won the war and the Allies lost.
Dude, that sounds so similar to the Mandela effect, right?
Yeah, it's basically that. It's that. So
I actually think I believe that. That's pretty crazy, but that's freaking crazy. Oh my gosh. Most people are going to think that's insane. You know that, right? If we ever think that's insane to most people. But I think that's what I believe. I think there's Mandela effect is real in some sense.
To sum it all up, presentism is a 3D ontology. Eternalism is a 4-dimensional ontology. And modal realism is a 5-dimensional ontology. So not only is there a predetermined universe, not only is the universe predetermined and there's a past and a future, but you can choose from many different worlds which past and present you would like to visit.
Okay, how do you think you choose? To switch Mandela effects into different realities, how do you choose?
Here's how you choose. By collapsing the quantum wave function. And we'll get to that. So that's ontology. So how does this influence free will? So it's very, very important whether you believe time exists or not in order to formulate an idea of free will. So if you believe that there's the past causes the present and the present causes the future, you are by definition a determinist. So that's your view on free will. If you believe that there is only probability, there is only ever one moment, and and the universe is completely random. There's no future because the future is completely random. Maybe the sun will not rise tomorrow. That's probabilism. And if you are a three-dimensional presentist, you derive probabilism from that. Whereas eternalism is four-dimensional. It says there's a line of 3 dimensions, and you can go visit the past, present, and future. Modalism is 5-dimensional. So not only is there one timeline, there's a branching timeline. You can go to many different timelines, and there are infinitely many timelines. And this is like the Mandela effect. This is the many worlds. This is the multiverse. These are the possible worlds. And I think this is where compatibilism comes in, where you can have predetermined universes. It's okay to have predetermined universes, but there's not just one universe. There's possible worlds. And the way we go to a new Mandela effect is we collapse a quantum wave function. So you've heard of Schrodinger's cat, right? So Schrodinger's cat is in a superposition where it's both dead and alive, depending on where the particle of radiation hits. If the particle of radiation knocks over the poison, then the cat will die. If the particle of radiation misses the poison, the cat will live. But if you look at this particle, the particle is not a material thing. It's in a superposition. This is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. The more we know about the position of the particle, the less we know about its momentum. So he's saying both Mandela effects exist. The Mandela effect where the cat is alive and the Mandela effect where the cat is dead. And through our actions, we choose which world we are. We can't choose our beliefs, but through opening the box and checking the cat, we can choose which Mandela effect we go to. This is the difference between free choice and free will. Free will just creates the universe with your consciousness, but free choice chooses a universe.
Oh, yeah. So, that's what I think. Free choice. We choose the universe by our actions. Right? That's what you think too, right?
Yeah. I am a compatibilist as well. So let's get to this idea of how it informs, like, reality. Because, like, we're talking about the divine power of the mind, right? Your mind doesn't only have the power, like the will to power, like we talked about with Nietzsche and Lacan and Freud. The human mind has the power to influence reality. And this is where we're going to get to the metaphysics. So if you're a determinist, you don't have to be a materialist. Here's what materialist means. Materialist doesn't mean consumerism. It doesn't mean going to the store and buying clothes. That's consumerism. Materialism means that there is no such thing as information in the universe. There's no such thing as math. Like you can't go find the number 2. There's no number 2. There's just physical things. Physical, these car keys are physical. This cup is physical. I'm physical. There's no such thing as idea space. Ideas are imaginary. If I think of a unicorn, if I think of a world where the Nazis won, if I think of a world where the Russians won the Cold War, these things don't exist. There is only physical, material things. That's materialism. Idealism, so you know about the simulation hypothesis, right? So this is called solipsism. Solipsism is when you're like, oh, everything I see is just a simulation, which is stupid because why are you arguing with the simulation? But there's a non-dumb version of the simulation hypothesis, and it's called idealism. So idealism says, yes, there's a simulated universe of information, and I share it with other human beings. So now I do have an excuse to talk about it. But what idealism says is, this is the New Age belief, like Deepak Chopra. Deepak Chopra says, when you perceive something, you create it. Like, for instance, when we go to Schrodinger's cat, when we open the box, perceiving the box, perceiving the box when we open it either creates the dead cat or creates the living cat. So your consciousness, like all the entire universe is just information, and there's no such thing as matter. So it's the opposite of materialism. There's no such thing as atoms. If you zoom in deep enough into an atom, all you find are even smaller particles. And then you zoom into the smaller particles. They're called quarks. You find nothing but empty space and energy waves. There's no such thing. You might hear like New Age hippies be like, man, the universe is all vibrations, man. It's all like waves and vibrations. That's idealism. It says it's Max Tegmark. He's a physicist. He wrote a book called The Mathematical Universe, where he advocates idealism. He's like, the universe is just math. All material things are an illusion. So then we get to the third view, the neutralism or neutral monism. And this is what I believe. I think that material and information are interchangeable. And there was a mathematician by the name of Claude Shannon who proved that there was you could change like physical entropy into information and back again. And the experiment was called Maxwell's Demon. Maxwell's Demon is a thought experiment you can look it up on Wikipedia, that sort of explains Shannon's response to it, is that how perceiving the particle, when you let it through, creates information entropy. And if you create ordered information, it creates entropy in the physical universe. So if you create entropy in the material world, you get extropy in the ideal world. If you create entropy in the ideal world, you get extropy in the material world. It's back and forth. It's like you know how we used to think matter and energy were different things. Now we realize they're the same thing. We used to think that space and time were different things. Now we realize they're the same thing, thanks to Einstein. Shannon's saying we used to think materialism and were different. We used to think information and physical things were different, but they're actually the same. They're interchangeable with each other, and it's just the way we perceive them. So the implications of this is that if I can imagine a world where something happened, that is a real world. It's just not material. It's interchangeable with the ideal. And to do that, you have to go back to the Mandela effect, the many worlds perceiving wave function collapses and whatnot. So there's a philosopher by the name of Benedict Spinoza. So I don't know if you've heard me mention Spinoza before, but Spinoza is like super based. He's like probably like the most correct philosopher who has ever lived. Like he had the least wrong ideas, I'd say,
really?
out of everybody. Yeah.
Did he want to live forever? Did he try?
Let me think. He was he was also Jewish, by the way. I don't know if he wanted to live forever because the book he wrote.
Be the most correct if he didn't even have the most important philosophy.
His book wasn't about morality or like it's called The Ethics, but it's not about ethics. His book was about reality, like the nature of reality. Like is reality material or information? And he said it's actually kind of both. You have one reality where the information reality can be interchangeable with the material reality and back and forth. Like when you have an idea, a business idea, like an entrepreneur.
I really question the intelligence of all these philosophers who didn't even try that hard to live forever.
Well, I don't know if he did.
Seriously.
I don't know if he I don't know if he believed in eternal life or not because I haven't researched him enough. I only know this one idea of his.
We should be researching these people. If we're going to research philosophers back in the day, in the old times, we should be like researching like pirates who are searching for the Fountain of Youth and Ponce de Leon or whatever that guy is.
Here's a take. Here's a hot take. I think the further and further you go back in time, the fewer and fewer like immortalist philosophers you will find because the worse and worse the technology gets. I think like seeing the technology, seeing that it's possible, helps create.
It's not just all about
the
technology.
idea in your mind.
There's nature itself. You could always hypothesize that the Fountain of Youth and the Elixir of Life is just hidden away in nature somewhere, like a fountain you have to find, or an elixir you have to create, or something like an alchemist. The alchemist would be the smartest people back then.
Yeah. So here's an interesting example. You have thought of the belief of eternal life, and that influenced your material reality, and then in the material world you take actions to live forever, and this influences further ideas. So there's like an interplay between what you think and what you do. So this goes back to like the compatibilism, right? We're talking about beliefs and actions. Can you transform your actions into beliefs? Can you put yourself into situations where your beliefs, even though you didn't choose them, will change? So that's interesting. I think I like this interplay between information and materialism. I'll have to look into Spinoza more to see if he believed what you said, what you just mentioned. I'm not sure if he did.
About trying to
live
forever?
I'll look into it. Yeah, so next, let's get to intentionality. And for this, we can... let's look up a video. This can explain it way better than I can. I'm going to put it in the link. Okay, Facebook. Let's watch this. So now we're going to get to the interesting part. This is the most interesting part. Is do you choose your beliefs? Do you choose your actions? This thought experiment will tell us if we do.
Okay.
It's about like a 4-minute video. Won't take that long.
Okay.
In front of you, there are 2 boxes.
Let me get it here. Okay. Here it is. Want me to share my screen with you so you can see it?
No, just put it on
Okay.
on YouTube.
Okay, here we go.
In front of you, there are
Playing
2
it right now.
boxes. Box 1 is transparent
such a
and
mindfuck
contains
video.
£1,000.
You'll love
Box 2 is opaque and contains either £1 million or nothing. You are given the following choice. Either you can take what is in both boxes, or you can take only what is in the second box. However, Before you are presented with this choice, a supercomputer which has the power to predict your choices with an unerring accuracy adds the following catch. If the computer predicts that you will open both boxes, then it will put nothing in box 2. If it predicts that you will choose to open only the second box, then it puts £1 million in the box. The supercomputer has carried out this test hundreds of times and has never made a wrong prediction. So the sequence of events are as follows. The supercomputer makes its prediction, and based on this prediction it either puts the £1 million into box 2 or leaves it empty. You then make your choice. What do you choose? Created by William Newcomb and first published by Robert Nozick in 1969, the problem has been dividing people for the last 50 years. You might be thinking that the answer is obvious, and that there's no actual problem here. However, in a recent poll of over 31,000 people, 53.5% chose to open box 2, and 46.5% chose to open both boxes. So why are people so divided on this question? Let's find out. At the heart of Newcomb's paradox is a conflict between two principles of decision theory, the expected utility principle and the dominance principle. But before we look at these, let's look at the standard arguments for being a one-boxer or a two-boxer. If I decide to take what is in both boxes, then the supercomputer will have almost certainly predicted this and will have left the second box empty, leaving me with only £1,000. But if I decide to just take what's in the second box, then the supercomputer will have predicted this and put the £1 million inside, leaving me much richer. I should therefore choose to take only what is in the second box. But, a two-boxer will say, when you make your decision, standing in front of the boxes, the supercomputer has already made its prediction and has therefore already placed the £1 million inside box 2 or has left it empty. Therefore, taking both boxes can only maximise your reward, as you would either get £1 million plus 1,000 or 0 plus 1,000. Whatever the supercomputer has predicted, you will end up with £1,000 more by choosing both boxes. The options and outcomes of the problem can be shown in a payoff matrix. Here we can clearly see that taking both boxes will leave you with more money, whichever prediction the supercomputer has made. In decision theory, this follows the dominance principle, which states that if one strategy is always better, no matter the circumstances, then it is rational to choose that strategy. However, this contradicts the expected utility principle, which states that the rational choice is the one which has the maximal expected utility, or value, to you. We can work out the expected utility of each action by multiplying each of its mutually exclusive outcomes by the probability of the outcome, given the action. Let's say, being conservative, that the supercomputer can predict the future with a 90% accuracy. We can then work out the expected utility of both actions, like so. We can see, therefore, that using the expected utility principle, the rational choice is to choose to open only the second box. So we have two rational but contradictory answers. Still not sure if you're a one-boxer or a two-boxer? Well, consider the following. Suppose your friend is taking the experiment and chooses to open just the second box. But before the box is opened, you are asked to place a bet on whether there will be £1 million inside. Given the success of the supercomputer in correctly predicting the outcome in hundreds of previous tests, you would surely bet that inside the box was £1 million. Likewise, if your friend chose to open both boxes, wouldn't you bet that box 2 is empty? Now suppose that the back of box 2 is transparent, and from where you stand you can see what's inside both boxes. Your friend taking the experiment can still only see inside box 1 and the £1,000. Assuming you want the best for your friend, you would want him to open both boxes, regardless of what's in box 2. If the £1 million is in the box, it's not suddenly going to disappear if he chooses to open both. It seems that the logical thing to do would be to open both boxes, but is that how you would actually act if given the opportunity? Click on the poll in the top right hand corner to make your choice, and let me know how you voted and why down in the comments. Hey, thanks for watching. Have you ever heard about the dancing plague of
Alright, how would you vote?
Okay, so let me. I a lot of people are, before we talk about how we'd vote, a lot of people are probably completely overwhelmed. Like, holy shit, what the fuck did I just watch? And what does this have to do? What does this have to do with choosing your beliefs? Replace the money. Here's a thought. Replace the money with the belief of living forever. Does your belief that you will live forever actually make it more likely for you to live forever? That's why this thought experiment is so fucking important.
Oh, yes.
Because we need to know if like our will to live forever actually makes us more likely, or will it just happen if whether or not we want to?
Oh,
and this goes back to So let's recap what we saw in the experiment. Is everyone with me in the comments? Okay. So we have a thought experiment, right? We have a super intelligence, and this super intelligence gives you two choices. You can take the box with $1,000, or you can get the mystery box, which might have $1 million. So you can either take the mystery box, and he will put $1 million in it, or you can be like, you've already made your decision anyway, so I'll just take both boxes, and maybe there's $1 million in it, or maybe not. But either way, I have an extra $1,000. You know what he just said here? He said, there's two ways of looking at reality. You can be like, did the AI make the decision before I chose, or did it make the decision after I chose? That's what determines whether, or that's what will sort of, this is what will show us if you're a determinist or a compatibilist. So let me ask you the question. Would you take the one box, or would you take both boxes?
Honestly, my brain is still like overwhelmed by the whole thing. I need
okay,
to
I'll help you.
I like when you brought it about living forever, because you brought it back to philosophical terms that I can understand. I'm not good with all these like hypothetical stuff. Hey, Brent's here.
Hey, what's up?
Hey guys.
We'll finish up quickly, and then we'll start answering questions with Brent. Okay, so we're running low on time, so I'll explain this as fast as I can. So let's say if I believe that the AI has already made its decision, like it's already put the money in, I'm a determinist. I think that I will already live forever no matter what I do. So imagine that there's eternal life inside the box. Either the AI put the eternal life in the box, and then I choose, or I choose, and then based on my choice, the AI will put the money in the box. So the real question is not whether you're a determinist or a probabilist, because the probabilist says, I'll take box one, or sorry, I'll take the mystery box, and the determinist says, I'll take both boxes. But
hey, Brent,
it's all based on
your camera, by the way. Your camera's not showing up.
I see his camera.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's just very grainy. The video is very grainy.
I don't see his camera.
Huh. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but my camera should be on. I mean, I can see myself.
See him. I can see him too.
Weird. It's not showing up.
Let me check the stream.
Yeah, it's my Logitech Brio, so it's a 4K webcam, and I got my good lighting. It looks good to me.
Oh, okay. On the stream, I just see his picture.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So there's an incompatibility between Skype and the video. But anyway, we'll fix it in a second. Let me just finish what I was saying. So it's not whether you're a probabilist or a determinist. It's whether the AI makes the decision before you choose or after you choose. If you make your decision to take either one box or both boxes first, then you are creating reality with your perception. That's probabilism. That's free will. If you say, if the AI makes this decision and you're like, okay, you're done with the boxes, okay, now I'll make my decision. That's a determinist. You're not creating reality. Reality is predetermined for you. But what if, like the video said, there's multiple possibilities. What if both of them are true? And you just have to choose which universe you'd like to be in. Would you like to choose the universe where your actions do affect how you live your life, or would you like to choose the reality where I'm already alive? Brent, we were talking earlier about Aubrey de Grey and how he's an alcoholic and how he doesn't exercise. Aubrey de Grey is a 2-boxer. Rowan is a 1-boxer. Aubrey de Grey says, look, either humanity will determine the cure to aging within our lifetime, or we will not. But either way, I'm gonna take both boxes and have some fun. I'm gonna be a hedonist. I'm gonna drink a little, sit around a little, browse the computer. I'm not gonna exercise. Fuck it. I'm gonna be happy. And if we live forever, then we live forever. If we don't live forever, we don't live forever. But either way, I'm gonna get a little extra out of the deal. Rowan interesting thing about Rowan is he takes a different approach. He says, no. The way I live my life will determine reality. Perhaps me living my life in such a way that makes immortality more probable. You're rejecting determinism in that sense. You're saying, no, it's actually my actions in reality determine the reality. It's not predetermined for me. So in that case, you'll take the one box.
Right.
But I think there's a third option. I think again, you have this compatibilist option where it's up to you to choose which universe you would like to be in. There's not just one universe. There's multiple universes. There's Everett's many worlds. There's whenever a wave function collapses, both possibilities happen. You just can't see the other possibility happening. It exists only in your mind, but it is nonetheless a real place. The fact that you thought of it is real, and that's the reality of the alternate reality. So if you're talking about this like Mandela effect, that's what I want to tie it back into, is that you are free, so choose, as Sartre famously said. He says Jean-Paul Sartre, he says when you sort of outsource your conditions to just the way you were born, like, oh, I'm just like this, it's just human nature, you are what he calls behaving in bad faith. Bad faith is when you say, oh, I'm not going to exercise because it's not in my nature to exercise, or I'm not going to exercise because life extension will either happen or it will not happen. That's what Sartre calls bad faith. Right. And that's what I was getting at with this experiment. And I wanted to tie it back into that Aubrey conversation. And I wanted to ask you guys, is Aubrey doing the right thing by not exercising and being an alcoholic? Is he perhaps coping with the fact that like oh, I'm just going to drink anyway and I don't have a choice, or life extension will either happen or it will not, and I might as well have fun along the way? That is the fundamental question I want to get to on this stream. This stream is about the untapped potential of the human mind. Does the human mind, does thinking about life extension have the potential to make life extension happen? This is called hyperstition. And it's a very new idea. It comes from Nick Land, but it's basically meme magic. Hyperstition is the fancy philosophy word. Meme magic is the term we use on the internet. Can you meme a president into existence? Can you meme Yang Gang into existence? Can you meme eternal life into existence? And what all this has been leading up to is the potential of the human mind to hyperstition a reality, to hyperstition a possible universe, to choose which Mandela effect you want to be in. That's all I have to say about that. What's going on, Brent?
Hey, Brent, you might want to leave and then come back in because I still can't see your video.
Yeah, maybe it's just like an error, like just.
Yeah, it probably is, because I can see myself here on Skype.
I can see you too. I think you just need to log in again for it to register on the OBS.
Because on mine, I just see a thumbnail of you.
And that's all I have to say about that. Yeah, let me log off and I will log right back on. And so, Rowan, why don't you go ahead while I come back?
Okay.
All right. So while we're waiting for Brent, hey, Rowan.
So I would say, like Aubrey de Grey, it's possible that maybe he does think that drinking and, I wouldn't say he doesn't exercise. He does ride a bike a lot. He's pretty active.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I would say maybe he does think that drinking actually is good for his longevity in some sense. Maybe not consciously, but subconsciously. Maybe his subconscious is like trying to get him to drink. Maybe there's something about alcohol that's actually good for him. It's like wishful thinking, I guess, but I don't know.
So here's my answer to that. Here's my answer to that. Do you still have that diagram I made? That like little stupid theory I made? It's probably wrong, but it's interesting. Pull it up. So there's a part that says consciousness. The one I sent you on Facebook.
Darn it, Brent's still not showing up. His camera.
Yeah.
Is he showing up for you?
No, I'm getting like a grainy kind of static coming from Brent's mic.
Super weird.
Maybe it's because I have it recording. Maybe that was something. Like I had the actual recording. I don't know why that would affect anything, but I had it recording from within Skype. Maybe I don't know.
The
Wait, no. Let's start a new call. And then it will probably work. There's something wrong with this call. I'm gonna start a new call.
All right, guys, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna start answering your questions and.
Yeah, I'm gonna start the
Brent
new
will
call.
help us.
I'm gonna start the new call and invite you guys both. Okay.
Okay, I'm hanging up in 3, 2, 1.
Okay. This should work.
Brent, you here? We all here?
Says Brent and Allie unavailable.
Fuck.
Huh. Let's try again. I'm gonna call him again here.
All right. Hanging up in 3, 2, 1.
Calling Brent and Allie. Oh, you don't have to hang up. Brent and Allie unavailable. Weird. You try adding Brent and Allie this time. You add
Let
them.
me do
Maybe
it.
something's defective with my Skype. Call him into this.
Here we go. Calling Brent and Allie. I don't see him.
What do you mean you don't see him?
He's not appearing on screen. It says it's calling, but it's not doing anything. Fuck. Okay, let me try again. Add. Oh, you know what? He's using 2 different accounts. That's why. Let me try this one. Yeah, I knew it. I got it.
Ah, now we see you.
I figured out what it was, actually. It was my fault. I had
A different
OBS recording in the background, so it wasn't pulling my video from Skype. It was pulling from OBS, so that's why it wasn't working.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm using OBS now to record all videos that I do on my own. So I was recording Lifespan News Episode 2 with OBS, and then I never closed out OBS. So that's what the problem was. But it was really confusing because I could see my video there on Skype. So technology, right?
Yeah.
Guys, I just had a wild thought. You know, like that one dislike that's on every one of our videos? What if that's the Bob? Because it only started happening like back in April. So I don't know, just a wild theory, but yeah. So we're gonna answer some questions soon, but let's just finish up the discussion. Rowan, do you still have that diagram with the consciousness part? I just want to go over that last category, and we're gonna talk about Aubrey.
Yeah.
Can I address what you were saying about Aubrey real quick, Alex?
Go ahead. Yeah, sure.
So first, I don't think that Aubrey de Grey refers to himself as an alcoholic. I could be wrong. I do know that he. I do know that
it was a little harsh of me to judge him like that. It was a mistake. What I meant is that he's like less mindful of the effects of alcohol on it. Yada yada yada.
I do know that he likes drinking a pint of beer or two just about every day, and he enjoys it. But he's a very competent and hardworking and functioning alcoholic. If that's, I don't think that term might sound really harsh to some people. Some people have called me that at some points in my life. I used to drink a lot in my teenage years and 20s and stuff. I never thought of myself as an alcoholic because I thought that was like a derogatory term. Yeah. But I always drank socially. Like I've never drank on my own and stuff, and I try not to drink hardly much at all. But we will be drinking at the lake. I will be drinking some in the next.
Oh yeah, for sure. Me too. What I'm going to say about Aubrey is perhaps I was wrong to use the word alcoholic. You are doing alcohol consumption. It's an innate bias of human nature, human essentialism, for me to say that you are an alcoholic. I should say you are doing alcoholism. That means you can stop. It doesn't define you. You can create a new identity for yourself. And that's pretty much what Rowan and I were discussing for like the past 3 hours on this.
Gotcha. Yeah. I wasn't able to listen. I'll probably watch the live stream at some point that you guys have been doing for the last 2 or 3 hours or so. But in any event, okay. So to just address your question, like personally, I try to do just about everything for the majority of my life to live as long and healthy as possible. Then again, part of like why I enjoy life so much is that you get to enjoy like fun stuff. So like in the next few days, we'll probably be, drinking and maybe not eating as healthy as we normally would, up at the lake, like being social, having fun. And one of the, stories that I'm reporting on our Lifespan News Episode 2, and that I think everybody here, I know Alex and Rowan know this, and probably most people watching, is that just enjoying life is like really important for longevity. It's very, very clear in the research. And Rowan and I were just talking about this recently with one of the longest lived people, this 116-year-old French woman that Rowan reported on in November of 2016 when he did forever news. This is so cool that Rowan did this, almost 4 years ago. I think, Rowan, you said you did a couple episodes of this. We were just kind of reporting on longevity focused biorejuvenation news, whether it's be political or actual science news. So that's super cool that you had that idea back then, and maybe we'll do some live streaming about that with our longevity team. But my point for me is I definitely try and do as much as I can every single moment, or at least like 95 to 99% of the time, to live as long and healthy as possible, because I am not convinced that longevity escape velocity is going to happen, in 10 or 20 or 30 years. Actually, I'll just say this real briefly. Longevity escape velocity may have already happened for some people, or we may already have the technologies already available, real right now, that exist. They just might be very, very expensive and still not fully proven. For example, gene therapies, stem cell injections, all sorts of things like that, NAD+, many other kind of things like that. They're just not fully proven and very expensive and still experimental at this point. But yet those might be the things that we need to live, hundreds, if not thousands of years until we get the things that we need to live millions of years. So, but my point is that even if those things still exist, you might want to be saving money, because these things might only be available for the elite. And it doesn't matter how much we get angry and ask the government to do things, you just might not get them. So it's up to you. Your actions do matter. And I tell myself that every day. And so that's just kind of how I approach it. I don't want to be on my deathbed thinking man, if only I woulda, coulda, shoulda done this. I don't want to play the woulda, coulda, shoulda game in my head on my deathbed.
That is a terrifically hot take. That perfectly segues into what we were just talking about. I'm going to catch Brent up. I know the people in the audience just watched the video Rowan and I watched, but I want to catch up Brent on what it was about. So we're talking about whether there's a question of whether you should enjoy life, enjoy it. By enjoy, I mean doing things that are harmful to your existence while you're pursuing eternal life. And we watched this video about a thought experiment. So imagine a super intelligent AI with two boxes. One of the boxes is see-through, and this is the box of petty pleasures. Perhaps there's heroin inside the box, or alcohol inside the box, something, or hookers inside the box, in the case of Nietzsche. Something really, some petty pleasure that brings petty enjoyment to you inside the clear box. But then there's a black box, and inside the black box there is either eternal life, or there is there is death. Or, in other words, no eternal life. So the AI says, if you take both boxes, if you choose to take both boxes, I will leave the black box empty. You will get nothing if you take both boxes. But if you choose to take one box, only the black box, then I will put eternal life inside it. I will put eternal life in the black box. So now the question is it already predetermined? Did the AI already make the choice of what to put in the box, or will it choose based on your decision? And this is the question of Aubrey de Grey: is the universe, are we predetermined to either cure death or not, or will our actions affect physical reality? So it's the question of if the AI already made its decision about what to put in the box, that's determinism. Reality is predetermined. If the AI is going to make the decision based on which box you choose, that's probabilism. That's the idealist world. That's the Kantian world, where your consciousness creates reality. So that's this crazy mindfuck adventure Rowan and I went on there, and that's the reason we were talking about Aubrey. We were saying, is it better to suffer through life and get the big prize, or should you have some petty pleasures like hookers, heroin, and alcohol along the way? And we were talking about Nietzsche earlier, and how Nietzsche was like a hedonist in his youth, and how it basically fucked over his chances of a nice, healthy life. He died when he was really young. I think he was 40 something, and then he was basically like a vegetable for 20 years. He was just sitting in his bed drooling while his sister rewrote his works to change it into Nazism and shit. So all this wouldn't have happened if he just hadn't fucked that hooker. And that's what Rowan and I have spent the past hour talking about. So that's just a quick way to catch you up. Do you want to answer some questions from the audience? You can go first, Brent. Can you see the comment section?
Yeah. I have it streaming here. So mind blowing. I'm going from the newest to oldest. So it's entirely possible he's rationalizing it. I guess I said S. I guess he's referring to Aubrey. Churchill lived 95 years and said no sports.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Is Aubrey de Grey rationalizing it? Is this cope? Is this slave morality? Does Aubrey de Grey maybe he desires to quit alcohol, but he doesn't do it out of cope? He says, "Oh, I'm just like this," out of cope. Is he acting in bad faith, as Sartre would say? What do you think, Rowan?
Very possible. People like to cope with the things they love. You know, they don't want to stop. So I don't know.
Churchill lived 95 years old, and he said no sports. That's I don't know if sports are supposed to be a form of stress. You want to get the next one, Brent?
Well, I'm going through the memory file right now, and in Joe Rogan's interview with Aubrey de Grey from February this year, 2020, I believe it was. Maybe it was March. It was around there. You know, they did share a drink together of, you know, whiskey or brandy or something like that, and they did talk about this for a few minutes, and I'm trying to remember exactly what they said, but I've watched so much Aubrey de Grey over the years, and I think Aubrey's approach, just like not only watching so much of his content over the years, but getting to know him and stuff and interviewing him twice and just understanding his mindset, is that he doesn't think that his actions of drinking alcohol are going to have a dramatic effect on whether or not he makes LEV, longevity escape velocity. I think that's what his perspective is. So he could
maybe he's researched xanthohumol, that antioxidant in hops. That's like actually they're selling it as a longevity supplement now. It's like similar to resveratrol, and it's supposed to have really good longevity benefits. I don't know. So,
and one thing that when I interviewed him in July 2019, almost exactly a year ago, I interviewed him on July 17th, and today's the 15th, so almost exactly a year ago. I did bring up the point that I mentioned earlier about like your perspective on life, and he's doing what he loves to do every single day. And I must say, like for me, having like financial freedom to a certain extent, right? I'm not like super wealthy. I hope to be one day, but like just basically not working at a job for the last 2+ years. Me and my wife just being able to do like literally pretty much whatever I want for the last 2+ years. Now I have a wife, I'm a father, I'm made certain commitments to certain people to do certain things. I consider myself a good person, a good friend. My wife's family's nearby. I help out with certain things here and there. But like for the most part, nobody's like really forcing me to do something. That is incredibly important, I think, for longevity and for my own peace of mind and emotional like freedom and things. I think we've talked about this, Rowan. I think you, for the most part, have this. Alex, you have like a plan to get there, and you have this quite a bit, but you still have to like go to a job, and I'm sure you have certain orders you have to take and do certain things or things like that in school and things like that. And I've just worked so hard to get to this point in my life, you know, because I was like, gosh, just everybody stop telling me what to do. I want to do what I want to do. And so basically, I didn't go into all that detail with Aubrey, but I brought that up, and he immediately agreed with me. Like it jived with him. You could watch that part in the interview. So he did not turn that down, and he thinks that that's incredibly important, and so do I. So my point is, if he's drinking alcohol and he's getting tremendous enjoyment out of it, and if it's stimulating certain chemicals in his brain, in his body, to turn on certain epigenetic positive effects for longevity, then it could have a certain, it's so much about your mindset. It could have a very positive effect. So placebo and nocebo are like the key here. So you can't have this conversation without discussing these things, a placebo and nocebo effect. So that was kind of a long rant, but that's the way that I see it.
Endorphins and also genetics. He might have good genetics for actually being able to metabolize alcohol and things like that. It's different for different people. He said
that. I mean, if you look at him, you know, a lot of people hate on him and complain like his hair's getting gray, his beard's getting gray, and things like that. I think just being up close, I've been up close to him many times. I saw him last up close at Radfest. He's getting like little red spots on his cheeks, you know, things that happen as you get older. But I saw his hands, you know, up close last year in July, And his hands do not look like the skin of like a 55-year-old. Most 55-year-olds have like age spots or starting to, or drier skin. And I know this might sound weird, but these things are important. These are the things that I pay attention to when I see people up front, up close about aging. And
in contrast, Kurzweil looks really good for his age. Like, he's supposed to be like some 80-year-old boomer geezer, but he's like, for his age, he's actually pretty active. He's like the reverse Aubrey de Grey. He's like, I'm gonna take all these fucking pills, even if they just increase my chances of living forever by just like 0.001% increment. I'll do anything I can. And he's always on a treadmill and shit.
I believe Ray Kurzweil is 73 or 74. I believe he was born in 1946. I'm like a Ray Kurzweil.
Okay. I thought he was 80. I was like, holy shit, this guy looks good at 80.
I believe he's born in 46 or maybe 47. So he's at 73 or 74 right now. And Ray Kurzweil used to take like 200 pills a day. I think he's down to under 100 or so. I was like taking tons of things for many, many years. But as I think Rowan and I have discussed, and Alex, I'd probably discuss this with you, as I've gotten older, and it doesn't have to do with my age, it has to do with more life experience and studying life extension and thinking about this. And advice I give to people is, some of the stuff I might have taken might have actually ended up hurting me. Like, I was taking blue-green algae for many years, from like 2010 to 2014. And Rowan and I were talking about how there's some chemical in there that might have like hurt me or damaged me. And so I think my liver and my kidneys are kind of messed up. Like, I have to pee way too often. I normally pee like at least one time. I normally pee one time in the middle of the night at some point. So it's very rare that I go 8 hours without sleeping. That's not good for a 35-year-old. So there could have been all these sorts of pills and things that I was taking with good intentions that might have damaged me. I also, as I said, drank way too much alcohol. There's been times where I ate too much crappy food, like processed food. But for the most part, I've been pretty woke on food and nutrition for the past like 15 years. And I eat like very, very organic, healthy foods, not in my microbiome diet for the most part. But man, things are really complex, and I'm just doing the best that I can. But I also don't really freak out over things and try and be too crazy, because then that can mess with your brain, and you can end up being a crazy person and yourself over stressing too much over all this stuff.
That's what Rowan and I were just talking about, like, what a loser Nietzsche was, because like as a young person he just did like reckless fucking things. Like he in his defense, like, he was a nihilist, so he was like he didn't have like a reason to live. Like, his only reason to live was music, because he was just basically copying Schopenhauer. And then as a result of like his weird behavior, he went to like a brothel and he fucked a hooker and he got syphilis, and it slowly like rotted his fucking brain, because like it's we can cure it now. Like, we have very great medicine now to cure this very preventable disease, but back in the day it just like slowly rotted his brain and he went fucking insane. So even though he got out of nihilism later, like, he fucked up. He made a decision back in his younger days that like denied him this long and healthy life. And Rowan was asking me earlier, are there any philosophers like who do support like just keeping like living forever, like just keep on living? There is one, I suppose. Have you ever heard of Albert Camus? Just in Google Images, You can type Camus. So he was inspired by Nietzsche to write a book called The Myth of Sisyphus. And in Greek mythology, there's a man named Sisyphus, and he's sent to hell for punishment, Tartarus, hell. And his punishment, he's got to roll this fucking boulder up a hill for eternity. And here's why it sucks. Once he rolls it to the top, it'll roll back down. And this is like a metaphor Camus uses for the hedonic treadmill. He says, like, our wants and desires are limitless. We're gonna keep doing all this shit. So why not just, like, it's all pointless. Why not just kill yourself? Why bother living forever? And he opens his book with like the question: the only serious question in philosophy is the question of suicide. Should you live or die? All other philosophy is just mental masturbation and bullshit. All that really matters is, should I live or should I die? And this is a very important question, because suicide, what is it, like the 9th or 10th largest cause of death in the United States? So many people are just killing themselves because they think it's all meaningless. Like,
supposedly,
I'll just chase these wants and desires, and I'll accomplish them, and then the boulder will just roll back down the hill. And Camus says, like, after Nietzsche, he's like, actually, why are you Why are you okay with suffering? Or why do you hate suffering so much? Maybe you could find meaning in the suffering. You could rebel against the universe even if you are in hell and rolling this boulder up a hill for eternity. So he's like, yeah, you should live forever. Just keep living. It's okay. It's okay to like accomplish something and then want something new later. It's okay. You don't have to become like a miserable Schopenhauer nihilist Buddhist who's like, oh, life is suffering. I can't wait to die. He was what Rowan, like a life affirming philosopher, and a lot like one of the true life affirming philosophers.
I found a really interesting philosophy by a quote by Albert Camus. So the S is just silent then, right?
Yeah, it's French.
Okay,
Camus.
so the quote is, I would rather live my life as if there is a God and die to find out there isn't, than live my life as if there isn't and die to find out there is.
Yeah, so
what do you think about
Camus,
that quote?
This philosophy Rowan is telling us about, he often gets mistaken, like Nietzsche. People mischaracterize him as a nihilist. Camus is not a nihilist. What he invents is a new philosophy. He calls it absurdism. He said, like, yeah, your wants and desires, like, they're very absurd and meaningless in the grand scheme of things, but there is value in just existing, because it's a big fuck you to the Reaper. At least, like, if you can't find meaning in life, at least say fuck you to the Reaper. And that's he was like a if you know any teenager ever, like, their first philosopher is Camus. And then they go find other people, because he didn't write that much. He wasn't that influential as some of these other people. But yeah, let's go to the next question.
Alex, can I just say one thing on that with the philosophy and meaning of life? So my boy Jacques Fresco, who I got to meet, wrote this book, The Best That Money Can't Buy, the founder of the Venus Project. His answer to all the question, what's the meaning to life, is whatever you make it out to be. You get to choose. So to me, that's the only answer that's ever made sense to that question. What's the meaning to life? It's like, you get to choose. Each individual person gets to choose whatever your meaning to life is. So before we go on to the next question, I just either challenge you guys or would love to get your all's response, because that's the only thing that's ever made sense to me.
Right. That makes sense to me. That's
true.
why
It's true.
You got to live forever to have meaning, right? You got to live forever to have meaning, because if meaning is dependent upon us creating that meaning, then if you die, you can no longer create that meaning from your own brain. So as soon as you die, from your own vantage point, life ceases to have meaning, because you cannot create the meaning, right?
So let's talk about definition. I like Rowan's answer, but let's talk about definitions. There are different ways to define meaning. So Schopenhauer, who I mentioned earlier, he's like this. He's an asshole. I fucking hate this guy. He was basically like, he kicked puppies. He pushed an old lady down the stairs. He was an incel, and he was bitter about the world. And he kept like talking shit on Hegel just because he didn't have as many fans. This guy was like the epitome of nihilism, and he was a nihilist because he's like, there's no inherent meaning in the universe. And then Nietzsche comes along, and Nietzsche says, well, you create your own meaning. You synthesize it. You shed these values, these preconceived concepts of human nature that were pushed on you. You shed them, and then you create your own meaning. And he said, the fact that it's meaningful to me is meaning. That's the meaning of life. Because even if it's not like embedded within like the physical nature of reality, the fact that I'm thinking it, the fact that it's meaningful to me, is meaning within the universe. So it's just a question of how you define meaning, is like the concept of it means something to me. Inherent, like itself creates meaning in the universe where there was none before. The fact that you exist and perceive the world and you perceive it in a meaningful way has created the meaning of life. Because in the end, nihilism, like the idea that there's no inherent truths in the universe, is itself a statement of truth or falsity. And that's
right.
A big contradiction of nihilism.
Exactly. It's always been ridiculous to me personally. 2 + 2 = 4. If 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4, or people try to tell me 2 + 2 = 5, then I just have to throw my hands up in the air and be like, well, how are we doing this Skype call then? Because this is based off math. How does, 2 + 2 = 4? I'm pretty sure. And if it ever doesn't, then I give up. Like, the game's over. You could
always pull that bullshit like, oh, math is something humans invented. Yeah, it's something humans invented, but we invented it because it does meaningful things for us. Even if it's fake, the fact that we thought of it makes it real. Like it's the big contradiction. People think there's an ideal world, like a world of information, and a world of matter, when in fact the two worlds are interchangeable. If I think of something, That the thought has a physical representation. The neurons in my brain, that's the thought. It exists in physical reality. It's not just an idea. The fact that I'm having it is a chemical reaction, which is physical. It's the idea space and physical space are tied together in this way, in the same way that matter and energy, space and time, all these things are tied together. And I think like what I like Brent's answer, like the fact that he thinks of something as meaningful creates meaning in the universe where there previously was none.
Right. And it just to kind of wrap it up in a nice little bow for the package, for, you know, as far as I'm concerned, to finish the whole thing about like how to live your life for longevity and stuff. You know, it's not as easy as just like staying in your house and avoiding like all risks and things like that, you know, because we do have to like make money to a certain extent to maybe extend our lives. You know, the three of us here right now are fortunate to be still rather chronologically and biologically young, but that not be the case indefinitely. And being, you know, financially stable is really, really important. So that's what makes the question so hard, you know, when people ask us, you know, for advice, because we do all this research on longevity. Hey, Brent, do you think I should take this pill? Should I do that? NAD plus? Blah, 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 blah. Should I take this or that? I'm like, man, I have to know so much information about you. It's like, that's why I feel like maybe we should do some type of a longevity consulting business, not just like to make money, because it is like really the best way to help people figure out how to make the best decision for themselves.
Holy fuck, that's a good idea. I would love to do that. Like, people ask me questions all the time, like, oh, how does the keto diet work? Or is this pill better than this pill? Like, what's the utility of this in my life expectancy? Is it worth the money I spent on this? Is it worth like the fucking like blood and tears of labor that I put to earn the money to buy this? A lot of people have these questions, and I think we should answer them. And like, this brings it back to like my answer to the 1 box or 2 box question. I think sometimes it's okay to take 1 box, the mystery box. Sometimes it's okay to take both boxes. It depends on the situation. It's a combination of both the 1 box and the 2 box. Sometimes, for instance, if I say like, you have this gene that makes you more likely to develop Alzheimer's if you drink, in that case, I am a 1 boxer because I can influence reality in that way. But if there's another idea that like says you have a predisposed gene for cancer, and you're going to die in 2 months, I'll do whatever it takes to help me fight the cancer. In that case, I'm a 2 boxer. Sometimes you're a 1 boxer, sometimes you're a 2 boxer. It's okay to stop and smell the flowers every once in a while. You don't have to like stay at home cooped up in fear that you're going to die of COVID-19. Sometimes it's okay to be a 2 boxer. I made this argument so many times you were probably sick of it, but it's the argument of, if we all drove 10 miles per hour down the highway, we could eliminate all deaths from car crashes. But we do not. Sometimes we must be 2 boxers. Sometimes we must be 1 boxers. We must be 2 boxers in the sense that if we drive so slow, we'll never get anywhere. We'll never accomplish anything because half your day is spent driving to work at 5 miles per hour. On the other hand, we don't want people driving 100 miles per hour. That'll create more deaths. In that case, we want to be a 1 boxer. We want to, it's really a combination of both answers. And that's what I was getting at. That's why I brought up Newcomb's problem. It's that video we watched earlier that Brent wasn't here for. But it's basically the thought experiment of a super intelligent AI gives you 2 options and says, will you play it safe or will you live dangerously? Depends on the situation. Depends if it's predetermined or if your actions influence reality. But anyway, any other thoughts on this?
Final little thing I'll say on this, and I've kind of already said it, but just to hammer it home, is that, you know, my son will be 8 months and 4 days, and my wife's grandmother will be 96 very soon. They should not be doing the same things for longevity, right? So they're both human beings. However, their plan for longevity, it should be very different. And it should also encompass like their financial situation. My son doesn't have a financial situation yet because he's 7 months young. Whereas, you know, based off my great grandmother, my wife's, you know, grandmother, her situation should be different. So always just kind of consider those things. Don't think that just because like David Sinclair is taking something or somebody else is, any of us are taking something, that means that that's the right solution for you. You know, think about your individual situation and what makes most sense for you. And for younger people in general, like anybody under the age of 30, certainly I'd say like just avoid all the bad stuff, right? Make sure you do all the easy good stuff like getting good sleep and exercising, keeping
Pick the low hanging fruit.
Yeah, pick all that low hanging fruit, and then make sure that you're financially stable and have a plan to get financially free and things like that, because those things are very important, not only for your mental health.
Sorry to interrupt, but this idea like money can't buy happiness, that's something I've only ever heard rich people say. It is actually very important that you don't starve to death. It's very important that you don't wake up every morning stressed about like, oh shit, am I going to get kicked out of my house by the cops? We have a friend who kind of lives like this. I think it's important to have like some kind of baseline subsistence. You should be a one boxer sometimes and a two boxer other times.
Plus,
it depends on the situation.
CBD oil is like, I think it's like the most amazing supplement ever. It does amazing things to your brain. In my opinion, it's the most like life-changing thing ever if you take enough of it. Like literally, of all the supplements I've ever taken, I think CBD oil is just like it's on another level. Let's put it that way. It's totally on another level, and it's freaking expensive. It is freaking expensive to take enough of it to get the actual crazy benefits of it, to just crazily, radically alter your brain and make you smarter.
Okay, Rowan, when we go to the lake house and do drugs, bring some of your...
Oh, I'm out, man. I'm getting more.
Yeah, I mean, like, when you get it, I will financially compensate you. I really want whatever the fuck it is you're on.
I want to try it too, Rowan. And by the way, I was at my brother's organic farm today, and about a month ago or so, maybe it was more like 5 or 6 weeks ago, I helped him plant 40 hemp plants, and we looked at them today. I actually took a picture of it on my phone, or actually a little video, and they're growing just a little bit, and he's going to start creating like different hemp and CBD products and stuff like that. So we might be able to end up buying this from him, and for a fact that it's all organic because I have planted them myself. So no pesticides, no it's like truly organic, not bullshit organic fertilizers. It's like organic, real organic. So I think that's really important too for those type of products.
Oh, just so we're not ignoring the audience, let's go to another question. Oh, hey, Max is here. What's up, Max? Oh, he said good night. Damn it.
Oh wait, Max is going. Is Max sleeping? He can't come in.
No, Max is in the comments.
Oh.
Okay. Johannes.
Does Max want to join?
No, he said good night. He said hi. Yeah.
Oh, darn it.
Johannes Siqueira. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Johannes Siqueira. Says the chance that God exists and gives us eternal life is like 0.0001%. Yeah, there we go. That's an instance of probabilism. You're thinking in probability. Some people think deterministically. And if you think deterministically, maybe you'd be happy being a two-boxer. If you think probabilistically, perhaps you'd play it safe and be the one-boxer. S says, it sounds like you avoid thinking in absolutes, Alex. Yes. So this is called the kinds of, like, I know I talk weird, but like this kind of talking, it's called dialectics. Dialectics rejects the law of non-contradiction in logic. It says that there's only a Sith deals in absolutes, which is an absolute statement, but dialectics is able to talk about that in a way that it doesn't contradict itself. And because the contradictions are what brings you closer to reality. Contradictions create conflict, and the conflict creates knowledge. And this all comes from like Hegel and Kant and blah, 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 and so on. S says, it'd be wonderful if that happened. Okay, they're having an argument here about the Russian cosmists. So Rowan, you were talking about like which philosophers support eternal life. I think there's someone you'd like way more than Albert Camus, and that's Nikolai Fyodorov or Fedorov. So he's this Russian guy, and he was from the Orthodox Church, and he's like, immortality, like physical immortality, is the goal of Christianity.
The Church Perpetual
what we call
Life
heaven
talks about him all the time.
It's like what we call heaven and the kingdom of God and the afterlife is something God creates through us, and we are his instruments. So the act of us doing things is God's will creating this. And he's sort of found a way to combine transhumanism and Christianity. And he wrote before Nietzsche. So it's unfair to attribute transhumanism solely to Nietzsche, because this guy contributed a lot too. Like this is like he coined the term immortalism. So we get it from him. So he's someone you'd also be interested in looking into.
Wait, before we go on to more audience questions, I have prepared 4 questions just in case we did a live stream of my own that I came up with that I think are awesome. Let's discuss those. Or let's start. Let's do all my questions and then we'll go to the
Sure,
audience.
let's do it.
I think we can get through this quickly. Okay. So the first question is, what are the top 4 pieces of evidence that we are really living in clown world? Anyone care to go first?
Sure. I'm gonna bring up an argument from like someone I disagree with, but I think was a very smart man, Karl Marx. Karl Marx said we are producing for exchange and not for use, and the reason we do that is because we fetishize commodities. He literally called it commodity fetishism, but not fetishism like a sexual fetish. Fetish as in like, oh, if I buy Kanye's t-shirt is somehow different from a regular t-shirt. It's not, Kanye's t-shirt isn't going to give you more warmth than a regular t-shirt would, just because it's got Kanye's logo on it. We attribute almost spiritual qualities to commodities. And the reason billionaires and even just like regular people aren't investing in life extension is because they're too busy pursuing commodity fetishism. They're too busy wondering like, oh, how do I look? How do I look? If I get this new car, people will like me, even though the purpose of the car is to drive you to work. Same goes for houses. The purpose of a house is to shelter you. You don't need a McMansion. It's really just minimalism, and this is one of the points I agree with with Karl Marx, is that we should perhaps we don't have to kill everyone in order to get this future, but perhaps we could, through our own will, through our own voluntary will, produce for use rather than exchange. Rowan?
For me, Idiocracy. I always bring up this movie. If you haven't seen it, watch it. If you have seen it, go back and watch it. It's 2020 now. The movie, I believe, came out in 2005 or 6. It's happening. Look at the data. Look at the demographics. It's people like me who aren't having enough children, you know? I'll just, not to be conceited or whatever, but we need more intelligent, hard-working people to have more kids, and I'm probably just gonna have one. I mean, my wife wants to have another kid at some point, but it is a shit ton of work, especially in this stage right now, like going through all that we've been through. He'll be 8 months in a few days, so I get it. But going to my brother-in-law's farm today and seeing the agrarian lifestyle that our ancestors lived for so many hundreds, if not, thousands of years. Kids are more of an asset in that lifestyle. They're still difficult for the first few years of their life raising them. But my niece is now 4. I can't believe it, but she'll be 5 in January. She is actually turning into more of an asset than a liability now. And because she can help out and do things around the house and contribute. And when my son turns 4.5 or so, he won't really be as much as an asset in this typical American and first world lifestyle as on the farm life. So there's a reason why things are changing. And Elon Musk, about 24 hours ago, tweeted that he thinks that the second biggest problem on the planet is basically the changing, demographics of depopulation. When we talk about living forever and indefinitely, or immortalism or biorejuvenation, what's one of the typical things we get pushback on, like right up there with the dictator problem? Dictators are going to live forever. I'm like, okay, 110,000 people are dying every single day from aging and age-related diseases, and they're suffering miserably up there financially, emotionally, spiritually, and all their families. It's the biggest problem on the planet by far, if you consider death a problem, which I do, because I'm a person and I don't want to die, and I don't want my friends or family to die and suffer. So it's clearly the biggest problem on the planet. There's no argument. So because of this biggest problem on the planet, you're worried about some dictators that might live a little bit longer. Oh, and guess what? If the dictators do die, what normally happens? The next guy in line takes over their dictatorship. Look at Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un. Look at So it's a silly argument, right? Same thing that the overpopulation argument is a silly argument. It shows people who have not thought about this much.
Oh, definitely. Fuck. I totally agree with Brent. That's an amazing point right there. And there is a lot of this mindset going around. Have you ever heard the term Thanos was right? It's basically a commentary on the Marvel movies where a fictional entity, Thanos, decides to genocide half the universe in order to make room for the other half. And I think this has its it has its roots in fascism, and essentially Thomas Malthus, who had some mistaken ideas about economics and how he completely neglects any possibility for investment or recursive improvement. And essentially, what a lot of my former friends, sad to say, like some of them left me and called me a cuck and a Jew for like saying this, but essentially a lot of these like white nationalist people, these Charlottesville people, they're worried about like Africans having more and more children, and like Europeans having fewer and fewer children because they don't have farm work, they don't have reasons to have children, they don't need someone to take care of them in old age, they have robots that'll take care of them in old age and whatnot, and they're afraid that like, oh no, the world's going to shit, we're having like so many low IQ people reproducing like maggots. That's not what they should be worried about. One day, Africa is going to be industrialized as well, and then we are truly fucked because no one will be having kids. Nobody. And the only solution from there on out is to cure aging. Because if we do not, essentially what we will have is perhaps maybe in 2100 we'll have like 1 billion young Africans and 9 billion fucking like boomers, which will include us if we don't cure aging, just sitting in the retirement home, drooling and like fucking vegetables, and these poor young people will be burdened with providing for 10 other welfare sponges who aren't doing anything but sitting in a retirement home. And the only way to stop this is to cure aging. We're not ever going to go back to pre-industrial society where we each had 10 kids, or we each had like 6 kids helped on a farm, and then once we get old they take care of us. Not going to happen. It's going to be the opposite. We're having fewer and fewer children. Asia is now below the replacement rate of Europe. Like Japan, China, and Korea are all now below like European levels of having children. Like they're going to have this same silver wave problem. Their welfare states are going to be overburdened, and the kids will make less and less wages, while the elderly are not able to return to work because they're debilitated, not disabled, but like out of commission. They can't produce. They can't do anything. They can't contribute to society because they have all these mental illnesses. Literally, there's no kind of population control or like white ethno state or radical kind of like social Darwinism that will get us out of this mess. The only thing that'll get us out of this mess is returning the old boomers, which will eventually include us, back to work. If we don't do this, we are so fucked.
Can I just read Elon Musk's tweet? I sent it to you guys. I don't want to butcher it, and I want to just give Elon Musk an opportunity so I don't like put him out of context. So this was about a day ago, July 14th, 2020. He said, quote, "This thing we call, quote, money, end quote, is just a, in parentheses, slow, lossy, and unsecure, close parentheses, database for labor allocation. Investing is meaningless without people, at least until AGI happens." For those who don't know, AGI is Artificial General Intelligence. I've interviewed Bill Gortzel about it, and our longevity team interviewed Peter Voss about it, both AGI, experts, which will obviate need for labor and necessitate UBI. UBI, obviously, Universal Basic Income. So I agree with Elon Musk, but the timing here is everything, right? I talk about like incentives and timing all the time. And there's massive disagreement upon really intelligent minds on when all these things will actually happen, and if they ever will, like AGI, for example. And I just feel like, personally, for me, I can't save the whole world. I just try and like save myself. In other words, make smart decisions for me, my friends, my family, because that's really all I can do. And then maybe do some live streams with you guys and put some information on the internet for those that want to listen. And for me, like, all I know how to do is continue to make smart decisions based off like 4 types of wealth. And I did a video on this last year, but it was a tweet that I saw a couple years earlier that I just thought was really smart, and I wanted to give that idea of 4 types of wealth like more credence. And there's, wealth of money, the obvious one. Then there is health wealth, which is what we're obsessed with, longevity. And we already kind of just talked about the relationship between them, is what we were talking about, how, well, you need some money to live indefinitely. You can't just live without any money. If you have figured out how to do that, then let me know, because I'd like to know. And then there's social wealth, and things like status and stuff like that. And then there's time wealth, and then that ties in to longevity also, obviously, right? It's the final boss, right? Those are the 4 types of wealth that I want people to kind of think about. And you can use each one of them. If you have too much of one of them, then you can use that to cash in to try and get more of the other one. And I think people know what I mean by that. You can type it in and watch I did a quick little video on it, like a 5-minute video about last year on it. So this is the way I kind of think about this stuff for my own personal life, because we don't know like when these things are actually going to happen and how it's going to affect you. But if COVID has taught us anything, it's that reality seems to be changing like really quickly. And what is the singularity? 2045 that Ray Kurzweil talks about. If it is going to happen then, a lot of people haven't thought deeply enough. Even people who like into the singularity, they probably haven't thought deeply enough about like how crazy of a ride it's going to be in the next 25 years leading up to it. Because what could happen is they're talking about, people say like, oh, is COVID the new normal? Well, not only could COVID be the new normal, it could be the new normal plus the next new crazy thing. Like, what if all this child trafficking, sex trafficking stuff is like actually real? And like from my research and the research I've been doing with Max and Alex and Rowan recently, like I think that it is. What happens if this actually gets uncovered, like to a mass population? Like, do you think that's going to disrupt people's perception of reality and the way that we run our social society? Yes. So that could be the next thing that just, I think personally, all of our institutions are going to end up completely crumbling and failing and being worthless within our lifetime. What's that world going to be like when just like the internet is kind of the only thing that matters? I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing out a lot of ideas here.
I like those.
I like this.
Those are good evidences of Clown World. Let me say something about Clown World.
I was just gonna say like what's Rowan's take on Clown World? So far we got like we produced too much for exchange. We got Brent's idea like
idiocracy in general.
Yeah. And what about you, Rowan? What do you think Clown World is?
This one out. Obviously, it's the idea. Well, I think the idea that no one cares about aging. That's like the obvious one that we all agree on. Like, no one cares about the freaking most important problem, right? That's kind of clownish that everyone's like worried about COVID and no one's like talking about freaking, okay, aging itself. That's the problem. Like, how about we cure that? But I was thinking that's super clownish and it's like right in our faces is this whole, they're giving sex hormones to young kids for the transgender thing. They're literally trying to, like, their parents are letting their kids get sex hormones to stop their puberty blocking drugs and all kinds of things, because the kid says they're transgender, and this is like a really young age. And a lot of times these kids,
what, like 7 or 12 or kind of all above?
Yeah, this is interesting.
And then the kids end up like, and then the kids end up like regretting this later. They'll like later than life they go through this transgender phase, and then they realize, oh, actually, I wish I hadn't done that, and then they regret it, and then they are like suicidal because now they're messed up all their hormones. And not to mention the doctors aren't like really caring about like all the negative health effects of what these hormone blockers and to mess with the hormones of the body is just crazy. You know what I mean? Like that could be horribly detrimental.
So it appears we've got like a two-sided dilemma. On one hand, you have like the trans activists who say that these children must transition before puberty because once puberty kicks in and finishes, they can transition, but it'll be a dog shit transition. So they're like, they must take it before puberty. But on the other hand, you have like, wait. Children have less rational agency than adults. So who's to say that if these children choose to make this transition, that they chose with a fully aware and realized mind? I think it's very interesting. Like, where do you want to draw the ideal age so that it's early enough that they can make a good transition, but late enough that they have the rational agency to make a true statement about to take a true position on their gender dysphoria,
right?
Rather than just perhaps their parents want a pet, and I think that's horrible. I think like parents like that should have like their like kids transferred to like somebody who does care about them. You shouldn't abuse your kids. But on the other hand, if I had children and they wanted to, they're like, hey, I feel like I'm in the wrong body, and I'm like I'd feel more at home in this body. I'd be like, okay, sure, let's figure this out. Let's. I think we just need better attention to this issue. Figure out whether what the ideal age for transition is. I don't think people should begin at 5 or 6 or 7. But at the same time, I don't think they should start in their 20s once they're like already hairy and fucking like muscular and shit. And I was like, how am I gonna fucking transition now? Because I'm already past puberty. So yeah, that's interesting. But what Brent said earlier about the singularity, I just wanted to expand on that before we come back to the clown world topic. Is that this idea of like whether the singularity will happen or not? I think it doesn't matter how it happens. Just that something like it will happen. And I want to be very careful not to have any like divine meta-narratives of how the universe works. But when we look at what's called evolution, it's not strictly relegated to biology. For instance, Brent, the invisible hand of the free market of Adam Smith, the economy. Is the economy not Darwinist? Is it not evolutionary? There was this philosopher, Georg Friedrich Wilhelm Hegel, and he said, like, the purpose of the universe, like the tendency of the universe, is just to accumulate information. That's what biological evolution is we get better and better at accumulating information. Like most of our genome, most of our DNA, we don't even fucking use it. It's junk DNA, but we just keep accumulating it, accumulating information. You can do that with biology, and you can also do that with economics. So economics is also Darwinistic evolution. It accumulates information. And who can tell me what the top 5 companies of the SP 500 specialize in? Accumulating information, right? Curious how if you just let like economics run its course, it also follows this pattern of just accumulating information. Same goes for human culture. We develop books, then we develop the printing press. So we can accumulate more information. Then we develop computers and accumulate even more information. And now we're starting to change. Like Elon Musk's Neuralink company wants us to start trading neural data too. Is just more and more information is being accumulated. And I think that's just the general tendency of reality. Is like dialectics is the way we accumulate information about the other, and the other accumulates information about us. At least in the Hegelian sense, not the Fichtean sense. It's all about the accumulation of information about other people, other entities. And I think regardless of whether we have super intelligent AI or mind uploading or whatever, something like this is happening. I don't care how it happens, but something like this singularity, while it might not be like a total L curve, maybe it's an S curve where we develop a little bit and then it flattens out. Something like this is happening where we're accumulating more and more information. And that's really what the singularity means, just to clarify for the people watching who might perhaps protest that, like, oh, Kurzweil's full of shit. It's not just Kurzweil's idea. Tons of people throughout history have had this idea that the nature of reality is to just accumulate information. And the more information and extropy you accumulate, the more material entropy you create, and vice versa. The more material extropy you create, the more information entropy you create. It's this interplay, and I think reality is biased towards the accumulation of information. Just to clarify. Back to you, Rowan. Sorry to interrupt.
I just want to.
Yeah, go ahead, Brent.
I just want to say one real brief thing about singularity, because a lot of people don't really fully understand the word, so I want to just make it as simple as possible. The word singularity was first for math, and then it led out to physics, and now Kurzweil is kind of terming it to our entire life and technology and how he thinks it's going to play out. But really all a singularity is, in its basic like mathematic definition, it's when basically there's so much rapid change so quickly that happens slowly and then it happens like really fast exponentially that the whole rules change and the previous reality is no longer relevant at all. And in many subsets we've had that happen throughout our culture many times. Like for example, now no rational person that's existing in any first world society thinks that slavery is okay in any capacity. Yet we are economic slaves in many ways. We just condemn like actual slavery of like forcing people to do things without getting paid, and we think that that's immoral and stuff like that. But yet right now there's more slaves on this planet than there ever have been before. So in a way, like, things have changed, but they also haven't. So part of the singularity could be that the world is forever changed and it's very, very different in like 2045 than it is right now. And I think that that's almost certain with the way the technology is changing. But I think that it's up to us to decide collectively as a species, what that reality is going to be. So I do strongly believe that we are creators, and I don't just believe that we sit back and things happen. You as an individual might not have that much power to make influence, but what's that like quote by like they say, with Steve Jobs and stuff, it's those are the cheers the crazy ones who think that they can actually change the world, because those are the type of people who actually end up doing it, and I don't know, maybe we're the crazy ones. Maybe you guys watching right now in this live stream are part of the crazy ones, and that we can actually end up making massive change on this planet. So I'm ranting, but the whole point
I like this take. Yeah, what you said earlier about slaves really hit me. It's like you're sort of seeing a reconciliation between like the far right, like libertarian capitalism, and the far left, like Marxism. Marx himself, his basic narrative of like when people say Marxism is basically the quest for more time, humanity's quest for more time. The way he puts it is like a history of class struggle. But what he means by that is people. They're always going to be slaves. There'll always be slaves, but they're less slaves than before. He says in Roman times, you were just like, you were your master's bitch. Like Romans, they fucked little boys. They fucked their slaves. They like whipped people. You had to like, they micromanaged fucking everything. And then you get to feudalism. And feudalism, okay, the Lord's not going to micromanage. You're still slaves. But now you get your own house. Now you get your own farm. I'm just going to take all the profits, but you're a little bit more free. You're still a slave, but you're a little bit more free. And then perhaps we get to capitalism. Not only are you free to do whatever you want, you don't have to stay on this fucking farm. You can leave if you want. You can build your own house if you want. You can start your own business if you want. And it's really this quest for more and more freedom is tied in with the quest for more and more time. And I feel, even though today in the modern age we're slaves, we're going to get to a point where information starts producing more of itself. The means of production, as Marx called it, will start producing the means of production. And this will lead to a contradiction where you no longer need the working class. So what will happen to the working class when they're no longer needed? And what will happen to the capitalists who want to have their stuff, but the working class can't afford the stuff? Essentially what you're going to get is a dialectical synthesis between the left and the right, where something new is created. And I think that's like a political singularity, or a social singularity, if you will. What he was talking about earlier with Elon Musk and like this UBI, perhaps that's the synthesis. I don't know, but it's going to be it's going to follow this pattern of the humanities, like the story of humanity is a quest for more time, and we get more and more time the more and more freedom we have. So the destiny of freedom and time are entangled in a way. I just like what Brent said with bringing up Elon Musk and AGI. I thought that was interesting.
Thank you.
Anyway, you guys want to answer more questions?
There's still I have three more questions that I came up with.
So hold on, before we move on to the other three though, Rowan, we finished, you asked 4 things for Clown World. Mine was Idiocracy.
Yeah, 4. We only did like 1 or 2 each, so go ahead.
All right.
4.
The video you showed me yesterday of Katy Perry's new video that we watched on YouTube with her dressed up as a clown. That's proof we're in the clown world, right? I mean, isn't it?
Yes. Even slavery, that's proof that clown world has been going on for a lot longer than, it's not just a modern day thing. It's always been clown world, right? It's like slavery. Imagine living in a world where there's like actual slaves and like we're.
What's interesting is that all the slaves are in pre-industrial societies, so eventually they're going to get rid of their slaves too. You'll no longer see slaves in the first world. You see a different kind of slave, a wage slave. But a wage slave, I'd rather be a wage slave than a feudal serf, and I'd rather be a feudal serf than a Roman slave.
But then the robots are our slaves right now. Like I have a dishwasher, I have a laundry, washer, dryer, and all other sorts of robots, our computers. What happens if those computers get like sentient and they want rights, and then they're our slaves? And
have you ever heard of Nick Land? So Nick Land, I call him like the evil Kurzweil. Nick Land is basically, in the 1980s, he said what Kurzweil is saying now, but he had a way more pessimistic take. If we accept this like Kantian notion that the universe progresses towards the noumena, we accumulate information the more and more history progresses, then Nick Land said some things are more efficient at accumulating information than other things. And he says AI is more efficient at reproducing itself than this genome we have. So essentially, he has a very pessimistic conclusion that I think he watched Terminator in the 80s, and then he created this theory that the robots will kill us. So he didn't mean it like the Terminators. He has an essay called Cyber Revolution where he talks about like Blade Runner and Terminator and whatnot, but he doesn't mean that literally. What he means is that commodity production will be outsourced to the machine, and the human will just fade into the background, not being able to purchase the commodities or create the commodities, will just become irrelevant. And I think that's very important, that we find ways to talk to the machines. We find ways to learn their language. They speak in a language of a symbolic logic, whereas we speak in this language of kind of how do you say, connected logic, and we need to find sort of a medium where we can talk to each other, and then perhaps we won't have to fade like some loathsome dream into the machinery. Anyway, what were you going to say, Rowan? What was your
I was just going to say, either we can think of more things about Clown World, more evidences of Clown World, or we can go on to the next question. I'll let you guys decide. Do you have any more things that come to mind with Clown World?
Oh, Rowan, we could do like 17 hours of a live stream.
Oh yeah.
Let's go on to the next one.
All right,
there's a lot of problems in the world.
Yeah.
So
all right, next question. Here we go. Next question is what is at the very top of your priority pyramid? So your desires, your goals, your priorities. What's at the capstone, the very top? Like really like try to psychoanalyze yourself. What's at the top? The top is scarcity. What is truly scarce in the universe? What's truly scarce in the universe is time and energy. That's at the very top. How do you get more time and energy? You invest the time and energy you currently have to create more time and energy. If you get sucked into the hole of commodity production, producing for exchange rather than use, you will use your time and energy to create things that are not for use value. You will create it for exchange value, and it will disappear. You must use your time and energy wisely to create more time and energy. So it's kind of like a recursive loop that I would put at the top of that pyramid.
I was basically going to say the same thing, but in a different way. I was just going to say, to live as long and healthy as possible, which is, if I'm living as long as healthy as possible, then I'm probably already kind of have that mindset and doing what Alex talked about. And it also gives me more time to do those things. And if I'm not doing those things, it gives me more time to get smarter and eventually come to the conclusion that I should be doing those things. Because that's ultimately what you should be doing.
Yep. That works even better.
And I was going to say something similar too. I was just going to say eternal life at the top. I think that should be the top. I think that's the most important thing. Living forever. Really. I think that's should structure.
I think all three of us said all three of us said the same thing in different languages.
In our own way.
Yeah, I think we certainly did. And Rowan, this is off topic a little bit, but just as I remember, I told you this already, but I just watched Rowan debate Vegan Gains on Vegan Gains' YouTube channel for about a year ago. I just finished that video a few days ago. It's funny, I started watching it a couple weeks ago. It was in my YouTube save, watch later playlist, and I finished it, and I thought Rowan did a really good job. And I thought, sadly, Vegan Gains exposed himself around the last 45 minutes of the 2.5-hour video as not having enough self-worth, not caring enough about his own health and himself. And he seems to care more about like animals, even animals that he doesn't seem to care about, but he cares about them more than himself in ways, which is really odd to me. Like he basically, I think you gave him a question, Rome, which is like, hey, hypothetically, if you could live 10 years longer by eating fish, would you do it? And he said no, because I'd presumably have to kill like hundreds or thousands of fish. So I don't believe that me living 10 more years is worth killing all those fish. And I was like, dude, what are you talking about? He just doesn't value his life that much. So it's very peculiar to me and just very interesting that somebody like Vegan Gains can be so intelligent in so many ways. He's obviously a good-looking guy. He's in great shape. He's like a muscular, powerlifting bodybuilder type guy. He's got like 400,000 subscribers on YouTube. Obviously the guy is like smart and doing some things right. But yet his philosophies, in my opinion, are just so wrong here. And he doesn't seem to be willing to budge on those or learn. He seems to be very convinced that his philosophies are correct, and he's trying to spread those philosophies. And there were some other things in there that I won't touch upon now, we can get into, but like there were some other things in there that were just like really, really sad. And it's, he's depressed. He openly said that he's been depressed since ever he could ever remember. And he seems to know about the microbiome because he brought it up. And it's like, dude, you're probably crushing your microbiome by living, this vegan lifestyle, and which is then contributing to your depression. So it's just kind of sad that he's not willing to change his perspective on things. And I just want vegan games to be a happier person and get out of the depression and change some of his mindset. So that should be, this is kind of a little bit off topic, but Rowan, the way that video ended was with you all both agreeing that you should do a follow-up debate discussion to expand upon these topics. So Rowan, I think you should get back in touch with him and do another debate.
You're
I
right.
like that debate.
It's been on my mind for a while. Yeah, I should.
I think Vegan Gains, he's not the only one who is feeling this way. I think many people throughout the world, we've seen a gradual decline in philosophies of eternal life towards philosophies of commodity fetishism and fake causes. Eric Voegelin, he's a political theorist. He had this concept called the political theology, and he notes that once religion died, once people got rid of religion in Europe, they started to create their own religions, and he blames this for the disasters of the 20th century. The religions, I'm sure we all know, communism, Nazism, even capitalism sometimes, the Ayn Rand capitalism, where the accumulation of money for its own sake becomes your new religion. Very disturbing ways of thinking. Even veganism, in such a way, becomes the way he fills the hole, the void where this theological beacon of light would have guided him through life, where he finds something else. And that's why a lot of these people get so offended when you attack veganism, communism, Nazism, capitalism. They get offended because it's like you're attacking their religion. Even Democrats, Republicans, the social justice, the alt-right, all these people get really upset when you blow out the foundations under their structure of meaning, and they're returned to the horrors of nature, where they must question what is valuable. And I think earlier we all agree on what is valuable. Use your information, time, and energy to accumulate more information, time, and energy. AKA eternal life. But I think people need to sort of rediscover what was valuable in religion, because I think Voegelin himself, he saw the dark ages of religion as preferable to the Holocaust and the Mao's Great Famine and the Holodomor and whatnot. He saw those things as preferable. It's better that we have some weird, mysterious goal in the ether of the universe, rather than us finding gods in politics, because politics is I think it's more radical than religion in a sense. We killed religious wars. Yes, they would have killed more people if they had nukes and whatnot, but the politics, the way in which it dehumanizes people, is much more dangerous than religion, because at least religions like Islam and Christianity, even they recognize all humans have a divine spark. We're just killing the ones that disagree with us. The Nazism is much more vile. It says yes, people have a human spark, except these people. They're more like insects or apes or whatever. We can just get rid of them. Very dangerous mindset to be without a cause.
Alex, I want to piggyback on that real briefly, that politics is a much more dangerous mindset than religion. I completely agree, and the data clearly supports that, especially for the recent history of humanity. So a lot of people aren't familiar with this term democide. It's basically your government killing their own citizens. And you mentioned Mao. Mao killed about 100 million of his own Chinese population. It's very well documented. And so the number one cause for unnatural death in the 20th century is democide. So I'm not cynical. I'm just a rational person who's understood history and data, and I'm very, very skeptical of governments. And all of a sudden we're all supposed to believe all these statistics about COVID-19, for example, and that our governments care so much about our health. This is just a preposterous assumption that so many people have so blindly, chosen to believe, against all of, reality. And I want to share a few memes and things that I've seen recently about COVID-19, which I just think are so powerful. One is, I'm just going to state this one. It's all right, if you want me to wear a mask in public because you say that we're all in this together and that it's not just for my health, it's for your health, then when I'm at the grocery store and you're forcing me to wear a mask, then it should be cool for me to go into your shopping cart and take that soda pop, that Coke out of your...
That's bad for you. Don't drink this.
It should be okay for me to take that sugar out. It should be okay for me to take that junk food, that unhealthy food out of your cart and say, no, no, no. This is for everybody, because we know that if you are eating sugary, unhealthy foods, that it is just feeding that coronavirus or that influenza or that rhinovirus or whatever negative virus is living in there. So if we're really all in this together, then guess what? I am allowed to be skeptical when the Department of Health is literally partnering with the University of Louisiana. This is literally happening. It just happened yesterday. And giving out free coupons for McDonald's Happy Meals to the first 500 people who get tested for COVID-19. This is I swear.
There's
They're
Clown
so
World.
desperate. They're so desperate for people to test these vaccines.
They just want to get the numbers up so much of the COVID-19 positive tests, right? For political reasons, clearly.
That's Clown World.
Yeah, the political reasons. I mean,
And
basically, you guys heard about what the data on the protests was, right? It's directly tied to like Trump's approval rating. When the approval rating goes up because of or goes down because of the COVID, more COVID. Then they tried the BLM protesting, like, okay, we'll suspend COVID so people can go protest. The WHO is like, go out and protest. And then what you saw is Trump's poll numbers shot up, and they're like, oh shit, these protests are bad. Bring back the fucking COVID. So it's very interesting how politics dictates our health, and not the other way around, which is how it should be. Our health goals should dictate our politics. And in the sense Brent was saying about the Diet Coke, even if there is no virus, kids will see you drinking that Diet Coke, and then they'll drink Diet Coke and get sick. Kids will like the fact that you drink all this makes you a burden on other people, because now they have to like take care of you when you're obese and like have a heart attack every 5 seconds. It's just either we pursue a health-related agenda in all aspects of life, or we don't. But I notice how, because of the election and like the way in which poll numbers and approval ratings seem to be manipulating our so-called we're all in this together health mentality, it seems very selective, and I prefer either it be universal or not at all.
Nobody's going to save you, you know. You have to save yourself, right? You have to have personal responsibility and make the appropriate decisions so that you don't get COVID-19 or other harmful viruses, and that if you're exposed to them, that you have a healthy immune system that can fight them off immediately. You know, that's the solution right there. And since you mentioned the riot stuff, I shared this on Instagram. I think you guys can see it. I thought this was pretty funny.
I can't believe it's not season already. I can hardly.
No, it says, I can't believe it's riot season already. I still have my COVID-19 decorations up. And then it's like Will Ferrell screaming from Old School, which I just think is funny, because it's just like, oh, it shows how it's, you know, the media and society in general is just completely dictating the narrative of like what matters. Like, oh, COVID-19 doesn't matter anymore. Now Black Lives matters. Okay, all right, I guess. Like, you know,
before anyone comments that we're putting the economy above health, we're not doing that. For instance, in the sense that like if we were truly caring about people's health, we would do a statistical analysis to see who is most likely to get it, and then station fucking guards, national guards, outside their house and say, you're not going outside, stay in there, you'll be safe, and then we'll have food delivered to them and whatnot. But that's not what's happening. They're taking these retirement homes and they're pooling the elderly together to fucking pump up those corona death rates. It's fucking bullshit. Like the people who are the most vulnerable are the people they're trying to fucking kill just to rig an election. Whereas the people who are not vulnerable, like the young people, they got to do all this bullshit, don't go to the gym, rot, watch TV, like live on welfare, don't do anything to improve the world, just sit there like a sack of potatoes. It's not even about the economy. It's about like the fact that they're okay with health. They're okay with like extending lifespan in these very specific situations, but in other aspects of life they don't seem to give a shit about it. So
from the research I've done, it's those ventilators that's like killing people more than the corona itself. Like, you have much more. I really honestly believe you have a less chance of surviving if you actually go on one of those coronavirus ventilators than if you just don't even go to the hospital at all and just let your immune system do its thing.
85% of people who go on a ventilator die. I'll repeat again. This is before COVID-19. This has been well done. 85% of people who go on ventilators die. A ventilator is this is like end stage. You're probably going to die if you're going to go on a ventilator. And they know this, right? It's a last-ditch effort to save you. They were, many, many doctors. This was probably more like around March when people were just being irrational. I don't think they're using the ventilators as much anymore, but they were just throwing anybody on ventilators to like try and save them. And it's like, whoa. But to go back to what I was saying a minute ago, I also saw this one, and I love this meme as well too. So you see George Washington there, and it says, on a scale of 1 to 1776, how free do you feel while wearing a muzzle in a grocery store while following arrows on the floor? And it's like, I just feel like our whole country and the world in general seem to have just lost their damn mind with this COVID-19. Like, it's really, from a data standpoint, not that big of a deal. 99.9% of people who get COVID-19 live and survive it. So, but that's not the narrative. That's not what media and so many people are telling you. They're telling you that you should be so scared of this thing to the point where it's disrupting our entire lives, like, massively. But I go back and tilt to the other side and say, all right, fine. Like, I can't control much of this. So if it's going to do all this stuff, then how do we spend a positive out of it? And, spend more time with friends and family. Kids aren't going to be, some kids, my neighbor's across the street, she's 9 years old. We just talked to her yesterday. She's actually going to be watching our dog while we're at the lake house the next few days. So Alex, I don't know if you're going to meet my dog. My dog's awesome, but she's not going to be at the lake house. But, she said she's probably not going back to school anytime soon when school starts back up. And I, as a parent now, I have to start thinking about these things. Would I want my kid to be in this type of a OCD, like, germaphobe environment where all the kids are required to wear masks and literally, like, wash their hands every hour and have their temperatures taken, I believe, like,
I actually like homeschool. It allows the child to, like, express their authenticity and develop their own learning strategy. Maybe it's a you can find the flower growing in the shit. We were
planning on homeschooling our son anyways, right? We've talked about this for years, even before we decided to get pregnant, and we've been planning out, what we want to do. My wife and I and my brother-in-law, they're going to be homeschooling their kids. Now the decision's, like, super easy. It's like, all right, well, like, the government just made the decision, like, super easy for us. And we're not putting our kid in this type of environment. But then the question comes down to social interaction for kids are so important. So we'll have to make sure that we, do that properly enough for our kid. But you can learn pretty much anything you need to on the internet. So it's just really bizarre. And this is something that my good friend Brandon's just sent me. He was down in Monterey, California yesterday, and there's now a no mask equals $100 fine just for walking down the street. Face coverings required. I mean, I'm not like a constitutional scholar, but I'm pretty sure that this won't stand up in federal court. The last time I checked, you are allowed to walk outside without a mask on. So I'd love to hear somebody with a legal background. Maybe I could ask my dad about that. My dad's an attorney and uncles are too. But this is just I personally never thought that this type of change would happen so fast. And it's happened in a relatively short period of time. So it's just, it's all kind of crazy, right?
Very crazy.
So, sorry, I just ranted for a while there. Rowan, do you want to go on to the next one?
Yeah, let's go on to the next one. Okay.
Actually, I'm going to start from the top. I don't want to neglect the first people.
Oh, wait. We're still doing my questions. We got
your questions.
Two
okay,
more.
Go ahead.
The question is, do psychedelic drugs fit into your eternal life strategy at all? Ever? Like, is there any scenario where you guys can think of that psychedelic drugs fit into your strategy to extend your life, live forever, and so on?
Absolutely. So we were talking about evolution earlier and how evolution is really just the accumulation of information. What are the ingredients for evolution? Where does evolution thrive? Evolution thrives when you have three things, according to Darwin. Darwin says you must have the possibility for inheritance. So if the universe only lasted 5 seconds, there'd be no evolution. Things must continue. You must require time. The second ingredient is competition and or cooperation, which are both important because you see cooperation between animals helps them survive longer, just as with humans. Cooperation allowed us to defeat the tiger, which is physically stronger than us. Also competition, though. You want these. You don't want anyone to get complacent. You want people to constantly try to one-up each other with new ways of doing things. And then the third ingredient, which I think is the most important ingredient, is variety or diversity or variance, whatever you want to call it. It's it allows for the possibility to synthesize new things. I know people don't like multiculturalism these days, but I think it's really just a longing for a sense of like Dunbar's number. You want to be with people to whom you belong. But multiculturalism in itself, like the idea of cultures exchanging information, is still fundamentally a good thing. If you go back to Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, one of the things he encourages is trade and immigration between countries, because some countries are better at producing some things than other things. And because you have this variety, you're allowed greater complexity to emerge, more information to emerge. And what psychedelics do to you is they allow you to conceive of new ways of looking at the world. They allow you to conceive of new cultures. Terence McKenna, he's a psychonaut and like an academic who studies these anthropologist studies these primitive. I don't want to say primitive tribes, but like they have very strange ways of communicating, expressing their spirituality, and it's with psychedelics. It's how they develop new ways of thinking. And he thinks he has this stoned ape theory that humans, we used to be fucking dumbasses, and then we discovered mushrooms, and the mushrooms made us high. And because of this crazy psychedelic state, we developed language, we developed philosophy, we developed the capacity to think about the future. All these interesting things. I don't think it's true, but it's a cool idea nonetheless. I think it's valid in some ways.
Just one minor little correction there. You said thinks, and I think you used one other word there with Terence McKenna. He's dead, so he thought. He used to think things.
Yeah.
I wish
Dennis McKenna, his brother Dennis McKenna is still alive.
Unless he
Dennis has been on with Joe Rogan, so I highly recommend you guys check out that podcast.
Unless he faked his death.
Terence McKenna was an incredible person. I wish.
Unless he faked his death. He might have faked.
Yeah, Rowan's a big proponent of people who fake their death. I do not think Terence McKenna faked his death. I'm pretty sure he's fucking dead, unfortunately. But I hope you're right, Rowan. I hope you're right. There's always hope, because he was an incredible person for sure.
So my take on the psychedelic drug thing is, it's part of my strategy, because if I was ever in the future, let's say suicidal, I would totally resort to taking crazy psychedelic drugs, because I think that would be a potential way to get out of such a horrible state. I mean, think about it. At the point in your life that you're suicidal, it's basically like an identity experiment gone wrong. Like, you need to create a new identity. At that point, it's just like break everything down, rebuild. And that to me seems like what psychedelic drugs could do. Like, they help people get out of horrible depression, PTSD, just crazy traumas. Like, it's another thing. Like, let's say I had suffered some horrible trauma, and it's like I cannot get over it for some reason. At that point, I might decide, okay, maybe at this point I need to try something like ayahuasca, or because you just hear so many crazy testimonials and success stories, and then there's the whole thing about microdosing. You hear about very successful people in Silicon Valley, like microdosing LSD and just crazy stuff like that, and you think that could be super valuable. But then it also, my experience with CBD, if CBD counts as a psychedelic drug, then for sure, from my experience, whatever that is, people say CBD is not psychedelic, but from my experience, it's like the coolest and best thing ever, and it's like way amazing. So that, to me, if that's like, it seems psychedelic almost. So if that's psychedelic, then CBD is definitely part of my eternal life strategy. But basically, yeah. What are your thoughts, Brent?
So I was actually going to take the devil's advocate and just say that I don't know of really any evidence that you need psychedelics to have eternal life or to, just live hundreds, thousands of years or live a very long time. But Rowan, your point that you made there was really valid and relevant. So I would just say, like, for me personally, I've done, magic mushrooms probably like 10 times or so. It's been a few years. But I've had a really good experience every time except for once when I took too much. And it wasn't like, well, it was actually really bad there for a while. I thought that I was like in hell for like all of eternity. Like I thought I was in the Matrix for a while there, and it was pretty crazy. But a bad trip turned out to be a really good thing the next day. When I woke up the next morning, and I was like, I'm alive, my brain's back. And I was like, oh my God, like I was so appreciative for life. It was kind of like a near-death experience in a way. I didn't think that I was dead. I just thought that I was going to be in this horrible matrix like reality until the end of time. So it was like actually like worse than death. It was horrible. So I've done some other stuff as well too, but I don't know if any of that stuff is necessary for eternal life. But you made a really compelling statement there, Rowan, that hey, if you are in a state of like depression and suicidal, then trying psychedelics, from what I've researched, is your best option to get you out of that state and like kind of create a new identity, a new reality where you're more positive and optimistic. And the research is very, very clear on these things. Psychedelics, that people are more biosocially aware, meaning that they have a better understanding of their place in reality and their relationship to Gaia, Mother Earth, and things like that. And they're more appreciative and things like that. So I've just never been in a state of like depression or suicidal, and I can't imagine ever being so. I mean, obviously, I could have my microbiome destroyed from certain things, bioterrorist attacks, like. Obviously, there's certain things that could happen to me where I could be in that state, and so I'd probably try psychedelics at that point. But in just normal, as I am now, and as I plan on being, in the coming years and decades, I don't think it's necessary that I do those things to have eternal life.
Awesome answer.
But they're fun and they make life interesting. Right. So yeah, I'll try them. I don't think if they're done responsibly, I don't think that they're going to hurt you.
And honestly, I think that brings us back to our first question about Clown World, because if I had to say another thing that shows we're in Clown World, is that the freaking government is making psychedelic things and different drugs like that illegal. Because to me, that is absolute criminal. When people are literally killing themselves and they have all kinds of addictions and horrible mental problems, when these psychedelic drugs could potentially be the cure for that, the remedy, and our government is saying you can't have this substance, to me, that is one of the biggest evidences that we're living right now in Clown World. That's absolutely insane.
That's a really good point, Rowan. I think that big government and central banks are probably the best evidence that we're in a clown world, for sure. Most people, if you disagree with my statement or if it's just puzzling why I'm saying this, then you need to do some research, because big government is certainly not your friend. They're certainly posing as your friend, and they certainly want to make you think that they're fantastic, but they're certainly not. So I don't know if we need to go into more detail right now. That's my interpretation. Alex?
I think I feel content with what Rowan said earlier. What was the last question for Clown World?
I was just suggesting that the psychedelic drugs is the fact that they're illegal is, to me, evidence that we're in Clown World. Yeah. All right, you guys ready for the next question? This is the big one. This is the grand finale question. What does taking the red pill mean to you? Because I imagine it's different for everyone what that means. Like, what the heck does that mean? It's true.
No, the red pill is not ambiguous. It is, if you watch
The Matrix.
movie The Matrix, it's very, very clear. The red pill is about the truth. And I've always wanted the truth since I was very, very young. And when I saw The Matrix, I saw that movie when I was on spring break. When it came out, I believe it was 1999. I was 14 years old. I was sunburnt in Destin, Florida with my friends, and it was like a Wednesday. You know, we were halfway through spring break, and I said to my great friend Danny, who you guys will probably meet at some point. He's been my best friend since kindergarten. He lives in Florida now, ironically, because we were in Kentucky and we were on spring break in Destin, Florida, which is right by Panama City. And I said to Danny, I was like, listen, if I'm going to last the next, 4 or 5 days for this spring break, I just need a day out of the sun. We were both like sunburned, white kids from Kentucky in like March of like 1999, and we just got way too much sun. So like, what do we want to do? Like, do you want to just like go see a movie? Okay, sure. There's a movie theater like literally right across the street. So we walked in there, we looked around. Keanu Reeves, The Matrix. You want to watch that? Sure. We walked in, mind blown, changed forever. We had no idea what we were going into. So that's how I saw The Matrix. And when I've now seen the movie probably like 30 times. It's, so many people's favorite movie. And it's very, very clear. Red pilling is all about the truth. And I always want to know the truth. I've been a person that always is seeking the truth, and I want to know the truth. I believe that the truth will set you free. And I just always intuitively thought that most people were like this when I was younger. And as I've grown older and more experienced, I'm 35 years old now, sadly I've realized most people are not like that. Most people love being lied to. And it's just mind-boggling to me why people don't want to know the truth, because the truth is empowering and you can learn from it and get better and improve your life by doing it. So rant over there.
What does the red pill mean to me? The red pill. So the movie The Matrix. Fun fact: the Wachowski sisters, when they found the inspiration for this movie, they read the work of a philosopher called Jean Baudrillard, and it was called Simulacra and Simulation, and that's where they got the idea for The Matrix. They misinterpreted the book. The book was not about a physical simulation; it was about a social simulation. It was about a spectacle. How the commodity blinds us to what is truly valuable in life, and essentially, once this sort of like the horrors of communism emerged in the 20th century, the Communist International dissolved, and some of the thinkers admitted they were wrong and found a new kind of political project to pursue. And instead of the Communist International, they called it the Situationist International. And the point of the Situationist International was to try and wake people up from their consumeristic zombie-like trance to realize that a lot of what they spend their lives pursuing, in very Fight Club sense, they pursue their lives buying things they can't afford to impress people they don't like, yada yada, and so on. And like Jean Baudrillard wrote the Simulacra and Simulation to kind of explain the commodity, how sometimes the commodity is created from fiction. It has no relevance to things that actually help people's lives, help people like maybe live healthier, live longer, live better. It's basically a status game that we play with the other chimps to see who's the alpha chimp. And what the Matrix was taking the red pill means getting out of waking up from the consumerist lifestyle and sort of being able to form your independent thoughts about the world, critical thoughts. And I think I really hate how the red pill has been reappropriated to totalitarian ends and to support like basically feudalistic reactionary thinking rather than what it was originally supposed to signify, which was sort of taking a critical approach to society and realizing that perhaps the reason the things that are important to us, like family, friends, health, our own health, and our basic sustenance, our environment, all these things have taken a back seat to consumerism. That's what it originally was. There was a reason it was placed. The setting, the Wachowski sisters, they said it in the 90s, was because the 90s was this sort of peak trance of commodity production. It's why they chose that specific time period rather than any prior time period. And I feel like we're slowly waking up from that. We're slowly waking up from the rat race, and I like that to some extent. Rowan, what about you? To answer the question.
My red pill experience has been what led me to realize my ultimate red pill, I guess, was I came to the conclusion, seeking truth, that life, sometimes the red pill, right? They say the truth is hard. It's like a bitter, hard pill, and the hard truth, the truth is freaking tough. To me, the tough truth that I came to, the conclusion I came to, is that if I don't live forever, then my whole life is pointless and meaningless, and there's just, so my red pill is that there's no consolation prize if you don't live forever. Basically, everything kind of hinges on this living forever. And that led me to like hyper obsess about it and put it at the top of my priority pyramid. Because once you have no other consolation prizes, and like you don't like pat yourself on the shoulder and say, well, it's okay if you don't live forever because this and that and that, and there's, you know, you'll still have some sort of symbolic immortality, or, you know, so people make all kind of excuses, and they come up with consolation prizes. Like they'll say, well, my life's still meaningful even if I don't live forever, because, and then they'll just fill in the blank. Like they'll just fill in that blank forever. And my red pill was like, no, there is no consolation prize. If you die and you cease to exist, you're a loser. Like you lost everything and you failed. And so to me, and that to me is what taking, I deem that to be like taking the green pill, is when you start obsessing about your eternal life, because you realize everything hinges on that. Everything hinges on eternal life, and you have to put that at the top of your pyramid.
Was there a reason you chose the color green?
Well, I guess Tinkerbell. It's like Tinkerbell,
okay.
You know?
I feel like people might accidentally misinterpret it as taking
to,
the eco pill, the environmental pill, or something.
I wanted to make Tinkerbell the symbol of eternal life. She's like the mascot. You know, every idea has to have a mascot, and I thought, okay, Tinkerbell, why not? She seems to be the perfect mascot.
So, Rowan, we've talked about this, though, but you do realize that your, you know, aspirations for, you know, true eternal life, to live forever, are never going to actually happen, because you can never do it. You can never say, I've done it.
Right.
I've lived forever.
Right.
Because it just keeps on going.
Exactly.
So it's going to, like, it's like this constant goal that you're never going to achieve, by definition.
Exactly.
You'll never achieve it.
Exactly.
But you'll always be here to say, hey, I'm 3.7 billion years old. Ha ha ha. I'm the oldest living like consciousness that we know of. So like I probably have the best chance of living forever. You might be able to start saying things like that if you've lived 3.7 billion years, as an example. But I think it's, I mean, I don't want to die. I want to live as long and healthy as possible. Yeah, that's a really interesting take that you give there, though, Ron.
I think
I agree, though. Eternal life is never something you can say, I've achieved it. It's always eternal life. I describe it as, it's a process. It goes on forever, literally, just like you said.
So Rowan, earlier when you were talking about Nietzsche, you gave a very interesting interpretation of him, a very accurate one, I think, about the carrot and the stick. You create your own carrot and you create your own stick. Life is about like the journey of going after the stick, not the pleasure, not like the pleasure you get from just pursuing or accomplishing.
That's why your imagination is so important. Like imagining how good your life can be in the future. Because the better you can imagine your life in the future, the bigger that carrot is on the end of the stick. That's just like more
mindset.
The more motivation to try harder to live forever. Because once you imagine your future is like so freaking amazing and how good life could be, it's just like it pushes you, it drives you.
Exactly, like the noumenon, the absolute, the eternal enlightened state is technically impossible to achieve. You can only asymptotically approach it, and we find meaning in that asymptotic approach.
Mm-hmm. And I think, but back to the whole pyramid thing. Like, I think what you put on the top of your pyramid is such a big deal, because I think it restructures your whole identity. Everything flows from what's at the very top, like what's underlying all of who you are. What is actually driving you? I think it's so important to make eternal life the top. Because once eternal life is the top thing, I think that changes you. I think that's taking the green pill, is like really putting eternal life as your top thing. And I think if you truly want to live forever, if you have enough desire for it, I think that will at least make you open to the possibility of it. Because I think one flows from the other. If you desire it enough, by default you think, okay, at least it's possible. Because if if you don't think it's possible, like, it's part of the whole start of eternal life is to think at least it's possible, right? If you don't have that, then it's like, how can you call yourself an eternal life then? You got to think at least it's possible. That's what it starts from. That's why my motto is, living forever is possible. That's why we have to encourage people.
So, like, bringing it back to the title of the video, the untapped potential of the human mind. Do you guys want to talk about, like, consciousness for 5 minutes, just to, like, stay true to the title of the video?
Well, should we answer? We've done a lot of Rowan's questions. Should we answer some questions from the chat, just real quick, just like
sure.
skin?
Let's. I'll start at the top. Good, perfect, dude. Now it's mine. Zarathu says there is no such thing as free will. There is only will to power. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, he's talking about Nietzsche here. So essentially, it's a very confusing term, will to power, because you think it means free will, but Nietzsche was a determinist. He didn't believe in, like, free will. What he's saying by will to power, he's saying, like, perhaps a better term for it would be drive to power. Like, reality seems to structure itself in a way that it accumulates information that helps it overcome its conditions. Like, Schopenhauer had a version of it too. It was like the will to life. Things, all things in the universe seek to, like, reproduce through sex and then live forever. And he rejected that, of course. He said, like, you should rebel against the will to life. I think Rowan embraces the will to life. He says you should replicate yourself and moves yourself into the next generation. That's basically what Charles Darwin defines as life, is like that which like seeks to survive and reproduce. Basically, is the goal, like the teleological goal of species and why populations evolve. And essentially, Nietzsche was inspired by Darwin to make the will to power, because Schopenhauer's theory of will to life didn't include many things. Like, it didn't include many social or political things, and he turned the will to life into the will to power to incorporate those things. Next question. Jonas Sequira says, when we sleep, does our mind die? No, not really, because if you're having dreams, that's the operations of your mind still going on in the background. What do you dream about? Ask yourself that. And do the things you dream about have a correspondence to the things you experience in your daily life? Perhaps
even if you're not
there is
dreaming,
consciousness. Yeah, perhaps there is consciousness in sleep.
Yeah, even if you're not dreaming, I don't think your mind is dead. I mean, it's repairing itself. It's actually the opposite of dead. It's an MRI regenerating, and your whole body's regenerating.
Yeah. An MRI can tell you that, and I'd say, like, it's only really amnesia that'll, like, fuck with your conscious flow. Alexei Potapov says, it's like an actor entering the scene but didn't remember all the words at once. Okay, we're talking about the real there. Jonas Sequira says, big hair 80s. Yeah, I know. So back very retro hair. It's not curly enough, though. A lot of these are just comments.
All right, I have more cool things to talk about. So,
okay, take a stab at it.
About the title of this video, okay, the power of the mind. I've been thinking about this lately.
Yeah. And
I've been thinking that using the power of the mind to, help us live forever. I think that if you desire it enough, have such a strong desire for it, that in itself, right, could help you get it. Because basically you could communicate to your body that it's like, you're telling your body, body, I won't accept anything less than this, right? If you make it a must rather than like Yoda, he says, do or do not. There is no try. So if you tell your body, okay, body, like communicating with the intelligence inside you, it could be the microbiome, could be like intelligences inside of us. It's not just our own intelligence, right? But there's could be like the microbiome and different, like almost you could think of them as like entities inside of. Like maybe they have their like a consciousness that we have to work with. Like almost like a symbiosis, like an intelligence inside of us. Like imagine your microbiome as like literally being conscious, like having like a consciousness.
Like you are the vehicle and it is the pilot.
And what if you have to communicate to your body, like your inner intelligence, your microbiome, like, hey, like I'm controlling this thing, I'm steering this, like you have to tell it what to do. You have to tell it like, let's freaking live forever. Like we're not going to accept anything less. And so with the power of your mind and your determination and your just relentless desire and pursuit of eternal life, you know, you can almost get X-Men powers. Like, what if your microbiome, you can like tell them like what to do? Hey, to live forever, I need this and that and this, like almost like superpowers. Like, you, through communicating with your inner intelligence, you could like almost increase your rate of evolution. Like, you could start adapting to things really quickly, like an X-Men or something, just to survive crazy scenarios.
Rowan, do you still have that diagram? I think like I want to point out exactly what you're talking about here. The diagram I made earlier. So scroll to the right of the diagram this time. So you know how we started with like eternalism, presentism, modal realism, and then we talked about like the quantum mechanics. I don't
know if I have that yet.
It was in the Facebook.
Okay, Facebook. Oh, let me see.
There's a section I have where it says consciousness.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see it. Okay.
Yeah, full screen it and scroll right.
Okay, let me.
So we were talking about what does it mean to like what does intentionality mean with that box problem? Do you actually intend to take a box, or is your intention actually structuring the universe in which you live? And what you were talking about is like, is this like the consciousness between you and your microbiome, this like sort of feedback loop? It really informs like the kind of position you believe about the mind, the things you believe about the mind. So like here's some scary words here, but I'll explain them. So at the top you have epiphenomenalism. So what that means is that your consciousness does not impact reality. It's deterministic. Like, if your consciousness is just along for the ride, it just watches the universe unfold. I don't think that's what Rowan is trying to say here. Lower down the list you find interactionism, which is where your consciousness literally shapes reality. But at the bottom, you find something interesting that I heard Rowan say about like the microbiome. Panpsychism means like everything is conscious, even like these tiny bacterial life forms. They have a kind of consciousness too. And perhaps when you split the Mandela effect, like it is a split in consciousness. So perhaps you are stretched out among different entities. You're not just your brain. You're also your heart, your stomach, your microbiome. Which is, I feel really bad for Vegan Gaines because his microbiome is not getting like the diversity or variety required for evolution, which was one of like the three main ingredients by not feeding his microbiome in a diverse like probiotics like yogurt and whatnot. So yeah, it's Brent said it might have been the reason he was depressed, but I think it's very interesting how this kind of like our beliefs about intentionality and physics sort of inform our beliefs about consciousness.
And not just our beliefs, but like our emotions, right? So like there could be an intelligence inside of us that is our microbiome, but it might be more than our microbiome. I don't know that. I'm not just limiting it to our microbiome. There could be something we need to communicate to whatever that is, our inner intelligence. We'll call it our inner intelligence, with our emotions, because maybe it doesn't even understand language, but it can at least understand emotions, like just like animals can understand emotions. So we have to communicate to our inner intelligence, like with our emotions. Desire is like an emotion, like fear of death could be something. Like, what if it responds to like such a repulsion to the idea of death? You know, just like having that as an emotion could, I think, help us get eternal life. Like to survive, like communicate that to your body, like must survive, must, you know?
Yeah, basically having a massive placebo effect on all of your cells of your body, not only your human cells with your human DNA and the mitochondria DNA, which make up like 38.5 trillion cells in your body with the human DNA and mitochondria. We'll call it like 40 trillion on average. But the microbiome are non-human cells that make up your body, which is more around 100 trillion. So it's even more. And just having epigenetic effects on all of them through your consciousness, which is exactly what the placebo effect is.
Right, because Brent, you've mentioned this a lot. Like old people will like a couple, like they'll die close to each other because one after the other dies, the other one kind of just loses their will to survive.
The nocebo effect, right? Most people know what the placebo effect is. Most people don't know how powerful it is, and they don't know much about it, but they've heard of it and they know generally like what it is at the high level. That like it's essentially your mindset's ability to heal yourself. Right? That's what the placebo effect is. But
Cool.
most people, because I've been asking people this for over a decade, like smart people, I mean, like in person, I'll be like, do you know what the nocebo effect is? And most people who are like really smart, sorry to be an asshole, but I do that, they just don't know. Like 99% of people I've asked, they're like, no, what's the nocebo effect? I'm like, how can you not know about this? It's the exact opposite of the placebo effect. It's the power of negative thoughts in your mind negatively affecting your biology and your health and your longevity. And it's very well documented. A lot of research has been done on it. It's just not very well understood and like by most lay people. So that's evidence, right? That Bruce Lipton has done the best to describe this, in my opinion, and Alex kind of hinted at it. So the way that he describes it is, let's take two cars. Let's call them Teslas because Teslas are fucking awesome. So we'll call them, brand new Model Ys that are produced in, the Fremont factory or the Shanghai factory or whatever. And they're basically identical for all intents and purposes. You give one of them to a 16-year-old who just got their license. You give another one of them to, we'll call it a 35-year-old, like me, who's has a good driving record for 20 years or so. And then come back to that car in 5 years after each of those two people have been driving the car. Which car do you think is going to be in better condition? Most likely mine, because of my history and the lack of experience of driving of the 16-year-old. That's not really controversial. Hopefully everybody agrees and understands what I just stated there. In the same sense, we have this meat sack of a body, but we have consciousness controlling it. So there is a driver controlling this meat sack, just like there's somebody who's driving and controlling that car. So your consciousness can create a placebo effect. And so that's why I love Bruce Lipton's friend, Dr. Joe Dispenza, who wrote a phenomenal book and is really popular on social media, YouTube and Instagram and Twitter and all this stuff. And his book is called You Are the Placebo Effect. So it's just getting people to understand that you have control over your consciousness and you can take more and more control over it to positively influence your biology.
Oh, that's what Brent just said is a very, very interesting way of explaining what Rowan and I were talking about earlier. I was trying to kind of interpret Spinoza for people, how there's a feedback loop between the material world, the physical world, and the ideal world of information, the world of numbers, and the world of thoughts, the world of ideas, and physical reality, how there's a feedback loop between them. And I think it's literally just the placebo effect is that feedback loop. The placebo effect and nocebo effect is that feedback loop between these two worlds that reveal that they're actually the same worlds that can causally impact each other. I think that's a perfect way to explain this really complex topic that I've had trouble getting people to understand. Like what you were saying earlier about the driver and the meat sack. You cannot separate the two. They are interlinked. If you take away the meat sack, the driver is meaningless. If you take away the driver, the meat sack is meaningless. And I think that's why Rowan is very vigilant about mind uploading, because he's like, do you really want to take away the meat sack when it's so important for how driver experiences the world?
Our power is in this body. People drastically underestimate the power of the body, I think.
I agree.
Drastically.
And let me share some recent research that I just read a couple days ago. So Dr. Alex Zaveronkoff, I've interviewed him a couple times. He's very brilliant. He's the founder and CEO of In Silico Medicine. They are using, data science to see if we can potentially, live forever or indefinitely, So he actually interviewed this highly intelligent woman. Her name is Laura Carstensen, and I have her LinkedIn profile right here so that people can see. And she is the professor of psychology at Stanford University and the director of Stanford's Center on Longevity. And she's the founder of the Stanford Center on Longevity. And I sent her a message on LinkedIn and see if I can interview her. So hopefully, if she replies, then we'll do it on our longevity channel so we can all interview her. But Dr. Alex Zaveronkoff flipped script. There's normally people interviewing him, and he interviewed her. It was not a video interview. It was a written interview. And I read this a couple days ago. And in this interview, one of the things that she brought up, Laura Carstensen, is one of her colleagues, much younger lady, I think she's about 37. Her name is Aaliyah Crum. And I also sent her a request to connect and interview her. She is the assistant professor of psychology at Stanford University. She went to Harvard to get an AB in psychology, and then Yale to get a PhD in psychology, and then she has been at Stanford in psychology since 2014 as an assistant professor. The research that she did on placebo effect and its effect on health and biology is pretty fascinating, and I'll sum it up real briefly. She went to hotel maids and asked them, do you exercise? And they pretty much all said, no, I don't have time because I'm really busy at my job. So then what she did is she went to the same maids and she split them up into two groups, a cohort and a control group. With one group, she said, hey, actually, you said you don't exercise, but your job, you are constantly pushing this cart around, all day long, and you're taking off sheets and doing all that. She basically said, your job is exercise. So you do exercise. And they basically said, oh, okay, I guess I do exercise. Thanks. The other group, they did nothing. Didn't say anything to them at all. They did biomarker tests before and after these people. And guess what? The people who then thought that they were exercising, the maids who thought that they were exercising, after a certain period of time, I don't remember what it is, so I'm not going to say, it might be months, might be years, they came back to them, all their biomarkers showed that they were healthier, just due to their perception that they were exercising. Okay? So that shows you right there the power of the placebo and the mind and the healthy self-talk in our beliefs, right? That's why it's important to have really healthy beliefs. That's why I'm always talking about to audit your mind, audit your thoughts, audit your beliefs, because we have so many negative thoughts and beliefs in our mind that have been taught to us by our parents, our teachers, basically our society. And many of these thoughts are not positive and they're not serving us. So whenever you have a negative belief that's not helping you or serving you, you should question that and be like, why do I have this belief? Why do I have this thought? Like, get out of my brain. And I can, also teach people how to improve their thoughts. Basically, there's only two ways to change the subconscious mind. And most of these beliefs are in our subconscious mind, which run like 95 to 99% of our programs, The conscious mind is your hopes, wishes, wants, desires. I'm Brent Nally. I want to be a multimillionaire and live 1 billion years or live forever, right?
Basically, the Freudian ego.
The Freudian ego, right? That's our conscious mind. Our subconscious mind is way more powerful. It's like a tape player. It's just these programs that are running, and they actually overpower the conscious mind. That's why you can have all these wants, wishes, dreams, goals, aspirations in your conscious mind, but you never accomplish them, like some people that we know, right? It's because
basically the Freudian id, eat shit, sleep, fuck.
Because the subconscious mind is always overcoming them. So there's only two ways to overcome and reprogram the subconscious mind. One of them is repetition, so constantly like recognizing it and like repeating in ways to like rewrite that program, essentially, like rewrite the tape player that is the subconscious mind. And the other way is through hypnosis. And so the best way to reprogram your mind through hypnosis is to basically tell yourself repetitively positive thoughts right before you go to sleep. Because right before you go to sleep, your brain is starting to go into theta, which is more of the hypnotic. And this is not like pseudoscience, like blah, blah, blah. This is EKG, scans that can show when your brain is in different frequencies. And we know what these different frequencies are. This is why, kids like who are age like 2 to 6, their brain is constantly on theta. That's why they have imaginary friends. That's why my 4-year-old niece, when she literally has an imaginary friend, and it's totally cool. It's okay because she's 4 years old. Her brain is in a state of theta. So when you're going to sleep, I have had like mantras of what I like tell myself before I go to sleep. Since I was like 16 years old, I kind of figured some of this stuff out from things that I learned. And I don't have nightmares. I haven't had nightmares since I was a little kid, since I developed this skill set. And that's why when I wake up in the morning, I'm like really, really crystal clear. That's why sometimes like when I'm anxious about something or I'm not certain about something, I just think about it, I sleep on it, I wake up, and things are like way more crystal clear because I've like rewritten my subconscious mind and solidified things. And the more I've studied like really smart people like Ray Kurzweil, all sorts of people who have made massive improvements to society, a lot of them just slept on it, either took naps or full night's sleep when they went to bed on a problem, and they wake up and are like, I figured it out. So to answer somebody else's questions in the comment from a little bit ago, no, your brain is not just like dead while you're sleeping. In fact, a lot is going on, and you are solving problems and accomplishing a lot by sleeping. So rant over.
Okay,
Wow.
I have some cool
Good
thoughts
talk.
on that.
Holy shit, guys! We have 14
Rowan, you're
people
muted.
watching right now.
Okay, so
Rowan,
Brent, you were
you're
talking about the subconscious. Speaking of the subconscious, when I was taking high doses of CBD, I literally felt like the CBD was allowing me to tap into my subconscious. Because when I took the CBD, like, I'm talking like mega dosing CBD, okay, like way higher than most people take. And I felt like I was just getting all these crazy inspired ideas that just felt like they were coming from somewhere else. Like, where are these ideas coming from? And I'm like, maybe they're coming from my subconscious, because, you know, the subconscious is constantly doing all this like stuff in the background, right? Coming up with good ideas. I just felt like gold ideas were just coming to me again and again and again. Like, I could just like write forever. Like, it was like increasing my creativity and everything. So that's something we should look into in the future, like using mega dosing CBD to tap into your subconscious. It's basically like accessing gold. I feel like our subconscious has all these genius thoughts all the time. We're probably all geniuses. We don't realize it because it's in our subconscious. So the CBD is allowing you to do that. I think that's my theory.
I think this is you ever heard of the term flow state?
Oh,
just wanna
yes,
say
yes,
real
you
quick,
are.
Flow state. So
Heck yeah.
Just real quick, I interviewed this guy, Otto Siegel. He co-wrote this book, Yes, You Are a Genius. I interviewed him at RadFest. Awesome guy. This guy's like a bundle of positivity. He's friends with Jim Stroll and Bernie, you know, the founders of RadFest. And he's been in this movement for like 30 years, German guy originally. And so this is a great book that he wrote. And it's, you know, really easy, short to read. So, yes, you are a genius. And this is his whole business. This is his whole like self-help type thing. Like, there is, I believe, a genius in pretty much almost all of us, except for, you know, some sad people who might, you know.
shout out.
Right, but like, you know, seriously, there is like a genius in almost all of us. You just need to access it. So, Alex, go ahead.
So I think it has something to do with your connection to reality. You have a more harmonious connection to reality. I think Heidegger, Martin Heidegger, he wrote about this concept of like present at hand versus ready to hand, and it's like he gives the example of like a hammer, right? You're like working on you're like an artisan working on a chair, like a piece of carpentry, like a work of art, and you're working with your hammer, and you're in a flow state where you become kind of one with nature when you create the art. And it's only when the hammer breaks that it becomes present at hand, and you realize your distinction from nature. You create a distinction between me and nature, when really humans are one with nature. And like creating this imaginary distinction has created a lot of problems on Earth. We're like, oh, we're us, we're humans, and nature is over there. We don't have to worry about like how we fuck up the environment. It's just something else that doesn't affect us. When it's like there really is a feedback loop. Like we are nature, and when nature thrives, we thrive. But yeah, I think it's I like how that's like weird hippie environmentalism. It's there is a connection there to the flow state, and how it's like kind of a breakdown of the illusions that separate us from the work of art.
So the other thought I had. So we're talking about the placebo effect and the power of positive beliefs and like positive reinforcement. I think there is another side to this whole belief thing, which could be like using the power of so-called negative beliefs as kind of a negative reinforcement. Like so imagine just having positive things, but also I think these negative beliefs, such as like telling yourself that certain things would be the ultimate failure. I think this could also be powerful. For instance, like if you tell yourself and truly convince yourself that, like I was saying before, that death, like for instance, death is the ultimate failure. If you tell yourself this all the time and meditate on this, I think it does something just as powerful as if like you're meditating on like the positive things about the future and like why you want to live forever and like the love of life. I think the flip of that is like meditating on the how much you don't want to fail, and then if you were to tell yourself and convince yourself, okay, death is failure. If I die, I'm a loser. So there could be a kind of a benefit to tapping into those negative emotions, and even like fear. Because when you think about it, like, is fear actually negative, or we're just being brainwashed to think fear is negative?
There's positive versions of fear, like
Right?
discipline. On Joe Rogan, there's a Navy SEAL. What's his name? Jocko Willink. I think that's his name. He talks about like how this idea that like we think of discipline as like fascistic. We have like this like drill sergeant, like fucking do this. That's not discipline. Discipline is freedom. Here's how he explains it. He says, when you get up in the morning and you know what you got to do, and you just fucking execute. Like you fear not getting it done. You fear being a slave if you don't get these things done. You fear the stress, like this weight of the world on your shoulders if you don't get this shit done. And once you do it, you finish it all before noon, you have the rest of the day, and that is freedom. That is true freedom. Discipline is freedom. Discipline is not authority, it's freedom. And it's really learning to control the country that is you, rather than like you being controlled. Like sort of what Rowan was saying about fear is you use your fear to drive you.
Yes.
To your fear of
like exactly like so it's
your fear of being unfree. Your fear of being unfree with the world on your shoulders and all these obligations stressing you out. The fear of what will happen if you don't get the shit done, if you don't have discipline to do all the shit you need to do in the morning.
And the fear of meaninglessness, right? Because like think about it. Jordan Peterson's tapping into something. He understands people want to have meaning. One of the most negative things you can think about is to have a meaningless life. Like if your life is meaningless, people would hate that. Like we just hate that. We want our life to be meaningful. So if you tell yourself and fully believe that your whole life is meaningless if you don't live forever, I tell you, like that is as strong of a motivation as the positive side, where you want to live forever because you love life and everything, and have this huge carrot you're looking forward to of all the positive things and how good your life can be. It's as powerful to tap into the negative side of things by telling yourself, okay, what a failure I will be if I don't live forever, and how my whole life will be meaningless. It's kind of like, I think, tapping into the dark side. Like a metaphor would be like the Star Wars. There's the light side of the Force, but the dark side. And in some ways, the dark side is almost more powerful in some sense. Like
fun fact: the light side is Buddhist and the dark side is Nietzschean.
Right.
Where the light side is Schopenhauer and the dark side is Nietzschean.
And
so the Sith aren't all garbage.
Right. And there's one conversation in the Star Wars where they're talking about the dark side, and he's saying the dark side is actually what gives you power over life and death. And like and Darth Vader, Anakin, tapped into the dark side because he was trying to save Padme. So he was using the dark side to save, a life. And so the dark side was have more power over life and death than the light side. So it could be that these negative emotions we're being brainwashed to think they're negative, they can actually be used positively if we're fearing the right things and we're kind of training ourselves not to have these like false consolation prizes. Like I think we do this subconsciously as coping mechanisms. We give ourselves a consolation prize. We say, well, if I don't live forever, my life's still meaningful because, and then we fill in the blank. I think people do that.
That's terror management theory.
This is terror management. This is people because they don't want to dwell on this whole idea that their whole life is meaningless, and so they'll tell themselves these comforting things. But so that's all I was saying. I think we should.
To catch Brent up, earlier, Rowan and I were talking about Viktor Frankl and like a man's search for meaning, which was like his magnum opus. Was he's like this concentration camp survivor, and he noticed something funny. He said like those with meaningless lives that manifested and resulted in their deaths in the concentration camps, where those who did have meaning were put through like tremendous suffering and still had like the will to survive even after that, just because they had some kind of meaning beyond immediate pleasure or the fact that they were suffering. They're like, I don't mind the suffering as long as I gotta get home and I gotta write this book. I gotta get home and I gotta take care of my family. I gotta get out of this concentration camp and see my girlfriend. All these things that drive them. For Rowan, it would be, I gotta get out of this camp so the Nazis don't kill me. Him like the avoidance of death for Rowan is itself the meaning that will recursively free him possibly from things that could actually kill him. I find that very amusing and interesting.
Yeah, man's search for meaning is incredible, and the stories that we tell ourselves. I have all my books over here, you know, the book Sapiens. You know, I love this book for so many reasons, but the biggest reason I love it is because he just talks about how important stories are. And I've had a successful sales career in Silicon Valley and tech sales, and I've done that by like telling compelling stories, like realizing what type of a product or service I'm selling, and then realizing how to like tell a compelling story to the prospect and make them a customer, you know, to get them to care about the story and make it meaningful to them. And so, you know, one story that you can tell yourself, which is, you know, true, is that there were about 100 million sperm that had a chance to get in that egg, and you already won. So the fact that you were even like, then you survived the gestation period of about 10 months and you were born, you already overcame like insane odds. Like we're talking lottery winning odds just to even breathe your first breath of air. So that's just that. Then, I mean, all the medical advances that we've already had in our society to keep you alive are incredible. I mean, infant mortality was a huge problem throughout pretty much all of history until about 100 years ago, throughout all of society. You know, if you don't get, you know, counter mainstream with like, did we have an awesome civilization at some point that was much more advanced than we believe in fell, which I'm open to have that conversation because I think there's evidence for that with like Atlantis and stuff. But just going in the mainstream, like this is very recent in the last 100 years. So you're lucky. In a way, the singularity, Ray Kurzweil talks about this too, the singularity's already been like leading in. I mean, it's just going to happen in 2045 is what Ray Kurzweil says. And by the way, I don't know. I'm not predicting anything. Like it seems likely based off all the information I've read and consumed from Ray Kurzweil, but it's not like it's just starting right now. It's been building and building for literally, you know, millennia and centuries. It's just been speeding up. But the point is that like now getting this to be like more personal for myself, like I've already had a near-death experience. I think you guys know this, but when I was 16, my buddy, who actually I'm going to his bachelor party if it doesn't get disrupted again by COVID. Remember, I was supposed to go to his bachelor party in March.
Yeah.
We're trying again. I bought my plane ticket. I'm supposed to be in Savannah, Georgia, August 5th to August 9th. But he got his license, and we were 16, and he had only had his license for 2 weeks. I was in the passenger seat. Boom, we got T-boned on my side, you know, shattered glass all in my face and my eyes, 3 corneal abrasions in this eye, 4 corneal abrasions in this eye. Luckily, I was like not that hurt from a musculoskeletal standpoint because I was strong. I was pretty beat up, but 2 weeks later I was fine. I took off work for a little bit. He was in a Nissan Maxima, 1996 Nissan Maxima is what we were in. The whole passenger seat was just gone. I passed out for a little bit. I woke up in the driver's seat, even wearing my seatbelt, because they just T-boned. The whole passenger seat and center console was just gone. Like, so it's pretty crazy that I lived through that. But I was sitting on the sidewalk for about like 15 minutes waiting for the paramedics to come. My parents got there before because we weren't that far from my house. And then they flushed my eyeballs out. They flushed the glass out of my eyeballs. And I finally opened my eyes in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. But for about 15 minutes, I started to think that like I wasn't going to see ever again. I just kind of started to assume I was going to be blind. Or not assume it, but seriously consider that this was a possibility. And I started wondering, like, do I want to live if I'm blind? And I decided, yeah, I want to live, but like this is gonna fucking suck if I'm blind. And then I could see, and then they were pulling out glass out of my eyes for like an hour in the hospital. But my point is that after that, I kind of felt like I was playing with house money, and I still kind of do. Not every day, you know, like I have my bad days or this or that, like everybody, but I go back to that when I think about certain things. It's like, hey, like I easily could have been fucking dead there. And there's so many, I mean, I've ridden on a lot of planes. There's so many different ways that we all could have died, and we should be appreciative to just be alive. I personally believe there's some type of like a greater intelligence or something that's kind of like, I don't know, like watching over us, or who knows, maybe we are that intelligence, our collective consciousness is Homo sapiens or whatever. And really, what us as like humans and our technological advancement is really the only thing scientifically, objectively that we know is saving us, because who saved me there it was people. It was the paramedics that came and pulled the eyes. It wasn't just like angels that came. It wasn't me that did it. Somebody else helped me. So my general point that I'll finish on is that, just be appreciative of what you've been given, because if you're conscious enough to watch this live stream and comprehend what I'm doing, then we've all, been given incredible gifts and sacrifice from other people to get us to this point where we are here. So I feel that it's a responsibility that I take this consciousness that I have to do the best that I can to help propagate the intelligence and the forward thinkingness of our species as much as I can. It's like a responsibility. So that's like my philosophy and like the way that I personally kind of look at the situation that I'm in. And I hope that more people can just kind of take more of a perspective like that, rather than like people just squandering their life by committing suicide. It's kind of like, all right, I mean, it's really sad, but I guess if your life really didn't mean that much, like Vegan Gaines kind of thinks about himself in a way, and you just want to end it, then I'm going to convince you not to do that. But if you do, then like, all right, like, then you're gone. Like, life has to continue, and more food for me if you're not like, contributing to this reality and eating food and stuff now. So hate to end it on a kind of a downer note like that, but I'm just a realist. If people are going to really squander this incredible gift of life that's been given to them, and then I'm going to do everything I can to help them. But if they continue to do that, then it's like, all right, I did my best I could to help. So
yeah. Maybe it's a good opportunity right now to put on the record that we will never commit suicide.
Yes,
right? Like, let's do that. I can clip this out and upload it as a standalone clip. We need
we
Max
are
here.
not Jeffrey Epstein. We will not quote unquote kill ourselves.
I wish Max was here for this. We'll do another one with Max, but we could do it.
Same with
we got some.
Max.
We got some.
We've already had Max confirm that, but just so everybody's clear, me, Alex, Rowan, Max, pretty much the entire longevity community, true life extensionists, longevity enthusiasts, we will never commit suicide, okay? And we want this community to grow even bigger and bigger and bigger and take over the whole world. Suicide is just pathetic, man. Come on. I mean, and this is not in a degrading way to people. If you are depressed or if you're feeling suicidal, I feel sorry for you and want to help get you help. So get help, right? Don't just keep these emotions and these feelings and these thoughts bottled up. That's the worst thing you can do. You need to express yourself and let people know that you're in this state, because it's horrible. And this is why I love this life extensionist community, because none of us are like suicidal, right?
Exactly.
We're the opposite of that. We want more life. We love life.
Suicide is like the ultimate slave morality. And for those of you who weren't here earlier, slave morality is basically, you can't fire me, I quit. Or it's like cope. It's like cope. You obviously want a better life, but you don't. You pretend that you don't have that option. So you retreat to suicide rather than affirming the eternal recurrence or imagining Sisyphus happy. Anyway, I think, by the way, if you find me with like a noose around my neck, like lynched in the living room, Hillary Clinton did it. I would never do that. Hillary Clinton probably did it.
Definitely.
Anyway,
I think also some people commit suicide as a way to like punish others. I think that some people probably commit suicide as a way to punish their family or whatever, because they were playing this victim and they felt people weren't paying.
Date me or I'll kill myself. That's
Literally happens. And so that's another thing. Like, that's why I think it's so important to build a mindset that, or if they kill themselves because they want to go out in a blaze and they want to, like, for their fame or something. Like, I feel like some of these rock star people, maybe some people in the 27 Club or whatever that die at like 27, they want to go out in a blaze of glory at the height of their career because they want they want to leave some legacy. That's why I think it's so important to build a mindset where there is no consolation prize if you die. Like, people think they're trying to build some sort of symbolic way of living forever or different ways of having meaning other than really living forever. And I think that's what gets people into trouble. That's why people would ever resort to killing themselves, because if you have the mindset that there is no meaning apart from living forever physically, then having that mindset that you need to live forever, it keeps you here. that mindset is like the survival grip. It like anchors you to this reality, is having like, I need to be here, and not settling for anything else.
You want like continuity of like your like ontological
Right.
progression, like your continuity of your existence. But essentially, what you're saying is like a lot of these like political ideologies, for instance, like the alt-right is like basically like we gotta save the white race. I was like, well, what is the white race? Do you fail to recognize that the only constant is change? You're opposed to race mixing, but the white race was a product of race mixing. So if you affirm that the white race is good, then you like race mixing, yet you don't want more race mixing with the possibility of creating something new. Same with like Western civilization. Like we gotta preserve Western civilization. Well, Western civilization, if it just stays the way it is, it's never going to get better. Maybe like there's some interesting ideas in Eastern civilization that we've definitely talked about on the live stream that we could possibly incorporate. A lot of, especially from Taoism, like the concept of like Siran, like the spontaneous order, especially in like politics.
Or think about this,
Chinese,
you guys.
like,
think about this, back on the topic of suicide. How many people commit suicide because they think there's an afterlife? Like, probably a lot of people. They think, I'm ready to go to the afterlife, and they just commit suicide.
Well, Christianity thought of that. They said like if you kill yourself, you go to hell. So that was the kind of like antivirus software they installed into this ideology. Anyway, let's answer some questions here.
But I
Brent
think
Nally
personally,
says microbiome.
Wait. Back on this topic, I think that cryonics, obviously it's not as strong of a thing as like the afterlife, but I think cryonics lessens people's fear of death. I do. I think it does provide some kind of consolation. It's like a plan B, and so I think it causes them to be kind of almost be a little less bothered by the idea of dying, because they think, well, they at least have this second chance. So I think to create the perfect mindset of survival, you don't even want to have any stock in cryonics, because if you don't have any stock in anything else but your physical survival, it will it'll help keep you here. It's just more motivation. So I think
success is my only motherfucking option. Failure's not, right? There is no plan B. It's plan A or bust, right?
Yes, 100%.
I disagree somewhat, because I think cryonics, like, it could be like just cost benefit analysis. It could just be a logical last step. It's kind of like, you ever heard of like a Hail Mary or like a bonsai charge? In Japan, they had like if they can't fucking defeat the enemy, they just bonsai charge. That's what I consider cryonics to be, is like a bonsai charge. Is like, okay, I've got like 1 week left to live. Fuck, just fucking freeze me. At least it's like I'll bonsai charge my last like remaining chance probability of living forever. But yeah, you're right. There's definitely tons of people who are like, I'm definitely gonna live forever after the people wake me up from cryonics. Don't be so sure. Yeah, people definitely use it as cope.
I've watched videos of cryonics people, and I'm not saying all of them have this mindset, but a lot of them are literally comforted by the idea of cryonics in the same way that religious people are comforted by the afterlife. And so I think this is, in a sense, removing a huge asset, and I consider it a superpower, which is the fear of death. I'm telling you, the fear of death, for me personally, has been almost as strong as just simply the love of life. I think they're two sides of the same coin, and I think they work on each other. I think fear of death is powerful if you can really tap into that. And if you're convinced that, okay, you have this plan B, cryonics, if I don't live forever, like, at least I'll get cryonics and they'll get me, they'll resurrect me in the future. It does lessen your fear of death, so you're less powerful, I think.
Well, Rowan, language is complex here. So when you talk about the fear of death, I know what you're talking about because, I know your philosophy. But I just want to be clear for people, because it can be more complex than people think, and I don't want people to just make assumptions. So I don't fear death just in the same way that I don't fear life pre-1985, the year I was born, right? Why would I fear 1984? Literally, not the fictional book. So what I mean by that, obviously, is that, what was it like before I was born? Nothing. I wasn't here. What's it going to be like when I'm gone? If I die? Nothing. I'm not here. So there's nothing to fear there, because I'm not here. I'm not in existence.
I meant like fearing the loss of the current life you have. I guess that's
right.
Obviously,
so
if you're dead, you can't think anything. But.
For the audience, I didn't want there to be any ambiguity. So, like, personally, I don't fear death. A lot of people ask, like, do you fear death? And I say, no, is what I normally say. But if we go deeper into the question, it's like, well, I don't want to die. I want to keep living. But, like, let's say, for example, I go to sleep tonight and I die and never wake up. There's nothing for me to fear about that because I'm gone. I just don't ever want that to happen because I want to keep living as long as possible.
But you would say you avoid dangerous behaviors because you fear losing the life you currently have, right? So in that sense, you do fear death in that sense.
And not only that, Rowan, but I wish I knew more so what behaviors were actually dangerous. That's why I do a lot of research on life extension, because there's probably all sorts of shit that I'm doing that's not good for me that I just, unbeknownst to me, don't know yet because the science isn't played out. So
I agree.
We got to figure this shit out.
And it's also important to distinguish between different types of fear, because there's a paralyzing type of fear that's not helpful.
Anxiety and vigilance.
Right. I don't live in this paralyzing fear. Like we could say, like, this is Haley Harrison. I think
Haley Harrison,
her
sadly.
fear is not constructive. I'm talking about a very specific type of fear that you have to harness and, like, use as a positive motivation. And that is tricky, and I don't want to lead people down the wrong path towards, like, this depressive type of anxiety-ridden.
And Haley, if you're watching, we want to help you. I've tried, I know Rowan's tried. Like, if you're in this negative mindset of being, like, overcome by fear of, like, aging, then you just got to get out of there, because it's not productive. And sadly, your fear of aging is actually making you age faster. So the best thing you can do if you're scared of aging is to stop being scared of aging and start being proactive to slow, stop, and reverse your aging.
Yeah, it's the difference between, like, anxiety and vigilance. And like Brent said, it's not about, like, fear of not existing, because you won't know that you're not existing. It'll just stop, and then you will stop, and you won't know that you're not existing. But what I wouldn't say I fear death. I fear the freedom to not choose life. That's what I fear. It's really a question of, like, freedom. I'm scared of losing my freedom. I should decide when this ends and when it continues. I should be allowed to press there should be just like the video game, it should give you an option. Would you like to save game? Would you like to continue? Or would you like to stop? People should be given, like, reverse euthanasia, like the choice to keep going. But
wait, I want to share with you guys this freaking awesome quote, one of my favorite quotes from Batman. Okay, I will post it in the Skype chat just so you guys can see it. But I'm also going to show it to the audience here. But check this out, because this is insane. And if you just grasp what he's saying there, check that quote out. And I'm going to show this to the audience right now. But
you do not fear death.
Read that. That's a line from the Batman movie. Now, that is the type of fear I am talking about. Let me show this to the audience here. You guys reading that quote?
Yes, I read it.
Okay, what do you think about that? What's your thoughts?
It's pretty much what we just talked about. It's all context is key. That's why I didn't want to move on to the next subject before we shared more context about what you meant by the fear of death and what I normally mean by the fear of death. So I think that we, did a good job of kind of going over that, and that quote kind of encompasses what you meant by the fear of death.
With this type of context, would you say, like, where the second guy is describing the type of power that the fear of death gives people, would you say you have that type of fear, knowing this context of the fear of death?
Oh, heck yeah, man. I don't want to die. I mean, and the thing is, anybody who's living, like, pretty much by definition, doesn't want to die either, because they always have a choice to suicide, and there obviously hasn't, taken that choice yet. So, yeah, I mean, in that context, we all have a fear of death, and none of us want to die, or else we'd be dead.
Right.
In most scenarios, like for example, my son is 7 months young right now. He doesn't have the brain power yet to even understand what suicide is, much less, like, will act on that and want to commit suicide.
Right.
So he's not even old enough to figure that out.
Right.
And then there's people with mental disorders who are adults or children who, same thing, they don't have the brain capacity to understand what suicide is to even kill themselves. But for most living sentient human beings, they know what suicide is, they know they have that option, and they're constantly choosing every single moment not to take that option.
And that's the interesting thing is, but I think also fear, suicide is also on a scale, right? People might say they're not suicidal, but then if you look at their actions, it's like they are committing suicide on a daily basis, like slow incremental suicide.
Exactly.
And so those people might not have this power that's being talked about in this quote, like the fear of death, because they're losing their fear of death. It's halfway there, and it's halfway they don't have the fear of death. By their actions, you can see it because they're killing themselves.
And Rowan, in a way, like what I said earlier, there's all sorts of things that we're all doing every single day that are slowly killing us. So in a way, we're all mini suicidal, even if it's unbeknownst to us, because there's all sorts of things that we don't even know. But like Albert de Grey says, even just breathing is slowly killing you. Right. But don't stop breathing, because you actually need to breathe to stay alive.
You gotta spend money to make money.
Exactly. So, and one other thing before we move on, since I just brought up Albert de Grey, something that he points out so much that I think is so brilliant is that, when you ask people how long they want to live, most people, hadn't thought about this much. They'll say, oh, I want to live to 80 and then die, or I want to live to 100 and then die, because most people are not immortalists. They haven't thought about these things philosophically or studied the science or anything like that. And Albert de Grey points out that this is really a silly question, because it's as silly as the question of what time do you want to go to the bathroom, 2 weeks from now? And it's it's a dumb question. And then you think about, well, why is it a dumb question? Well, of course, it's a dumb question because you'll know more information about what time you want to go to the bathroom in 2 weeks from now, Just like if you're 35 years old right now like I am, or 23 like Alex, or 32 like Rowan, we're probably not going to die from biological aging for a very long period of time. Even if life extension doesn't advance, then we have right now about, we'll call it, 60, 70 more years until biological aging on average will take our lives. So we'll have way more opportunity to make that decision when we get older than we would right now. So these questions are really silly. So if anybody asks you how long do you want to live? My answer is always, I just want to live as long and healthy as science will allow me to, period.
But I like the question.
That's a good answer.
I like the question. I know Aubrey always says that's a dumb question. I think it's a good question because just what you said, being asked the question and asking the question caused you to say that cool, smart answer. So asking the question can reveal a lot about where someone's current mental state is and what they think is possible and what their desires are. Because if you ask that question and someone says, someone might say forever, and another person might say, oh, and they might have another person might have a
some
limiting
people have
belief.
no imagination. They have no imagination. They were like, oh, I'd like to live to 100. Well, have you thought about living to 1,000 maybe?
Yeah.
And they've never considered that. Well, maybe they have if they've read the Bible, but have they thought of living to 1,000,000 or 1,000,000,000? These are crazy numbers that our chimpanzee brains aren't able to quite understand.
Right. So there's some intellectual way I can see why you might why people think that's a dumb question, but on another level, I can see how it's a very productive and awesome and inspiring question.
Yeah, that's Rowan. That's a really good point. You make a really good point there. Before we move along, I just had this thing that I don't think I've ever told you guys this before. So have I told you all that my dad's grandmother lived to 102? Have I told you all about this? So I've told you all about.
Yeah, you said 102. Yeah.
I told you all about my dad's mom. I know that I've told you all about that and how she's really inspired me to want to live longer. And we joke. The
Just
joke
more
that
time.
we had more time, right? Was the joke that we have about her. But this was her mother. She died when I was 9, I believe, and she lived to 102. And she lived in a nursing home the last few years of her life. So we'd go and visit her. It was near, just 15 minutes away from my house. And we'd go visit her as a family, once or twice a year, not very much. And she had lost her mind, a few years before. So she didn't know who she was. She didn't know that she had 8 children. Like, oh, great grandmother, how many children do you have? I just have but one son. His name's Philip. And be like, well, there's your daughter right there. No, no, no. She's that. She's just, what's your name? I'm Brent. Hi, Rick. Her hearing was gone too. So, what's your name? I'm Dustin. Hi, Justin. What's your name? I'm Renee. Hi, Grenay. Just that kind of stuff. Comedy show. And then literally, her memory was so bad. It'd be like, what's your name? Brent. Hi, Rick. What's your name? Dustin. Hi, Justin. What's your name? Renee. Hi, Grenay. What's your name? I'm Brent. Hi, Rick. And just go on like that's how bad her memory was, right? But the funniest thing about her that I thought, there's all sorts of funny stories with her, but the funniest thing to me was we'd tell her, great grandmother, do you know how old you are? And she'd be like, I'm 46.
Holy shit.
She'd like have no teeth and move around and be like, Grandma, you are 102 years old. And her reaction would be, no, nobody lives to be that old. So she had this like negative belief that's from like her younger, subconscious mind that she was taught that it's not possible to live to 102 because she was just basically a poor woman.
It wasn't like 100 years ago. You were lucky if you got to 35.
So her biology, right, took her further than her consciousness believed was possible, is revealed in her answer there, which is so funny to me. So it's kind of reverse of what we were talking about before of like using your, conscious mind and your placebo effect to get you to live longer. Well, sometimes biology is really crazy where even if you don't believe you can live that long, your biology will get you there for whatever reason. So that's just, I have more funny stories to tell about her, but I'll save them for another live stream or
really
something. For the lake house. Yeah.
You have wonderful genetics for longevity.
My wife and I both my wife has a great grandmother that lived to 101 or 2 or 3 or something. And when I met my girlfriend 10 years ago, when she was my girlfriend, all 4 of her grandparents were still alive. They all lived into her 90s. So not just good genetics. They, we both come from like pretty good families, who, were, good values, not really any horrible health problems, like nobody's alcoholics or, things like that. So good longevity, I'd say, on both sides of my family, my wife's family.
Super awesome.
I think Rowan will like this question from the comments. Christians never get depression because they leave everything to God. That's interesting. It's true, but you also don't want to leave everything to God. Otherwise, you sacrifice like your agency to actually pursue the things
there's a quote.
To create. You sacrifice your creativity.
There's a quote from one of my favorite singers, Jewel. She has a song called "Who Will Save Your Soul," and it says, "Who will save your soul if you won't save your own?" I think Christians really need to freaking get that in their heads. They're looking to God to save them, and they're not even a lot of times willing to save themselves with, just trying to stay here on this earth and the physical health and the body.
I just have one quick question. Is it true that Christians don't have much suicide? Is that actually true, or did we just?
They have less suicide than atheists. Okay. Which is technically true, I guess like the from a stress standpoint, but also it might cause you to neglect your health. Like perhaps what you have gained in suicide, you have lost in perhaps health, because atheists are on average less obese than Christians, which is interesting because if you don't care about like your existence, like, oh, God will take care of everything, I might as well stuff my fucking face, right? Whereas like perhaps the atheist is thinking, man, I only got this one life and then it's void and nothingness, so perhaps I should eat these fucking vegetables and get a little more like squeeze the last bit of life out of that lemon. So perhaps what you have sacrificed in lower suicides, or what you have gained in lower suicides, you have lost in higher obesity.
I think it's wonderful to have hope that God will save you and come to your rescue and everything, but don't count on it. That's the problem. Like, I think a lot of these Christians, and not just Christians, but like every religion, they're counting on things, and they're pretending to know that there's an afterlife, and they're pretending to know that there's a God, and it's the pretending to know. That's the real problem, is pretending to know things you don't know.
Yeah, and that's the key, Rowan. It's not just pretending to know an afterlife. It's don't pretend to know things that you don't know, right? That's just not honest. It's not good. It's not productive. It's not going to be good for you. It's just going to bring you harm in most cases. I mean, you might be able to fool people. What's that quote like, you can fool people, some of the time, but you'll never be able to fool all the people all the time, or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's like, just tell the truth, man. I'm just obsessed with the truth, I love just being honest and being around other people who are honest and trying to get smarter. And that's, to me, what life is all about, and that's how you improve. So, yeah, these pseudo-intellectual, religious, cult-like people who tell me that they know what the afterlife is or things like that, or they know what happens when they die.
Waco, Texas, like, I'll fuck all of your wives, don't worry. I'll take on the burden of...
Well, I've always taken a super practical, pragmatic, like realistic approach to these type of people. So I'm like, oh, wow, you've talked to God. Like, yes, I spoke with God. Be like, what kind of accent does he have? Is God like a Jamaican, obese grandmother, like who's, black? Like, what is...
Tell me what I'm the alpha and the omega.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man.
You don't know if God's black. It could be Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman could maybe God just appears however you expect him to appear to you. I imagine Morgan Freeman. So
exactly. Yeah.
That's what you'll see. Next comment. S says, as far as I know, the light side of the Force was never mentioned in the original movies. The Jedi just called it the Force. The fans simply presumed that there's a dark side, because there's a dark side, there must be a light side. Well, I mean, there is. I mean, Rowan, pull this up on Google search. Type in Jedi or on the image search. Mm-hmm. Jedi code, Sith code. It's the light side. The fact that there's a dark side like almost implies that there's an inverse to what like the Sith believe. And I think let me pull this up as well. It's like the red and the blue chart. Have you ever seen this chart, Rowan? This
no, pretty cool.
The Jedi hold on, let's see. Like this yeah, it's like this red and blue chart. And then like let's read the Jedi code one. You want to read it, Rowan?
Mm-hmm. Okay, the Jedi code is
there's no emotion, there's peace. There's no ignorance, there's knowledge, there's no passion, there's serenity, there's no chaos, there's harmony. Yeah, these are interesting. I don't know who wrote these.
You see that? That's the problem with the light side. See, the light side's got some twisted ideas. There's no death. See, as soon as you say there is no death, you're not admitting the problem. And
because the Jedi are nihilists and the Sith are existentialists.
And what do we know about solving problems? First, you have to admit there is a problem. So if you say there is no death, you've just denied the problem before you can even try to solve it. So
to respond to S's question in Attack of the Clones, or sorry, I think in
Rowan,
Yoda says like fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. It's basically like a Jedi version of like the Buddhist Four Noble Truths. It's like there is all life is suffering, and we should try and avoid suffering. To avoid suffering, you have to extinguish like all your wants and beliefs, and to do that, you have to extinguish the idea of death. You have to pretend there's no such thing as death, and then you will not suffer. That's basically what Schopenhauer said. And then Nietzsche took this and like flipped it upside down. So basically, he comes to like the same conclusions. Like, you are one with reality, except you have the power to shape reality, and you should shape reality. And you should like, for instance, Anakin. You see like this kind of like Anakin escapes nihilism and goes to existentialism, but it's put in like a bad light. Like for instance, the Jedi tell him you can't have a girlfriend. You have to be a virgin because we say so. You can't do this because we say so. That in Attack of the Clones, he goes to Yoda and he's like, Yoda says, train yourself to let go of all that you fear to lose, and he refuses. Like he creates his own values. So in a sense, like the Sith are more Nietzschean and the Jedi are more Schopenhauer, or closer to Schopenhauer.
To me, that's a totally distorted, weird message of the Jedi saying let go of everything you fear to lose. That is totally the Buddhism non-attachment. That's not going to help you live forever. Is to be non-attached. Like we want to be attached. We want to.
No, but Rowan, Rowan, there is one thing that I think you guys are both misinterpreting when the Jedi Code's saying there is no death, there is the Force. So remember, the Jedis, when they die, they still have what I believe is called their life force, where they can come back.
They come back as a hologram.
They come back as like some type of a hologram. So when the Jedi Code, when they say there is no death, I think what they mean is that death is an illusion. You don't ever actually die. You're still alive, just as more of like a spirit, not as a physical body. And, my wife and I think I told you guys we were going to watch episode 9. I had already seen it back in December in the theaters when it came out, but we watched it together a few days ago. And I'm not really giving anything away here, Alex. I know you still haven't watched it, but Harrison Ford's, character, Han Solo, does come back very briefly to talk to his son, Ben, as his, I think it's called life force.
Okay, so it's not just Jedi that can be ghosts now. Regular people can be ghosts too. That's interesting.
Exactly. So that's what I think what they mean with the Jedi Code is like there is no death. It's not that they're saying. Yeah, so I actually already explained it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. It's I think what the Jedi and Sith mean are like different concepts of enlightenment. So in the Buddhist religion, you have the concept of nirvana, and what nirvana is, it means enlightenment. But so does the Greek enlightenment, ataraxia. But they're different kinds of enlightenment. The nirvana enlightenment is like enlightenment that you are nothing, and that the universe is nothing, and that you don't need to worry about anything because you're nothing. Ataraxia is different. Ataraxia in ancient Greece, it means enlightenment as well, but it's like a Western enlightenment where you should just be happy with existence. You don't need all this shit. You should just be happy with like having your life and making it whatever you want. And it was like Epicurus. He was a Greek philosopher. He urged his followers to get out of the rat race in Athens and like move to the countryside and just do whatever you want. You don't have to pay bills. You can live in like this commune with like other philosophers, and like we'll just like grow our own food, and we'll have like, they don't have guns but they got like swords, protect their shit. Like it's a different kind of enlightenment that the Westerners pursued as opposed to the Easterners. I think they both have value in this sense, like you described. Like they're still alive in some sense. Like the spirit, their mark on the world, it remains in the world. But I think perhaps we might like Nietzscheanism isn't necessarily Sith, because there's some Sith that are just dicks for the sake of being dicks. For instance, like there's like Darth Plagueis the Wise, and like he wants to live forever. There's a lot of eternal life themes in the Sith. For instance, Anakin wants to like save his wife from death. Darth Plagueis wants to he could save others from death, but not himself. But if you play the video games, the Star Wars video games, there's a lot of Sith that are just dicks for the sake of being dicks. Like, for example, like Darth Nihilus, he's like, I'm going to eat planets because I feel like it. I'm just going to like destroy planets because whatever. I think it's perhaps closer to like Max Stirner, the Sith. It's closer to Max Stirner, where like, oh, I am the universe and the universe is me. But rather than be humble like the Buddhists, it's like, if the universe is me, I can do whatever I want. So I think that's kind of the Sith. And then perhaps like Nietzscheanism, perhaps there's like this thing called the Gray Jedi, which is like Luke Skywalker. It's like, I neither take the light side nor the dark side. I create my own path. I think that's actually way more Nietzschean. I think like the Rowan, if you go to that Google Images, there's actually there's one with like 3 Jedi codes. It's like there's like a Gray Jedi code too. Okay. It's like basically creating your own values. I think like Gray Jedi is definitely like the most based out of all these, because you're not joining like this temple where they have rules for you. You can create your own rules, and you can criticize the establishment without like getting expelled from the Jedi Order. Anakin.
So guys, I want your opinion on this. So when Yoda says fear is the path to the dark side, right? That is in conflict with what the guy in the Dark Knight, the Batman movie, was saying. That like the fear of death is a good thing. It's a powerful impulse of the spirit that can help you fight longer than possible, move faster than possible, right? So to me, it's like Yoda isn't getting it, that there's a power in fear. There's like a powerful asset to fear. And Yoda's just like, oh, it's dark, that's evil, or whatever. He's not getting it. I take the
unlimited power. So
right. There's a power.
Guys, I think I just noticed like the existentialism is just like it's just the Four Noble Truths backwards. Like if the Four Noble Truths of Buddhism is like nihilism, like read forwards, the existential it's like all life is suffering and suffering is bad. Therefore, get rid of your wants and whatnot. Existentialism is backwards. It's like, hey, you have wants and stuff, right? You don't have an ego. You're one with the universe, but you still have wants and stuff. And to get them, you must suffer. So it's like going back up. It's like the backwards Four Noble Truths. It's very interesting how it's like the same Four Noble Truths, but for Nietzscheans, it's backwards, and for Schopenhauer and Buddha, it's forwards.
For sure. So Alex Gibson just joined and said, "Whoa, Rowan got a haircut. I like it." So he just
he got buzzed.
I have joined with the Naked Mole Rat. Me and the Naked Mole Rat are one.
That says the problem with the Grey Jedi is that most of them don't do anything with their philosophy. They just go live as hermits and eventually wait for death. Well, yeah, I mean, like that's a valid way to live. If you want to be a hermit, you're allowed to be a hermit. But you can do other things. There's tons of Grey Jedi that don't go live. Like I think it was just Luke that went and lived like a hermit, and like maybe in Knights of the Old Republic. You guys ever played that game? Jolie, like the black guy, he's a Grey Jedi, and he kind of lives as a hermit. It's like a very Nietzsche himself was a hermit too. It's very weird how like Epicureans they achieve ataraxia by becoming hermits, but there's other ways to achieve ataraxia than just living in the woods and protecting your shit with like this like rugged individualism, like this like cowboy libertarian. I'm gonna live in a farm and like just not need.
Well, Thanos went off to do that in the last, Avengers Endgame, right?
Yeah, second part.
It's sometimes when people just feel like they want to get away or something, just being on the farm today for hours on end with my brother-in-law and his family, I see it's just a different pace of life, man, but they're growing their own food. And I'm like walking around their farm and they got goats and they got chickens and they eat their chickens and they eat the eggs from the chickens and they have all these like really healthy vegetables, which by the way, I have 2 massive beets that I'll be bringing up, you guys, massive organic beets that we can do whatever with, and some other food that I got from them. We have farm fresh eggs that I just got from them today, so we can have Alex, you can try the eggs from my brother's farm.
Ooh, yeah.
So there's like these super positives that they have, and they're free. They're just out on the farm. It's very interesting just to see like the positives and then the negatives of that type of lifestyle,
I am absolutely pro being a hermit because it's becoming more and more viable to be a hermit. Like with COVID-19, everyone's working from home. Like most jobs, the boomers are finally realizing, oh, hey, you don't have to drive here every day. You can do your work from home. I only realized that now that the pandemic forced me to do do this. I could have done this all along, but I didn't listen to you. But now I'm forced to do it. And essentially, perhaps we might see. There's a term called deindustrialization. Like it's the reverse of the Industrial Revolution, but you keep all the technology you got from it. So you become sort of a post-industrial society. We're already seeing the beginnings of that. We lose our manufacturing base. Yeah, it sounds horrible, but that happens so that something better can happen. You trade your manufacturing economy for an information economy. And the best part about an information economy is you don't need cities anymore. You can go back out to the countryside where housing is cheaper, where life is cheaper, and you can just like live in an Epicurean community. And instead of pursuing nirvana, you can pursue ataraxia as this hermit, where you're self-sustaining. You have like this minimalist lifestyle, and you're happy. Like you just do what you want. Like ataraxia is freedom. You don't get ataraxia in Athens, where you're fucking working the rat race, trying to one up your neighbor all the time. This technology, the internet, it allows you to retreat while staying in contact with people. You can go out and live in the woods, and as long as you have like a solar panel and like an internet connection, and maybe like you'll have like Elon Musk's satellites or whatever, what does he call it, like Starlink, giving you like fucking internet in the middle of nowhere, you can connect with the rest of the world and still be a hermit. Being a hermit doesn't necessarily mean like S said here, you just go live as hermits and wait for death. No, you can be around people. You can still contribute to society. You can still have relationships. It's you don't have to be alone. You just perhaps want to get away from people who might harm you if society ever breaks down. In that sense, being a hermit can be very safe. I'd be totally down with being a hermit if I could work from home.
Yeah, all really good points, Alex. And I guess what's been so perplexing to me and really concerning about how reality has played out globally over the last few months with COVID-19 is that a lot of people don't realize this, but the CDC has never even deemed COVID-19 a pandemic because they actually have objective guidelines for a pandemic. And COVID-19 did not reach those guidelines. So it's not a pandemic, according to the CDC, even though so many people are calling this a pandemic. In other words, or a pandemic, right? You don't even have to go conspiracy route here. I'm just talking about like official CDC and statistics here and stuff. And so my point is that, I pretty much figured out in January from looking at some statistics that COVID-19 was essentially a nothing burger because it was just killing a bunch of old people, primarily. Morbidity and mortality.
All you have to do is put the old people on lockdown, and everyone else can go outside.
Right.
Like, that's all you need to do.
But my general point here that I just want to make is that COVID-19 has dramatically changed our whole way of living and our reality and people's perception of certain things. So my question is, you are now not wearing a tinfoil hat if you're seriously starting to consider, what if we do have a serious virus that like does kill 15% of like healthy populations? I mean, like a real virus, and these things have come out and they will. Could you guys imagine the world? It's going to be fucking nuts. And because people like me who aren't like worried about COVID-19, what happens when people like me are actually worried about this stuff? Like when I'm healthy, what happens when people like Rowan are actually worried? Because we truly value our health, and we're like, man, I'm only 30 years old. I'm worried about getting this virus. Like, I'm not worried about getting COVID-19 personally. If I get it, great. I'll build up antibodies for it, and my body will be able to fight it. Maybe if I get it 30 years from now, when I might not be as healthy when I'm in my 60s. It's people are so scared of getting COVID-19. It's like, well, are you scared of getting the flu? Are you scared of getting like the cold, other rhinoviruses and influenza and stuff? It's like, no, like you got to live your life, and you get these viruses, you build up antibodies to them. The key is to have a healthy immune system so you can build the antibodies and fight them and live and move on, right? That's not the approach that like we've been told to take from our like governments and media and just society in general with COVID-19. It's like, oh, avoid it at all costs. It's like, well, that's not actually practical. It's not practical. We need to actually have certain people get it and have herd immunity, right? So my just thing that I'm throwing out there, it's a hypothetical. We don't have to actually like talk about this much more than what I'm throwing out is like, what happens when, not if, but when a real scary virus comes along. And from what I've seen, the way our society has reacted from COVID-19, I think it's going to be fucking pandemonium. We're talking like society potentially breaking down.
That is a very,
so we actually have
had
had a virus in the past. Well, not a virus, but a bacterium. It was called Leptotrichia something. It was basically the Black Death, and it killed half of Europe, like literally 50% of Europe. Bet you would have been really glad to be a hermit then. So being a hermit, like, if you're considering it, maybe start now before like perhaps a virus will come that'll kill 50% of the population.
Underground bunker.
You're a lot
ready.
safer in your you're a lot safer in like your hermit compound with your farm and your guns and shit and your like internet connection over Starlink than you are in the city with the rat race and whatnot.
Yep. And Alex Gibson just said, from everything I've seen, COVID is a mild cold being used as a scare tactic. I had family getting on 50, and they barely felt it at all. Yeah, I mean, from what I've read too, we'll focus on the scare tactic just real briefly. Mainstream media and stuff will be like, oh, there's perfectly healthy people who get it and die, and it's like, well, in my definition, from what I know about like science and biology and health and the body and viruses, is that they actually weren't perfectly healthy. They overwhelmingly likely had undiagnosed morbidities or comorbidities, pre-existing conditions that were just undiagnosed. And so that's why, when they tested positive for COVID-19, they, had bad symptoms and died. That's the most likely explanation for this, because there's not like different versions of COVID-19 to my knowledge. It's a virus with a particular RNA component. And so if it's killing some young people, which I'm even skeptical of that, but if it is, then the most logical, answer to that to me is that they just had undiagnosed, underlying health conditions. So, but that's not what the media is leading with. The media is leading with, oh, there's like these 17 cases or however many there are out of like 7.8 billion people, mind you. So it's statistically insignificant, but there's this small group of people who were young and healthy and COVID-19 killed them. Therefore, what you should do is don't leave your house. You'd be really scared. And it's like, that's what these articles, when I read them by the mainstream media, are basically saying. And I'm like, man, this is just not serving humanity with these type of messages, these type of fear tactics. So it's just frustrating and disgusting. And, we have to step up as intelligent, responsible, healthcare enthusiasts and activists to let people know that like that's not a healthy perspective to have, that the mainstream media is pushing in those cases.
Don't leave your house, just like Rapunzel couldn't leave her tower. Right?
I finally watched Tangled a few days ago, Rowan. It was really good. It was just a good movie.
Definitely.
And I saw the connections with her, fake mother. Have you seen the movie, Alex?
Yeah, that was great. It was one of those good. It was a while back though. I can't remember everything that happened.
I had never even heard of this movie. So when we got Disney Plus a few days ago, again, I reactivated my membership to watch Hamilton, and then I watched Tangled as well too. It was good. It's just a good movie, good story, good voice acting. Yeah, and then you add in the COVID factor, which I was looking for them to say Corona, Kingdom of Corona, and I never heard them say that throughout the whole movie. So I know it's like on the Wikipedia for Tangled that it's the Kingdom of Corona and they're, King and Queen Corona, but I never heard them say that, and I was looking and watching the entire time. I think
sure. Maybe it was like the lore, because Corona just means crown in Spanish or like Latin. S says the problem with the Grey Jedi is that they don't do any of these things. They don't chat with other Grey Jedi over space Skype or space Discord. They don't do anything to fix the flawed Jedi Order. Yeah, well, maybe they should. Like what Epicurus actually said is that you get your bros together and like you throw ideas back and forth from your bros and you build new things like through creativity. Individualism, like individualist anarchism, doesn't mean like just be by yourself until the end of time. If you read the actual theory of individualist anarchism, it says form like mutual intercourse. I know that sounds like sex. Mutual intercourse just means find people who are like you and like sort of like align your interests so that you can achieve greater things, but still recognize that your interests could change at any time and you have distinct interests from others.
Be right back.
Alex Gibson says, from everything I've seen, COVID is oh yeah, we've seen this. He says, I'll say this: viruses and that are a good reason for robot bodies. I'll keep pushing for. Yeah. That's one benefit of robot bodies is you won't get sick, but of course you could always just develop the mechanisms, the biological mechanisms for like more efficiently fighting disease. It's really just like modern medicine. Like if the Black Plague came back, we'd be able to fight it so much more easy these days.
100%. That's why our group, we're always pushing biorejuvenation technologies. I don't want cryonics. I want biorejuvenation if I'm given the choice of one or two. Cryonics is like not even a plan B for me. It's like a plan Z. It's like if everything else fails, all right, I guess I'll freeze myself. But yeah, we want to rejuvenate ourselves. We want to, any way that we can stay as young and healthy as possible is what we really want. That's the end stage. I don't want to live in a robot body. I want the option to be able to live, like to have my consciousness in a robot body, like in some avatar type way, in a way kind of like how I'm doing now. You're watching this either live streaming or later, and you're seeing me. Here I am talking, but I'm not sitting right next to you. That's like some kind of avatar thing. Yeah, that's cool. But I always want the backup file of that, the original copy, to be like right here, this actual meat sack, because I don't know any way to keep this consciousness going if it's not inside and a part of this meat sack. And as we kind of already talked about in this live stream, I'm very, very skeptical, just like I know Rowan is, and I think you are too, Alex, that like we can actually upload our minds into the cloud. Like I
believe in some methods. For instance, like divide consciousness. It's not like it's not it's an extensity, not an intensity. And what I mean by that is consciousness can be divided and split up. So, for instance, you can cut your brain in half, and perhaps put one half of the brain into a robot and keep your other half of the brain as you. And then maybe later on down the line, you merge your consciousnesses back into one. It's divisible. It's it's fungible. You can recombine it, decombine it. A lot of things you can do with consciousness, but at least keep like some kind of backup, perhaps a biological backup. Maybe I'll keep one half biological, one half mechanical. Or just split it up and put like one half into like a clone and the other half in me. There's many ways you can play with this idea of like mind uploading. It doesn't have to be into a computer. Like you can mind upload into a clone if you want. You just got to connect the neurons with very, very careful surgery. I think Sergio Canavero is doing something like that, but only for the spine, not for the fucking brain.
Yeah, and I don't think consciousness is just like the brain. You know, I think it's connected to the heart and the microbiome and all sorts of things too. So I'm very skeptical of that, but we don't have to discuss it more on the live.
Yeah, again, it's like you're dividing consciousness up when you mind upload. You're leaving some of the consciousness behind. You're cutting it in half. You're putting your brain in the cloud, but like the body's left behind. So like you might not know what the color red feels like anymore once you're inside the computer. It might not.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm just not wanting. I don't want that. I want the full consciousness. I want the full thing. I mean, obviously, if I'm given the choice of the full thing or death, or like you can have the full thing, or you can have like half of it, or you can die, then obviously I'll be like, you know,
here's one instance where I think I would be definitely okay with like mind uploading if I was uploading into a medium with greater phenomenological sensitivity than the phenomenological sensitivity I have right now. For instance, if you have like a super intelligence and I could incorporate my consciousness into that, it will not be lost. It'll just be subsumed into a greater whole. And I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like your personality changes all the time. For instance, if my memories get wiped, I wouldn't mind that much. For instance, like I don't fear Alzheimer's as much as like Max does. Perhaps like he fears losing his memories, but I don't really fear losing my memories insofar as I have like some kind of conscious continuity. For instance, like let's say I become like the 102-year-old lady, and I start saying my personality completely changes. I wouldn't be that mad. I'd be like, okay, it's just Alex Kotov 2.0. It doesn't mean like he's necessarily dead. Perhaps like for instance, you never thought of your mother, or sorry, not your mother, but you never thought of her as dead. You still treated her like a human being, member of the family and whatnot.
Right.
And I think I would maintain like this interaction, this continuous conscious interaction, even having lost my memory.
I guess it's kind of like another way of saying what I already just said, which is that, yeah, I want to keep as many memories as possible. In fact, when I found out, I think it was in 2011, I saw that 60 Minutes episode of like these 8 people. And one of them is like this celebrity actress who's probably in her 60s now or so. She's a boomer. But these 8 people never forget anything. They have like perfect memories. They remember like what they had for breakfast in 1972 and stuff like that. Just everything. They remember the score of their favorite football game they remember everything, right? So it's incredible. And there's even theories that I personally believe in that we all have like all these memories in our brain somewhere. We just don't have the capacity to access them. That's what's degraded in like most people.
Yeah, it's like the hippocampus. That's what anterograde amnesia is you can't form new memories. It's like, hi, I'm Bob. 10 seconds later, hi, I'm Bob.
Right. So, but my point is, though, is that, so we're all already missing tons of memories that we're accessing. Yet, I'm still breathing here. I'm still Brent Alley. I still know who I am. And I have enough of my memories to, like, have my identity and, like, remember certain things from like certain ages to lead up to this point, so I can confidently say like, all right, yeah, I'm me, and I remember my life and stuff, and so I'm confident I'm me. Obviously, we can go back to the Matrix like philosophy of like, how do you know that you weren't just like plugged in right here with like all these memories, right? So forget that. I'm cool with that. That's a different conversation though. But so my point is that, but if I was given the like ultimatum, kind of like as you just said there, Alex, of like, hey, we're gonna wipe all your memories, but you'll still like have consciousness and like still be able to like
Continuity.
enjoy a delicious meal in continuity. Would you take that over death? They'd be like, hell yeah. I just want to keep on living and experiencing and
Oh,
growing.
by all means, I would prefer to have my memories, but I mean, I would not be completely devastated with losing them.
Right. So, boys, it's getting late and I am pretty tired. So
I got a flight tomorrow at 3 o'clock coming up to San Francisco. So
No. Sacramento, right?
Oh, sorry, Sacramento, not San Francisco.
Okay, good. I was like, you're not flying to San Francisco because we're picking you up.
Yeah, it says sorry, SAN is San Diego. I thought it stood for San Francisco. It's at 3:15 and arrives at Sacramento SMF at 4:50. So around like 5-ish. Take your time.
So Lauren and I and Alton are going to pick you up, and we'll go straight to the lake, and we'll have some food in the cooler and some other stuff. And we can talk more about this tomorrow if you guys want, Rowan, regarding food. You guys still good on food, Rowan? Like with Becky and stuff? Still got tons of food?
Yeah, and I'll bring tons of peanut butter and stuff like that.
All right, let's message about this tomorrow. It's pretty freaking late, and I'm pretty...
Yeah, it's like 1 o'clock. All right, thanks for stopping by, guys. I hope we answered a lot of questions, actually. We answered all the actual questions, not necessarily all the comments, but yeah.
Any closing thoughts, Rowan?
Boy, this has been an awesome conversation. Yeah, I can't think of anything, but thank you guys for coming. And we got to do this more often. I love these streams. I just freaking love streaming.
We should bring like a camera. We should bring a camera to Clear Lake and do like make content there.
Yeah, I have a freaking camera. I'll bring it. A good
we
camera.
Can. The problem is that we don't have internet up there. So
we could just save the footage and upload later.
Yeah, I have AT&T on my iPhone, and I normally the last few weeks we've been up there. I have 3 or 4 bars, so I have pretty good service. So we could technically live stream in that way. Just all of us with my iPhone or Rowan's iPhone. Rowan doesn't. We could have my iPhone and potentially stream through Eternal Life Fan, and we could all just be sitting around just talking. We could do that.
Yeah, it'll be a totally different atmosphere if people are physically
streaming
present.
with your phone data, you have an unlimited or something, because that would drain your data really quick. I think.
I don't have unlimited, but I have quite a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't have to be hours long. We could just do a 20-minute.
Yeah.
Or what's most important is just recording it. We could film stuff and then just upload it later. Just film conversations.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. I could bring the gimbal and the tripod and stuff. That way we could do some better quality recorded things. Yeah.
Cool. All right. What else do we need to bring before we hang it up?
Just bring your swim trunks. Bring your typical hygiene stuff and shorts and a t-shirt. It's going to be hot, so...
I'm gonna bring a Corona mask just in case. I don't want the fucking pigs jumping me at the airport because I don't have a fucking mask.
Yeah, you gotta wear a mask on the flight, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, definitely do that. But yeah, once you get up to the lake, we won't need to wear a mask. Nobody cares up there. And so the lake house is very private. So our family owns the property next door too, and the people to the left of us never come up ever. So we just have really good privacy right there on the lake, so it's cool. And then hopefully I can actually get the boat fixed. You guys might need help if you can. I have all these videos of recorded on how to do it, so I'm determined to get the boat fixed. But even if we can't, then we still have the jet ski. And Rowan had a good time on the jet ski, right?
Loved it. Loved it. Felt super. Didn't feel dangerous. It's like riding a motorcycle, but safe. Feels like that.
Yeah. Awesome, guys. I'm really tired, so I'm going to get to sleep. This has been fun. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
All right.
Good night, guys.
Peace out, guys.
All right, good night.
Alrighty, here we go.